everybody. Happy Sunday. Welcome, Pie and Parrots and Lurkers. Good to see you all. How are you all doing? Hope you're having a good Sunday. Let's see. We have a couple of boosts. Good luck with the last hour of the shift, Pie. Alright. Not many of us here, so I'll just jump into the game, but before that, I want to say...
New day, and nothing has changed.
Welcome, Thor. Still sleepy? Sorry you didn't get enough... Sorry you didn't get enough sleep. Nice, a Mephisto. Nice roll. Good to see you, though, Thor. You have a good Sunday. You are too late for the card arts, Parrots. Too late. Now there's too much to do. Yeah, I'll just jump into the game. But before that, I want to say I posted this on Discord. But in case you didn't read it, there is a post right now in the suggestions channel where we discuss the finer details of the critical resurrection system that will be coming when we decide on those details. Parrot is a pretty solid idea. I also detailed my idea prior to the one I had prior to reading Parrot's. Mine is pretty much simple. Much more simple. Hey, 235 stream streak. Thank you, Parrot. And 2 more. Parrots is much more detailed, and we haven't really made any decisions. The resurrection is coming, though. That's for sure. We are going to find a way to make it happen. We are just trying to decide on the details. So if you have any ideas, responses to our ideas, or whatever, if you want to say anything about it, just jump into that post and tell us what you think about the whole issue. We'd love to hear from you. More ideas are always better. And yeah, that's about it. Just read the things. Some of them may be too detailed. It's okay if you don't read. But if you have any ideas, just let us know. Anyway, let's jump into the game. So we are of course going back to Torment, and I don't think there's much left. But I still don't think we can finish it today. I was looking at the walkthrough earlier to see where we are. You know, how many areas and stuff is left. I didn't manage to get any vague information without having to go through spoilers, so I didn't get any spoilers, so I wasn't able to get much information at all. But from what I have seen, from what little I have been able to gather, we are pretty close to the end. I think the only area we haven't visited, except for the end game, is the Little Niliash, which we are going to go today. What's my question? I don't really have a question. I was just trying to see how much is left in the game, like how many hours of content. I was honestly trying to see what percentage I might be at, and I think from what I have seen, there is a Little Niliash as a fixed map. That's all. And then I guess there is the mode that we have to go through. There are 3 main quests left. I saw that. The one we are on. And 2 more after. Obviously, I don't know how long those main quests are. But they cannot be too long. So I don't think we can finish the game today. But if we rush it, we may even be able to finish it today. Depending on how long the main quests are. Yeah, we are getting pretty close. That's all I want to say. Don't really want spoilers, so I wasn't able to really check. But we are going to start by going into Little Niliash, which starts with a crisis, which we did enter and then reload from it yesterday, because I was ending. I couldn't deal with the crisis then. We have to go through that. There are a couple of side quests there. I guess Tiber's main quests, Tiber's companion quest will be completed there. We already finished Eretis. I have absolutely no idea about Rin's quest. We may have already done it, honestly. I don't know if there is anything we can do to make Rin remember, but we have saved her. We have confronted the cast off that was tormenting her. So maybe we are already done with it. And main quest, I think, will be completed there. I'm not sure if Matkina has a main quest or anything. Nothing really came up. We sold the Marecaster. Maybe that was her main quest. I don't know. And Eligorn and Calistige's main quests. I absolutely have no idea. I don't think I did anything for Eligorn. I did something for Calistige. Maybe that was the quest. We gave her notes about the data sphere. No, data link. Was it called data sphere? Data link?
This place.
The changing gods notes to Calistige. Maybe that was her quest. I might be able to finish the game today. Well, we'll see, I guess. We'll see. It depends on how much time I take. So I am not particularly too bothered to complete every single side quest, and since I don't know what to do for Eligorn, I will not think about it at all. Calistige and Rin I will consider completed. Eretis I think we completed until something else shows up. I will consider them completed. Tiber and I think will be completed in Little Nelia. So those are the companion quests. Other than that, there are a few side quests. I'm not sure if we can do this anymore because we did mess around with the Katina, and I think we broke the power source of Katina, so we may not be able to get the power source for this blade. It's not a big deal though, not at all. This is Tiber's quest at Niliesh. This I don't know. We'll see. Maybe it will be solved in Little Niliesh as well. Missing controls. The missing control is at the entrance to Little Niliesh. We saw that. I was told this is in the Little Niliesh as well, and this might be in Little Niliesh. As far as the main quest goes, we have already opened them all. We just have to go through after we go here. Of course, we have to rest, but that's going to happen after we complete some of the side quests. So let us start. Hope you enjoy the game. Maybe we will finish it. I'm excited to see if we can finish it. Honestly, I would love to finish this today. Since tomorrow is a day off, I may go late and try and finish this. So, just saying that. Welcome, dude. How are you doing? Hope you are doing well. Hope you're having a good Sunday.
I've seen friends die before. Comes with being a Marine.
As you enter the slum, you nearly... I read this, right? I read this, yes. Well, you missed the start of Elgorn's quest in the valley. Oh, really? Ah, that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. I did take Elgorn to the valley, but, you know, what can you do? It's too late now. Just for the future, Thor, it's not a big deal, but just as a consideration for the future, if I am missing something like that, and if you notice that I'm missing, prior to moving away, or after moving away, if I can reload, you can let me know that I'm missing something important. I'm okay with that. I would constitute that as a good backseating. Obviously, without giving too much details, you could just, for example, tell me that, okay, Eligorn's quest is in the valley, you're about to leave the valley, you may want to look around once more, stuff like that, without going into too much detail. Okay, as you enter the slum, you nearly crash into a small confrontation. 5 mutants surround 3 guards dressed in the distinctive garb of the Memovira's enforcers. This must be one of Bruska's lost patrols.
You're too late.
Before you hear them say a word, you already know the mood here is ugly, and it's likely to turn to violence soon. A mutant who looks like his face is full of spores or insect eggs leans towards a disgusted, terrified human and says, "You are leaving a trail of fear, piss. Who'd pay you for protection?" Honestly, you thought it was obvious, you just assumed you had done it and you missed it. Like you missed Earth. So what was it, Thor? What was it that I missed exactly? Feel free to let me know. Maybe I did it and forgot about it, but I don't think I did anything with Eligorn. One of the other guards, less phased, pushes the mutant back. "I ain't fear, piss. It's the spit you are spraying when you talk. Won't you go hatch your eggs by burying your face in a pillow? Real people are conducting business here." A second mutant, one who had been observing the fracas, not simply bristles, thorns literally emerging from his arms, shoulders, and face, and he pushes forward. "Every damned one of you looks the same. 2 arms, 2 legs, no surprises. You want to collect our money? I'll make you eat it and your friends can collect it from your rotting shits." The mutant punctuates each sentence with an increasingly vicious stab of its finger. You can feel a bloody tide rising, and if you wish to intervene, the clock is winding down. Okay, so this opens up as a crisis, but I'm not sure what to do here. Let's see. We can talk to everybody. Spiny mutants. I am not exactly sure what we can interact with in this crisis. Probably just the sergeants and the mutants. Let's try to talk to the sergeants. This burly man's face seems to have been partially melted in some unspeakable battle. Keeping his eyes on the mutants, he says, "Ask your questions, but you might want to do it quick. I don't think our hosts want to put off their fun much longer." Suggest that the Numenera's enforcers will come to check on the patrol shortly. This is Thai beer, so we don't have any points. So let's ask how the situation started. He coughs a bit of attack and says, "We make this route every month. We are collectors. It's our job to bring in revenues for the Numenera from her loyal subjects." He pauses as the mutants break out raucous derisive laughter, then continues. "But they laid in wait for us and got the jump on us as we walked into Little Miliash." Yeah, okay. You need them in the part of interacting with the central pillar with the Phoenix. Ah, okay, okay. I called Aligarn to talk to him, but I didn't really wander around with him, so... The thugs seem calm for men whose lives are being threatened. They recognize the words, but they don't seem to believe they are in much danger. Okay, so let's talk to the spiny mutant with Eritis. The spine-covered mutant's eyes remain focused on the Numenera's enforcers, his mouth growing thinner and thinner. We cannot get this persuasion check with Eritis, that's for certain. Especially one with no intellect. Look at this intellect. 0 out of 2 is the pool and negative -1 intellect edge. Perfect, really perfect. Ask how Numenera might retaliate. Offer to pay to let the humans go. I guess... The angry look in the mutant's leader's eye fades. For the right price, maybe. You and your crew scrunch together what you can and we'll talk. I reckon the guards have at least 250 on them, though we'll have to take it by force. Skepticism and distrust mar the mutants' already unpleasant faces. They don't know or trust you. Hey Draven, good evening. Hope you are doing well.
Murder! Murder!
Oh, murder. Okay, let's try the persuasion option now. Urge the mutants to keep the Numenera's patrol alive. The mutant's leader looks at his fellows and back at you, and he makes some calculations. "He understands you want to stay on the Numenera's good side," he replies, "but this has to end. Unless you can think of another way, you've got to put them down before they steal the last shin in Little Miliash." The atmosphere of rage and hate seems to be fading. You even see one of the mutants smile. At least it looks like a smile. Okay, let's try giving him money. 250. Offer 250 shins to let the humans go. You're on the right track, traveler, but my purse is flat and hungry. You are earning the mutants' trust, but you could still lose them if you make an error.
Dracaris.
Gain the mutants' trust or choose a side by talking to both sides' leaders. The mutants will attack the guards if they get angry enough. Hey Ash, welcome. How are you doing? By not having Ertis in the party during the earlier sections of the game, you figured you must have some good Ertis. You must have missed some good Ertis content. Nothing you've seen on stream about Ertis has been new to you so far. Ah. Okay, let's continue working on the spiny mutant. Try to convince the mutants that 250 shins is plenty. Ask how the Memovira might retaliate. They burst out into laughter and their Thorned leader replies, "What can she do? The bloom is done with her. Her grasp be weak. You're earning the mutants' trust, but you can still lose them if you make an error." They're still in the same situation. Okay, let's talk to ask what the Memoria does with the collections. She pays us mostly, and the mercenaries who come through the mouths, and the bribes to the Sagas Cliffs officials, but she's been falling further and further behind on those payments. He swallows and looks at the mutants around him. Like as not, she'll want vengeance if we fall. She needs this money, and she'll use her nasty tricks to get it back. The thugs are alert, they're not frightened. They don't seem to believe that violence is imminent. Okay, it's going okay, we've got this under control. The thing is, we are running out of... let's try to convince the mutants that 250 shins is plenty.
Making a note.
He shakes his head, but you have the right of it. Why risk our necks when you offer this to us? Hand it to me. The human sergeant wastes no time. My thanks, he says over his shoulder as he hustles his troop toward the exit. We won't forget. Okay, we paid them. Which is okay. How are you, Ash? How are you, Draven? Let's go back talk to Broska. Turn this quest in, and I think I may want to rest now. I am absolutely out of every stats pool. I found one of your patrols in Little Niliesh. They were about to be killed by some angry mutants. That was you? They told me what happened. You have my thanks and theirs. Here, the man agreed you deserve something.
I'll remember that.
That's both my patrols you rescued. I don't know what we did to earn your help, but I'm truly grateful. I guess with those headaches out of the way, I can focus on more important matters now. She adds under her breath. Important to some anyway. You said you had some other important matters to focus on? Well, it's not really your business, but then neither were my patrols, and I owe you that much. She shifts her weight and looks sidelong at the fortress door. The Memovira, you probably heard she doesn't leave the fortress anymore. Well, that's because of the way the balloon's been acting lately, and I think I know what the balloon's behavior means. She should leave is what it means, but she's too damn proud for that. The Memovira doesn't ever leave the fortress. Never, not for months. She's afraid of the bloom, of what it might do to her. She thinks the closing and shifting of mouse is a message, a warning. What does the bloom's behavior mean? She lowers her voice. Do you know how the Memovira came to power? They say the bloom helped her, that it turned against the old Memovira and destroyed him. I was a kid, just a green mercenary at the time, but I remember the way bloom changed. The old Memovira could, well, not control the bloom. I don't think anyone can do that, but sort of coax the bloom to do what he wanted. Then one day the bloom just stopped responding, mouths closed and reopened in horrible places. And a few weeks later, the old Memovira was gone. She just searched in toward the gate. Memovira sees the similarities too and doesn't want that to happen to her, so she's shutting the bloom out. She doesn't know what to do. I'm worried there's nothing she can do, and what'll happen to the rest of us then? You said the old Memovira just disappeared? They say the bloom ate him, but I think it's worse than that. Her voice drops to a whisper. I've seen him, late at night sometimes, or in the dark corners of the bloom. An old ghost in rags and a long beard. Maybe I'm crazy, or maybe he isn't really dead. He shudders. Either way, I don't want to know. I know what I saw. The bloom didn't eat him like we thought. Not all of him anyway. Okay, very well. All right. Let's. I guess I'll spare the money. I have a lot of money and not many places to spend it on. So I'd like to sleep here. Give her the money. She drags you toward her empty tent. I'll bring you a meal shortly. It's not much, but it's food. May you sleep well tonight.
Lovely.
Ooh,
I'm at least
look at
6
those.
times better than I was seconds ago.
Rested. +5 critical success chance. Alright, so I was told yesterday that something unlocks when we sleep. I don't know what that is. Maybe we'll come across that. And if we don't, I may ask you. Yeah, all the machinery inside is broken or smashed. I think I locked myself out of that dagger quest. Bring more of the fluid. Right, sweet. We are fully restored. We are ready for the last big map. Or rather, the last map in the bloom. Then we'll continue the main quest. Go see Memovira possibly. I'll take a quick look to see if anything has changed around. I don't see anything. Broska said she saw a ghost dressed in rags with a long beard. Are you the old Memovira? His eye sockets focus on you, and his expression gains a semblance of life. The Memovira, Broska. He looks at his ghostly hands, and when he looks back up at you, a light seems to blaze in the holes of his face. Was I the old Memovira? Oh yes, I ruled the bloom with strength and wisdom, and the slums ran red at my word. The Council of Sagas Cliffs feared me, the merchants who trod my streets paid me. My word was low, and none dared stand against me. That is who I am. No, not who I am. Who I was for a time. His lips part in a feral smile as he grasps as the last memories in his mind. The new Memovira. Pah! What has he done worth mentioning? Who trembles at her voice? Tell me, who fears her steps? Who among her people wouldn't slip a blade into her back? Oh, she did for me, it's true. Her and her coterie, but I had loyal retainers on to the end. Loyalty and fear like a fist. She may have taken my place, but she'll never match my rule. If the bloom hadn't turned against me after my decades in power, I'd be there still. But she dragged me to the heart of the beast and let it sift through my mind, fed it all my crimes, and then she left me there. He swallows. Ask your questions to me while the fragments of memory still linger. Ask now and make the questions count. Okay, we may have a limited number of questions here. What happened in the heart of the bloom? This may be the most important one. She brought me through a new maw, an entry to the heart I'd never seen. It was then that I knew what she intended, and we fought. But she was fast and strong, and I was old and drunk. She didn't kill me though, oh no. She wanted me to suffer for the crime of raising her up. She bound me there, and she stood above me and reveled in my pain as the bloom sucked away everything that I was. I'll say this for her. She was better at malice than I was. Such excruciating pain. But that memory slips as well. Thank the gods. How did the new Memovira unseat you? She knew the bloom was angry with me. She told me she'd been below and had seen something that she thought might explain why I lost my bond. I didn't know she'd hidden her killers around the bloom, or that she was the one who'd ruined shipments or driven off citizens. She'd put her muscle into play, and I never even saw it, and she took me to the heart of the bloom. He swallows. What do you think of the new Memovira? He snarls, a backstabbing harlot, a scheming whore. She couldn't hope to hold what I'd built. She has a talent for brutality, but no mind for structure. Even if I've forgotten her, I'll laugh when the bloom devours her. And it will. The bloom tires of her even more quickly than I, soon now. Tell me about your reign as the Memovira. The memories slip. Lights skittering down the tunnel. As I grab at them, they go. No. The voice pleads, stop them. They are me. No, okay, we couldn't ask the first question. That's fine. Very well. So I was right. I had guessed it might be the old Memoira. From the way he reacted to the world Memoira. The word. Okay, let's start exploring this place. Okay, those humans who are lucky you were there to help, next time you won't be, and they won't be either. Next time I won't care. Okay, it's kind of a big map. There is the Katina interior. Oh! Ah! We may be able to get the battery from this entrance. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Okay. Maybe we didn't get locked out of that quest after all.
Maybe yes, maybe no, maybe both.
Probably. You stand before a painted spherical tank fashioned of metal and synth. The paint is old and cracking. Inside the tank is a murky liquid, or possibly a thickened gas, and every so often you can see the motion from a fluke, flipper, or strangely deformed arm within. A cleverly disguised grill on the front of the tank squawks out the distorted voice of the tank's occupant. It buzzes and moans, drawing out some words and shortening others in a burst of static. I am Garkoto, a prince of the Fahad and their delegate here in Little Niliash. The voice spits and pops. You have my gratitude for averting the violence with the Memoira soldiers, but I must know, why did you act? Violence wouldn't have helped anyone, and it might have had greater repercussions. Garkoto is silent for a moment, an admirable sentiment human, one that appears to be more and more difficult to maintain given the recent troubles plaguing us. Violence is in the air, change comes for us all, but the Memoira does not seem to grasp this truth. A wise and just action, but did she mean it that way? The flax in the bloom and dust in Memoira's weakness is apparent in the instability of the mouths we use for trade and transport. The old mouths are closing and new ones open to take their place. There is a new mouth here in Little Niliash, one I would like to see opened, but the Memoira refuses to aid me. She won't even leave our fortress. But I have said enough. What would you have from me? I'm looking for two thieves called Delny and Rung. I was told I could find them here. This is their home, yes. At the moment they are hiding at the end of an alley. What can you tell me about Delny and Rung? Young mutants, the prince replies. Though not the best of our kind. Delny possessed a great empathy, a psychic reverberation, while Rung's powers are more subtle. Delny has changed since her association with Rung, who has always been dangerous, troublesome perhaps. As long as they do nothing harmful to our people, I do not act, but I will not hesitate should that situation change. What was the proximate cause of the fight between Memoira's guards and your people? The tank's grill spits a shower of sparks. The bloom no longer favors the Memoira. The bloom is the source of the Memoira's power. If she has no power, the obligation to pay for her protection has vanished. We pay for reality, not promises. The distorted voice crackles with an electric sigh. Perhaps our people have grown tired of the humans taking. Where did your people come from? Our home is the city of Niliash and steadfast beyond. My cousins of the Fahad rule over the three-tier city wisely and well. When a mole portal opened in Niliash, we investigated to see if we might eke out a profit. We saw enough possibility that our explorers sent for me, a minor prince of the Fahad. I was to head this trade embassy. The speaker makes a slightly embarrassed noise. I did not think the mall would close behind us, but 10 years ago, it did. Tell me of the Steadfast. You ask much of me. I can tell you only what I have heard, for our glorious city is in what they call the Beyond. The Steadfast is a collection of kingdoms, principalities, and other lesser denominations of feudalism, held together through the dictates of their religion, the Order of Truth. The Iron Priests of the Order have spread their faith far and wide. I hear they have established a foothold in the city of Sagasclips. What can you tell me of the Fahad? My brethren are blessed mutants, each diverging into a new pathway for humanity. We rule over the city of Niliash, using the powers bestowed by our remarkable birth to lead normal humanity to a new age of possibilities. We are close in spirit, yet rivals in politics, for the truth of a mutation lies in its ability to prove its use. The subtleties of our machinations are lost here, alas. Tell me more about Nilish. Nilish. Is it Niliash or Nilish? Should be Niliash, I think. The speaker is silent for a moment. This too was once a machine, a colossal device that creates churn. We built atop the machine, creating elaborate structures and impossible architectures, and our city grew into the sky. The great and powerful of Niliesh live among the fluted spires and the arcing byways with powered cars lifting us to the skies in a moment. Nileish, maybe, yeah, it also makes sense. I was thinking like nihil. That is why I start with ni. So Nili, and then Eshrafels Esh, Niliesh. Nilish could be also Nilish. The shops and palaces of our people, alas, to think that I might die away from my home. Voice goes very quiet. To see the sunrise over the cold desert again, to speak with Yithi on the concourse one last time. Ash? Oh, okay. Nili Ash? Okay. I have other questions. Why are the malls changing and closing? Do you ask for my knowledge or my conjecture? If the first, then I must confess my ignorance. If the second, Garkota pauses, considering that the grill hisses and sparks when the mutant speaks again. Lockdown. What are you locking down, Parrot? Are you locking down chat messages so they cannot be moved? If the second, I believe the bloom has a feeding cycle. It's an enormous organism, you know, and I suggest that these events are part of a larger pattern. The mutant's vast bulk shifts in the tank. Perhaps the bloom is preparing itself for a new memory era. It's a secret. Do you want to take the memory era's place? Garkota's laughter spills out in static hiss. I do not desire such responsibility, nor do I seek the attentions of the bloom. Farewell,
I'll
Garkota.
remember that.
As you turn, the speaker buzzes once more. Ah, in case word has not yet reached your ear, I'm offering a bounty to the first man who can open Newborn Maw and tell me what lies on the other side. The voice pauses. Of course, the first step is to discover what the Maw wishes to eat. Without that knowledge, it cannot be opened. I'll look into it. Okay. Let's see. My throat hurts a little today, so I'm not going to be reading everything. I think my throat is slightly swollen and hurts a bit, so I will cut down on what I read. I will probably just look at these descriptions. I will read dialogues in full, but I may not read everything on screen. This striking woman towers over you, though she seems gaunt and her skin is pale, even whitish. She still has a healthy glow that shines through a layer of dirt and grime. A flat circle of metal is affixed to her forehead, showing through her long blonde hair. At your approach, she begins to flex and tense, not in fear, but in preparation to fight. Her heavy armor is scarred by energies and battered by blades, but it seems to have retained its integrity. The sigil of two crossed swords is etched into the breastplate. She glowers. Have you come to beat the poor prisoner? Then be ready to tell your friends about the day Harriet bested you. Then she studies you more closely. Or have you come to question me? Tell Garkoto that my answer is unchanged. He can rot in his soup. She pauses for a moment. I would appreciate an honest soup. The food they provide here would shame and murder. Now the humans have enlisted humans to make me confess. They are sick. I don't work for Garkoto. I'm a visitor to this place. She presses her hand to her face, making a show of her embarrassment, but she still looks wary when she draws her hand away. My apologies then. The mutants demand that I confess to a crime I did not commit, and I thought they were sending a human this time to break my will. She looks around. It will be good to speak of other things with a true-blooded human. What are you doing here? She sighs. These mutants have accused me of a crime. They tell me that I must confess to this imaginary horror before they let me go. So here I sit rotting away while they ask me to choose between the truth and my freedom. She rolls her shoulders and looks you squarely in the eye. I choose to honor the truth. They have no laws and no souls. There can be no crimes against them. I want to talk about the allegations against you. The mutants claim I poisoned them. A number of them died and they decided that I was to blame. That is all they are, allegations. Garkota has no right to imprison me. I don't think you are telling me everything. The mutants must have some reason to be suspicious of you. Oh, pretty tough. Pretty tough. We can spend all of Eritis's pool and it's still 0%. Now I can spend 3 points with the last cast off to get 80%, or I can spend 4 points with Tiber to get 100%. We'll do that. She studies you carefully and weighing your words against some internal barometer. At least she says, yes, it's true that I poisoned their water. I could not enter Niliash itself, but I had heard of this bastard offshoot of their clan. I wanted to slay one of the Fahad. I took the journey from the Steadfast under considerable peril, and I brought death with me. They are not human. They are not. Surely I did right by my people.
Updated my journal.
This is the first time that I have tried something like this, and I do not regret what I did. The mutant prince wishes to see me show remorse, but he will not have the satisfaction. What's that sigil on your armor? She looks down, frowning, as if she had forgotten she wore such an emblem. This is the symbol of the Angulan Knights. The cross blades represent our ability to step beyond the laws of nations in order to deal true justice. We seek to reclaim the world for a humanity's light. What can you tell me of the Angular Knights? Her face lights with passion. The symbol of our order represents our willingness to step beyond the bounds of propriety and advance the cause of humanity. She looks around and lowers her voice. Actual humanity, you know. She tosses her hair. If you must take up the blade to mete out justice, we do not hesitate. We travel Midgard for the betterment of all, and those who oppose us, our mission, soon see the error of their ways. In the steadfast, the order of truth itself blesses us. I'm a knight marshal in our organization. I have proved myself many times over, and I will continue to do so as long as I draw breath. She leans back, her eyes closing. Our hunger for justice brings a great physical hunger as well. One council I recall, they brought us fresh waters distilled from the dew of the mountains, roasted and spiced in and exotic flaming cheeses. We do not ask anything of those we aid, but sometimes they are larges? What's that word? Humbles me. What can you tell me about Garkoto? The mutant prince, he eats. I need to remember the mutant is both male and female, swims in his disgusting stew of a tank, bathing in its own filth, and somehow it summons powers that keep the rest of its creatures in line. They said Garkoto was a wizard. I didn't believe them until the mutant imprisoned me with its powers. The exit is over there. You could easily overpower the mutants. Why don't you just leave? For a moment, her eyes threaten to tear, then she steels herself. Generosity in giving money or gifts. It's a soft G. So largesse. Prince Garkoto has cast a spell on me. Here, let me show you. She steps towards you, reaching a hand out to grasp your shoulder, but before she can touch you, her fingers begin to bend as if they had encountered an invisible wall. Thank you, Thor. You see, but in case you think I jest with you, she hurls herself at you shoulder first, and she rebounds dramatically, staggering backward. I'm confined to this space until I confessed. Test it for yourself. You lift your hand and wave it through the air. You can even step close to her, and you feel nothing. She takes your hand and says, now step back. You do, and at the exact same point where she rebounded from the air, her hand is torn from yours. They have to have their criminal, she says. I suppose I fit their bill. Well, you kinda confessed to me that you did it, so let's go tell Garkoto. Can you admit her crime to me? I see. In truth, it was not a mere confirmation of her crime that I sought. I wanted her to face her victims and admit what she did. Only then would I know if she feels anything for them. But if she's truly human or not. The voice crackles. A strange thing for a creature in a tank to be concerned with. Still, I thank you for telling me. Why do you want to open the new mall? We are exiles here, far from our home in Niliesh. It is sparks life from the grill. Pardon. We hope that the mall will open again in our fair city, but if it doesn't, as seems likely, we stand to profit from a potential new trade route. Either way, we benefit. I have been imprisoned. So Mo is here, there's something here, the two thieves are here, and that will be the southern half of the map. A construct lies motionless and partly disassembled here, spider-like legs splayed about it. A piece of knowledge clicks into place. This was a creature known as the Accelerator, a machine intelligence housed in a mechanical frame. Excuse me. Though they appear fearsome, the creatures are terrified of death and are always seeking new technology to incorporate them into themselves in the hope of prolonging their lives. Inspect the construct. You study the remains of the construct, putting the details together, noticing scattered piles of refuse and burnt holes in the back of its armor. The construct was like the cornered hero and tried to flee up the mounds of trash rather than fight its tormentors. They attacked it from behind, and it fell either dead or dying. You peer between the plates into the carcass's interior. Judging by the scratches, gouges, and broken components you see inside, someone purposefully jammed a blunt pole into the construct's innards in an attempt to crush its vital systems. Whether this happened before or after its death is unclear. Then you notice something odd. Some of its wounds are partially repaired, as if someone has been visiting the dead construct and haphazardly patching over the burnt holes. Search the construct for anything useful. You search for a few minutes but find nothing of value. Scavengers must have long ago picked this construct clean. Absently, you lay your hand upon a metal shell to push yourself away from the wreck and feel a faint, intermittent vibration. Reach into the hull and find the source of vibration you felt. Let's try Rin. Rin is a good one. We could spend 2 points with Tiber to get 90%. We could spend 2 points with Rin to get 100%, and she has a bigger pool too. So. Putting your shoulder up against one of the construct's vertical vents, you reach into the dark, probing carefully, following the vibrations rippling towards you. Straining, you walk your fingers up mesh-swaddled objects across a cable to a partially crushed cube strung with frayed wires. You recognize the cube as the construct's intelligence casing. It was catastrophically and perhaps deliberately damaged. The construct is well and truly dead. You carefully shift a loose hunk of metal from the cube's surface aside and keep looking for the source of the vibration. A wave of earthly sorrow crashes over you, tinged with flecks of hope. Your gaze shifts back to your hands and the hunk of metal. The alien emotion came through it into you. As if summoned by the thought, the small floating sphere drifts into view. It prods at the cube with a beam of light, then vibrates softly. Watch the sphere at work. The sphere drifts around the inside of the dead construct, occasionally halting to, yes, it's repairing damage, as if patching holes in the armor will bring its host back to life. Every few moments, it returns to the broken cube and attempts to repair it again. When nothing happens, the sphere vibrates, and when that happens, you hear a soft series of whirring clicks. You listen to the soft clicking for a long while, until you realize you are making the sounds yourself beneath your breath, speaking words of grief in the machine's tongue. I'm sorry, I forgot. Come back, come back. Take the sphere and the module. You pull the communication module from the surface of the cube, and the sphere follows, shivering in the open air. It turns as if taking in the ruined hulk one last time, then it settles into your open palm obediently, shuddering. It's an artifact. I wouldn't put it on. Let's listen to them all. A reddened mass of flesh protrudes from the bloom wall, surrounded by waving tendrils. The flesh is thick and strong, glistening like a newborn beast. A jagged seam runs across its surface, with faint light spilling from within. This is clearly another moe, though its raw, wet flesh suggests that it formed within the past few hours or days. The whispering voices of the bloom chitter in your ears, and all other sounds fade into the distance. Observe the behavior of the bloom tongues. The fleshy tendrils probe the air as if they've caught a faint scent of something they like. Their movements are quick and eager, giving an impression of youthful vigor. But they don't seem interested in you. No, they want Rin? No, they don't want Rin, do they? Listen carefully to the bloom's voices. Your thoughts are still addled from drinking the water of the bloom, but its hissings and chitterings somehow make more sense to you now. You can't grasp the meanings of the sounds, but you get a clear impression of desperate hunger for not a living thing, but a feeling. Sadness? No, it isn't that. Regret? Closer, but no.
I'll remember that.
Guilt. This moe feeds upon the guilt. And not just any guilt will suffice. You sense that it must be powerful and deeply held, or it will not be enough to satiate the moe. Who feels guilt? Does Harriet feel guilt? Could we convince her to feel guilt and feed it to the moe? She doesn't feel guilt or remorse at all. Guess that's that kind of out of the question then. Let's talk to the thieves.
Making a note.
You feel remorse? You do? This sharp-faced young man reminds you of a great rodent. You shouldn't have eaten some. More prone to scampering and sidling than running or walking. Shadows play across his face, distorting his features, and you're unable to get a clear glimpse of his face. Even so, or perhaps especially because of it, he seems to bear a notable resemblance to the young woman standing next to him, their faces shifting and changing in near perfect time. At your approach, he sniffles loudly and drools some phlegmy spit across your path. He wipes his mouth with the back of his hand. And though you can't see his face, his tone conveys the sneer clearly enough. What do you want, Popinjay? His voice echoes eerily, a slight delay between the movement of his lips and the sound reaching your ears. I don't like the look of this one, better get rid of her past. What can you tell me about this place? It's a parade every day, don't let the looks fool you. Little Nilyash is all about the laughter. Maybe you could let the fluid out of Garkoto's tank. That's a prank that never gets old. Make sure you do it while the guards are watching. I wish you'd actually try. What are you doing here? He looks at you incredulous, his voice dripping with sarcasm. He replies, "We are enjoying the fresh air, taking in the ambience. We are living our lives to their fullest." He looks at the young woman next to him and she begins to titter. Who are you? She draws himself up and seems to loom. I am the shadows. I am the terror in the night and creeping death. I'm the flesh of the blade. I am Groot. No, I am wrong. He throws his arms wide dramatically. A moment later, his companions does as well. The asynchrony is somewhat spoiling the effect. He hisses at her and the looming presence fades. We are terror, Delny. Scare her away. Who's the girl with you? For the briefest moment, you think you see the face of a victim in her shadows. She casts a despairing eye at you, and then the darkness fills her face with a sneer. Her? She's no one. I am wrong. Why does the girl's face keep changing when you talk? I said she's no one you need to be concerned about. She's my shadow and my hidden blade, and you should take care I don't stick you with her. I ask who the girl with you is. Why do you keep asking about her? Delny is mine, and she will stay mine until I say otherwise. I am the one who is interesting. I am the one you should care about. Why won't you let this go? This woman is pissing me off. Rang's rage seems to have loosened his control over his companion, for you see a flash of blue skin beneath the shadows. Her mouth works frantically, as if she's trying to tell you something while her captor struggles with his fury. With an effort of invisible will, Rang brings himself and her back under control again. The psychic bond you have on Delny, remove it. He laughs, a shivering peal of mirthless joy that sounds like ice breaking and glass ringing. She's mine, she'll go on my word, not yours. Strangle him! Intimidation. If you don't let her go, I will teach you what suffering truly is. You can get 85% with Eretis. 0% with Rin, of course. What can we do? Actually, we are not doing half bad either. We could use our might points for this. Let's go 100%. The young man opens his mouth for a sarcastic comeback, but realize that you might be serious. He holds his hands to placate you. All right, one moment. He concentrates, or rather doesn't concentrate, and the shadows flow away from his face and body. He's a much scrawnier person than you thought, almost gaunt, and he doesn't look at all dangerous or menacing. I wonder how long this tug's going to stick around the bloom. Maybe I can get her back someday.
I'll remember that.
He slinks toward the exit quickly and quietly, vanishing around the corner. Dalny drops to the ground as he vanishes, and her body begins to tremble and shake. Am I free? Oh gods, the pain, make it stop. Healing. Try to help her remain calm. I have no healing on anyone, do I? I could go 100% with the last cast off. Let's do that. Could we get a ban for this bot, please? If any mods are here right now. Her eyes snap open in blind terror, seeking any refuge from the nightmares that seem to be replaying in her head. Think about it. She sees you then, and she begins to relax immediately. Her muscles unclenching one by one, and she eases out of her seizure. Thank the gods you are not wrong, she whispers. Yeah, they are restricted. They are restricted in chat. All of the ones I come across are restricted on my channel, and I have heard some streamers talk about bots but not seen the messages myself. But in a couple of channels I see the exact same messages, so they are not restricted in every channel, it seems. And it might have something to do with automod settings, who knows. Shadows have peeled away, drifting into the air like poisonous smoke and revealing Dalny's true form. Her skin is an iridescent blue, and her hair is bright pink. He's really gone. I can feel him in my mind. You did it. Bahat be praised, you did it. She shakes her head as if to clear it, and a small trickle of bluish blood runs from the corner of her mouth, where she bits her tongue or lips. I don't know how to thank you. You must have questions. Tell me about yourself. I was born in Niliesh, and my parents were good people. I learned the walkways of the second tier by heart. That's how I discovered the portal to the bloom. I kept seeing the traders who came back from there here, and they always had such interesting wares. One day I snuck after them. I wanted to see where they came from. Her face darkens. That was the day that Bloom closed his pathway to my home. I used to think it was my fault, but Bloom doesn't seem to care for me now. After I got here and discovered I couldn't get home, I had to find a way to survive. I found 5 families who were willing to help me, and who could afford to feed me once every few days. I helped them when I could and kept looking for a way home, but as I got older, she looks embarrassed. I needed more excitement. That's when I met Wrong. She looks away, unwilling to say much more. I should have known better, but I was so lonely. No,
I'll
never
remember
again.
that.
Okay, let's run the ads. After the ads, we'll continue with this dialogue and the rest of Little Nelia. So stay tuned. Thank you for your patience. Do we have boosts? We don't have boosts. Okay, nice. Only 2 boosts today so far. I'm sure we'll get more. So
Thor
I guess
Obliterator just boosted returns.
I guess there's a chance we finish the game
just
today then.
boosted Nom Nom 8. Thor Obliterator just boosted Saga. Thor Obliterator just boosted Mitrell's Choice.
Ah,
Draven
Mitrell's
just
Choice.
boosted
Wow.
Anachronologically Right.
You never
Draven
do that,
just
Thor.
boosted Wizzy and Wari.
You never do that. Saga. Oh. Thank you for the boost, Thor and Raven. Let's see what I will choose. Let's go with Encased. So I guess there's a chance we finish the game today. And if that happens, we finish the poll today as well. Means today might be the last day of the poll. If you have still votes to cast, votes to change. Thank you, Parrot. Don't forget that Baldur's Gate 3 has passed Fallout 3 in the list, so if it ties with Fallout, it wins over Fallout. The order in the poll doesn't matter, the order in the list matters. Anyway. Also, since more of you are here now, possibly, we have a discussion going on Discord about how we might implement the system to bring back some of the games we have played as part of Critical Hits. It's titled Critical Hits Resurrection. It's on the suggestions channel right now. The system is going to come. We are going to find a way to implement a way for you to choose games for me to replay. We are just looking up some details. If you'd like to get in on the discussion, just check it out. Feel free to give us your own ideas. Feel free to criticize the ideas that are already stated in there, or show your support, or you know, if you have any problems with the whole idea, just anything you might have to say about replaying Critical Hits games, feel free to go there and tell us. Also, welcome back, everyone. Let's go back.
Bogu_Bogu just musted hey raise some support.
Welcome, Bogu. How are you doing? For your version of system,
Bogu_Bogu just musted, but not for anything in top 4.
Just the game back crit list. No. For my simple version, it gets the game resurrected. It doesn't. It has nothing to do with putting it back for boosting.
Bogu just musted get wrecked BG3.
But I don't think it's going to be like that. Or I don't think I will keep that idea as is. I think I feel it's better to find a system like Parrots, where there is an initial way to resurrect a game, but once resurrected, it goes back to the boost list. I don't know. I obviously haven't made any decisions yet, so just tell me your opinions and we will get wrecked BG3. Does that mean you are voting on Fallout 3? Or, I mean, boosting Fallout 3? Here's some support, but not for anything in top 4. Yeah, okay. It might be a little early for Resurrection. Still plenty of interesting games on the list to play. No, I understand that. But implementing a system like Resurrection today doesn't mean we will stop playing new games. Especially if it's a system that takes even more time than getting a regular game selected. Like a system like Parrot was talking about, Parrot proposed. Then probably it will take at least a few months for even the first game to be resurrected. So, and also any game to be resurrected would have to fight against any new games. I don't know if it's too early or when is a good time. I've been streaming for 3 years now almost. I mean, the system will come in one form or another. In one form or another, we will have a resurrection system, but it will be again completely up to you all to make me either replay a game or play a new game. Yeah, of course, Bart. It was my psychic power that drew him to me. We saw what I had. He wanted to take it, use for himself. He called me an empathic amplifier. I could read people, and I could make their feelings stronger. He used me to find out who the scared people were, and then we preyed on them. How did you fall in with wrong in the first place? He seemed dark and fascinating. The adults didn't want me to go near him, but he was like a mirror of what I wanted to be. Strong, mysterious, ambitious. I let him bend me and used my powers to make him more of what he wanted to be, and I didn't realize I was trapped until it was too late. If it's a bunch of effort just to get back on the list, and then it still has to get boosted up normally outside of a super supported game like Aristoteles, you don't seems to like it, like maybe one rejected game a year. Yeah, if that, which could be fine, but seems like a lot of hullabaloo for not much. Personally, there's still so many other games you want. You wouldn't spend your moves on it. Yeah, that's perfectly understandable. This is for people who might want to see a replay over a new game. We are just creating a mechanism for games to be replayed. We are not encouraging replays or telling that you should choose replays. If you want to see a new game, then of course. But I do think some games would get some support over new games, and especially as we keep playing more and more games, as Parrot was saying, the choices we are left with are more and more niche. Like, think of some games we have played: Baldur's Gate, Fallout, Arcanum, Diablo. Those are highly popular games, and as the system is currently, I will never be able to replay them. If you call back to life a game, you have to boost the top 4, do it from previous time, new one add together. No, it would be reset. You would have to restart to put it back to top 4. Well, that is one idea. We haven't decided on the specifics yet. In my original idea, there would be no boosting. In Parrot's idea, it goes back into the list. So we haven't decided. These are the kind of stuff that we are discussing right now. So if you have any preferences or ideas, just put it on the thread there. I let him bend me and use my powers to make him more of what he wanted to be, and I didn't realize I was trapped until it was too late. You had quite the time of it. How are you feeling? Even though I'm still in the bloom, even though we are still surrounded by all this, even though I need to make amends to everyone I robbed and bullied with wrong, I feel hopeful. It feels like a new beginning, like the night has been peeled away and discarded. Farewell. Can we find wrong? The newborn Mo feeds on guilt. If you want to know if Harriet feels any remorse for her crimes, let her face the Mo.
Making a note.
Yes, the voice murmurs. This is a perfect trial for our prisoner. She can stand before the Mo, and unless she has completely divorced herself from human feeling, the bloom will take its due. A fitting punishment. Once she has done this, she is free to go. The speaker crackles. You will find a disc on her forehead. Turn it 3 times with her shins to release her from her prison. Tell her that if she survives the Mo, she has earned her freedom. That's not a bad idea, yeah. Gargotto has agreed to release you, but only if you face the Mo and allow it to draw out your guilt. Ah, I have nothing to confess or to regret, so the Mo will find me a paltry meal. I accept your bargain. The disc on her forehead pulses briefly and loses its cohesion to her flesh. It falls to the ground, and Harria's eyes widen as her imaginary prison disappears. She bends over to pick up the disc, and she passes it to you with a mocking smile. As a knight, I live by my honor, and it's my honor to put some miles between this place and me. Quick jaunt to the small, and then I'll show my heels. With a slight sneer, Harriet steps toward the mole. I will tell you what I regret, she declares. Let the bloom do its worst. Confidence shines from her face, and her proud carriage, even despite the filth that smears her armor, makes her look every inch the knight she claims to be. Most tongues reach out to her, grasping and tugging, and as they penetrate into her flesh and draw her close, you can see the
Ike at 1
first
claw
flickers of
just
doubt and
boosted
fear.
Gorky 17. Ike at 1 claw just boosted Return to Kronder. Ike at 1 claw just boosted Age of Decadence.
Welcome, kids. Happy Sunday. Hope you are doing well. Her eyes focus somewhere far away, and she addresses someone who isn't here. She begins to speak through gritted teeth, as if resisting the pull of the maw on her memories. The spotted does. I cared little for her sister, but your sadness made me cry. She breathes deeply, and something inside her seems to break. Her stoic masks begins to crumble. No, they were mutants. I did what was right. I didn't mean for them to die. Not like that. Not painfully. Not twitching, prodding, kicking. Not the children. She swallows. I saw some of the metal before I crumbled it into the air. I thought the dose was still toxic. Tears begin to stream down her
I'm
cheeks.
the brood mother! Don't you ever forget!
Hey Prince, how are you doing? Welcome and happy Sunday. Toxic it was, but not enough to drop them. The screams, that was the first time they ever seemed human to me. But skinning the yellow woman, her tentacles, her sting, she cried and wailed, but she was a monster. Harriet sobs and her voice drops to a monotone. Cutting out her babies was a blessing to her, stopping more monsters from entering the world, we all agreed. We all agreed, but the children looked as human as Henny. Keep talking. She doesn't seem to hear, her voice reciting a litany of further crimes. When we brought the tunnel down on the diggers, I could hear their cries through the rubble. Rather than offer mercy, I gave them fire to steal away their breath. Her voice drones on, and somehow this makes her story more horrifying. I herded the weeping families into the spine, even though I knew the resonances of the chamber would slowly shiver them apart. I hated them, I thought, but it was only because I feared my fellows' scorn. They were human, in every way that matters. What have I done? I called down the treasures, and I stood guard with my blazing spear to keep the fathers from saving their children. I laughed at their cries, and I disemboweled the one because I thought he might serve as a lesson. His blood ran with that of his children, and they all suffered to see the others in agony. We wagered over who would die first. She stopped talking. I'm a greater monster than they ever were. I deserve a death worse than I gave them. I suppose any death will do, though. A piece of shattered synth lies on the ground nearby. Harriet snatches it with her free hand and brings it to her neck. Tears pour down her cheeks and she murmurs, I'm so sorry. Initiative, grab her hand. We need that maw open. 95%. You grab her wrist before she can slash her throat, and her pain-filled eyes focus on you. Let me die, she whispers, and she leans into the synth. You can barely keep it from her. She's strong, and she clearly wants to end her agony. You want to atone for what you did? Suicide is the easy way, the coward's way. Ah. Okay. Let's go 100%. She drops the synth and begins to sob, great racking heaves. The bloom's tongues withdraw from her, leaving her sitting on the ground with her new self-knowledge and her grief. Her eyes are distant, almost vacant, and she stands on weakened legs. She totters a short distance and looks back over her shoulder at you. I am so sorry, she whispers, then stumbles away.
Updated my journal.
Air stirs around you, slowly at first, and then a gust as the maw begins to open, expelling atmosphere from an alien world into the little Niliash. The black tunnel opens, the skein between worlds stretching taut and then snapping like a call from an infant's face. Okay, so I wonder where that goes. To Lost Anchorage. Ah, okay. We were looking for a way there, for a quest. So Harriet lives. Let us hope that she understands the magnitude of her actions. In time, she may learn something of compassion. The grill sparks and fizzles as Garkota whispers, but such is not my experience. Some strange strangle sound comes from the grill at the front of the tank. Before you go, what became of the device that bound Harriet to her prison? I have it, let me return it. I didn't even look at that. What was it that we picked up? I forgot about it. Harriet's prison. My thanks, friend. It has served me well for years. I'm curious now. I'm curious what I gave away. Should have looked at the item, but I forgot. I could have used the check to keep it. Oh well, it's okay. No, but we found it. I guess I have to go in first. Lost anchorage.
Updated my journal.
This careworn woman is dressed in strange ornate armor. Her bearing is military stiff, and her eyes roam constantly, though the rest of her body is under strict control. She assesses you in glance. Outworlder, the bloom portal is open. It's good that you spoke to me first. Few Laskers speak your tongue, officers mainly. She clucks her tongue. We need practice. Welcome to the anchorage. It is good that the portal has opened again. Perhaps we can recover our missing people. I am Captain Jenner. This anchorage is my command. All you see is under my command. Explore our home if you like, but our traditions, respect them, please. You're glad I got to this place? I met some of your crew in the bloom. Jemadar Araki and her crew. She presses a hand to her chest and bows her head. Our thanks, Outworlder, from myself and from my crew. Should you see her again, please tell her that the way to the anchorage is open to her. Blessed day, our people have returned to us. Tell me more about your people. We lived here on the anchorage as did our ancestors for countless generations. Trapped here, they grow old, intermarried, raised families. Our laws came one by one as we built a new society here in isolation. We are military, Laskers, soldiers, sailors. We are hierarchy and strength. All know their place. All have the chance to ascend on merit. No favoritism. My own child is not even a Jamadar. I do not review her records. I could lose my position for such an infraction. She shrugs. All families have such struggles. Perhaps we will serve together one day. What a wonder that would be. Thank you, Thor. Such a family are we Laskers. We struggle against time, against memory, as we keep an eye to the sky, always dreaming of escape. Until then, we hold traditions of the civilizations of home. Can I help you leave the anchorage? She smiles slightly. We are not searching for any port that will take refugees. We await the ship that will come for us. Our tradition tells us that home has not forgotten us, and that we will one day breathe its air again. Until we can reach home, we will not. She chuckles. Would you summon the ship for us to create a pathway to our native land? We will gladly depart, but not until then. Tell me about the ship. Until the ship appears from the void and comes to take us home, we serve the anchorage as the generations uncounted before us. Some fear the ship may never come. We hold our eyes to the heavens in faith. She spreads her hands wide. Until that day, we toil. When the ship comes, and it comes soon, it will find a welcome berth in our anchorage and in our hearts. How long have you waited for the ship? As long as necessary, Outworlder. She stops, retranslating your words. Apologies. We have waited for many families, many parents. My family, and back many families before them. The Cortex would know surely, but I do not think we wait much longer. Something in the anchorage is air. It smells of our time here coming to an end. The ship will come soon. Ganges feels the same, and he would know better than any. What's that pinging noise? She looks at this strangely for a moment, as if she had no idea of what you spoke. Then the comprehension comes. Ah, the signal. For so long have I heard it I had forgotten. We call for the ship. Perhaps it has become lost. If so, we light a beacon in the void. Tell me more about the anchorage. The void is great and vast. It holds terrors. The anchorage is respite, a place of rest and safety. There were once many ships with many people. They came here, rested, refueled, took on passengers. Passengers traveled to many worlds around many stars, and then they stopped coming, but we remain. Are your ancestors the ones who built this place? She shakes her head. I do not think so. We lived here many years, but if we built the anchorage, no memories remain. They tell us only that we serve. Perhaps it was built by our people. Perhaps it was always here. We do not know. Even the cortex does not tell us. There are older things than that which we hold dear. Tell me more about your society. I lead. As captain, the anchorage is my command. Marriages, I approve. I lead the rites. To me falls all the responsibility for survival. She smiles. But such duties are onerous. I delegate as captains did before me. So we have pilots, majors, jamadars, and others. They prove themselves through work, rise through ranks. Every 10 years, those of high rank may challenge me for my position. We speak to the cortex and match our minds. We solve scheduling, mathematical, logistical problems. Should my challenger win, I retire and advise. We cannot survive without cooperation. What is that cortex you mentioned? It's a device sacred to us, she says carefully, her eyes on yours. It's our only connection to our lost home. She folds her arms and adds, we do not allow outworlders to see it. I mean no offense, but do not ask. Why can't I visit the cortex? She exhales, teeth clench and looks up. Fury wavers like a trapped flame behind her eyes. We were not always so protective. That was before other outworlders tried to steal it a few years ago. She holds up a hand. Perhaps you are different. This does not matter. No outworlder will be allowed to see the cortex again. Can you tell me anything about the outworlders who tried to steal the cortex? She growls, sweeping a hand over her head. Clearly, she regrets broaching the topic at all. We were foolish. They came to us through a portal from your world. We welcomed them as guests and showed them the anchorage, the cortex. Her hand is a fist at her side. One of them put hands on it. His friends attacked us, the anchorage, burning the walls with their fire.
I'll remember that.
Shaking her head, she continues. We killed them, of course. All except the one who touched the cortex. Him, he questioned until he died, screaming a word over and over. She watches your face. The word was Dracogen. Wow. Farewell, Caps. Dracogen wanted the cortex? I found a mob in Little Niliesh. It looks like it leads to your anchorage. Ooh, 150% on quick finger task. Smashing task. For the first time, a broad smile cracks her face. A savior, truly, the opener of the ways we can rescue maroon travelers. She turns and speaks to her crewmates. Shalanaskun Towelt, Getsa! She turns back to you and presses a small device into your hand. Is useful, old but reliable. Ah, this woman is a skilled navigator in the realm of flesh. At last we will return home, to the anchorage that is.
I'm ready to learn something new. Yes?
Alright, let's see. What could we... Am I interested in any skills? I guess persuasion is a good one to have on this character as well. But if I increase my intellect edge, oh, there's the effort limit. I feel like I'm having to use persuasion and even deception a lot with the main character. I guess I will. The points here. What about abilities? Gravity manipulation. Nah. Yeah, sure. Persuasion. Let's talk to Dragchan quickly. Also, I think I can let this guy go. I want to set you free. Rin clutches your wrist, a smile bursting across her face. What? A mix of emotions you can't read washes over his face. Why? I'm a criminal, a killer. You can't set me free. A killer? I thought you were only a thief. He looks away, but not before you catch a wet shine on his eye. I killed my sister. We were kids. I used to play pranks on her all the time. Stupid pranks, but I never meant any harm.
Dissection time.
Welcome, Vera. Happy Sunday.
Verumamo just boosted fire. Verumamo just boosted water. Verumamo just boosted
I'm
darkness.
gonna get Rip Burger even if I die trying.
Thanks for the boost, Vera. Hope you're doing well. You're probably going to lurk. There's a slight chance we finish the game today. So, if you have any words to change or anything, just fair warning. It's not likely, but it's possible. Just saying. Okay, enjoy your lurk. But one time, he swallows hard twice, then his story bursts out of him like water from a dam. Cassandra couldn't swim right, but she loved the water. She'd go out on the harbor every day in this little coracle, just to scare her. Just to scare her, I dug a leak in the boat. Then I hid behind a rock and waited for her to come. But She looks down at his feet, his face completely shadowed. I fell asleep. I woke up to her screaming, but she was too far out. It was too late to save her. It sounds like it was an accident. Surely you punished yourself enough. That's horrible. I'm so sorry. He nods humbly. I didn't turn myself in for a long time. I spent 10 years running, wishing I could just cut out my heart so I wouldn't have to feel the guilt and pain anymore. He clutches his chest for emphasis. The third time they caught me for stealing, they told me I was a man now, responsible for my actions and old enough for a man's prison. I thought about what that meant, to be a man, to own what I did, and I decided I had to start over. But not before I'd paid for what I'd done.
I'll remember that.
I heard others volunteer for slavery, like letting the bloom decide whether they were worthy of freedom or not. I decided, one way or another, that's how I would be free too. So I guess we could have used Koti as a guild to feed them all. Your sister's death is past. She lived her life. I free you to live yours. Alright, I guess. I robbed her of her life. Still, I did say I would submit to my master, whatever she wishes. But what will I do? I only know how to steal. Probably I'll just end up in prison again. What if I found your job? Yeah, alright. You're the boss, I
I'll
guess.
remember that.
What job? What job? Let's talk to Kian. Delny won't be bothering you anymore, and Wrong is gone. For good, I hope.
Making a note.
Eats cup, an oddity. Well, she says, the doubt in her voice clear. I certainly hope you are right. Regardless, you have done more than I ever could, and you have my gratitude. She produces a pouch from her pocket. Please accept this in thanks. If Wrong is truly gone, I can afford a little excess. Also, you may feel free to sleep here anytime, no charge. Ah, okay. I wonder what she could have done with Wrong. I hope she remains amiable toward me. Oh, it's free. Okay, I imagine there might... be a discount, but it's free, okay? Gristler tells me that the trade post is gone, devoured. His voice sharpens, his gaze is intense. You have agreed to my terms? Do you now tell me that you cannot fulfill your end of the bargain? I think not, you are resourceful. He frowns. I doubt the trade post is truly gone. You simply need to find another mob that will take you there. Is this Casto weaker than her kind, or is he simply toying with me? I heard that you have sought the cortex from the anchorage
I'll
before.
remember that.
He bows slightly. Indeed, as I mentioned, I have an interest in unique artifacts, and I occasionally found expeditions to find these artifacts. When the bloom opened on the anchorage, I offered a reward to the team that could bring me interesting treasures from this location. Alas, the Lascars caught and persecuted my employees. He smiles. When we have concluded our business with the amulets, I may have a proposition for you. Very well. Is he going to ask me to steal? Steal the cortex? We might have a job for Koti. There's a boy over there named Koti. I was wondering if you could give him a job. A soldier? I don't know. Seems kinda mean for Koti. Can't we find something else? You're right, Rin. We'll find something more suitable. Rin doesn't say anything, but she flashes you a smile and squeezes your hand. Well. Okay, I guess we can find something else for Koti. But what? As you approach the two merchants, you notice that the human is red-faced and fuming. The veins all over his large head look ready to burst. The bloom, he sputters. Now it's devouring our wagon. Gods, nothing good happens here, and that damn guy isn't doing a thing. Maybe I can help. Surprised, the merchant sizes you up with a glance. Maybe you can. We've been trying to pull the wagon free and getting nowhere, but another pair of arms might make the difference. She'll have to put her back into it. Maybe you've got a chance. Okay. Help the guards pull the wagon free. There it is. 65%. Ah. It's pretty bad. We can go 85 using all our might pool. Sure, let's do that. Oh, I failed. You step up on the wagon and begin to heave in time with the three guards. Red-faced and straining, you show with all your might to extricate the sinking wagon. But it's not enough. After nearly 2 minutes of pushing from all angles, you collapse against the wagon, exhausted. Damn it all, curses one of the guards. Damn it! He kicks one of the wheels and throws his hands into the air. His boss looks at you and shakes his head. Don't mind Alker, he needed the pay from this job. And it don't look like it's going to be coming. Thanks for trying to help. Let's try again. What? 80% failed too? Once more, you join the guards, heave with all your might. You sweat and strain, the wagon is still stuck fast. Wow. Without a word, you throw your shoulder into the back of the wagon and begin to heave in time with the guards. Surprised at your sudden generosity, they slacken for a moment and then, as if trying to prove themselves, redouble their efforts. You can feel a great, almost ultrasonic rumble of the displeasure as the bloom's flesh begins to tear. Fibers pop one at a time and suddenly the wagon is free and you stagger after it. In the fissure that was devouring the wagon, you see an object, some bit of Numenera, but the bloom flesh is already closing on it. Rin. Oh, come on! What are these now failing in 90%? You drop quickly to your knees and plunge your arm into the rut. Your fingers close over the device and you begin to pull it free of the wound. But the bloom's flesh is knitting itself back together too quickly and it closes around your hand. You manage to tear your hand free, but the device is lost. I'm going to reload. Terrible rolls. I would be okay with failing the mitral. But 90% failure of missing the Numenera was too much. Oh, what's happening? Failed 85% again. Is today the day when we fail everything? Honestly, we have been doing too well until today. Okay, at least we did it. You drop quickly to your knees and plunge your arm into the rut. Your fingers close over the device and you pull it out of the wound before the bloom flesh knits itself back together. Gains decipher sickness minor fatal. I've been succeeding in everything. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Permanently increase intellect by 1 and gain obo perception plus 2 training in person. Wow, whoa. Wait, though, it's a negative. It's a temporary fatal. You have our thanks, stranger, says the eldest of guards. If we'd lost the wagon, we'd have lost our pay. You're a damn sight more helpful than most around here. Why don't you go talk to our employers over here? Maybe they'll have something for you. Okay, so that's too much. Okay. Active until next sleep. I might just sleep again. I never thought we'd free that wagon. The human merchant grins like a madman and does a little jig, his massive head lolling back and forth like a pendulum. First good thing that's happened to us in this godforsaken monster. Here, he tosses you a purse of shins. That's the same as I paid the Memovera for our passage into the bloom, and you're a lot more deserving than she is. You hear that, you great greedy wench? He shouts in the direction of the Memovera's courtyard and spits derisively. Okay. Well, we still need to find a job for Coty. Would you be interested maybe now?
Did you want something?
I didn't even click on you. I found the back way into the trade post through a mob insurgent slump. Mobs are unpredictable at best, and getting our wagon over to the slump without being robbed by murderers seems a questionable prospect. The merchants glance at each other. We'll think on it. It's not the trade post we're interested in anyway. What if it's the door to the Ascension is close to? Maybe Sunderman will have a job for Coty. I'll sell this, I think. Oh, I needed to check that. It's a pretty good shield. Pretty sweet shield. We can give it to Tibir. We may find a job maybe in Surgeon Slump. I'm not going to give you money. Did I ever talk to this guy? You see a tall, nervous man pacing back and forth. His hair is a mess, his clothing stained with food and chemicals. His left eye is an engraved orb of metal, and you can hear it whirring from a distance. He casts fretful glances all around the space, as if waiting for someone or something. Do I know you? He peers at your tattoo, then at your face. You seem vaguely familiar. Perhaps I've seen you somewhere before. My name is Orth Wong. What can you tell me about yourself? I was a researcher at the Order of Truth, but they objected to the work I was doing for a friend. Suffice to say that it's not going well. And I can't talk about it to anyone but him. Can you tell me anything more about yourself? Nothing that I'm comfortable sharing. He gives you a weak smile. I'm certain you understand. You're doing research for a friend? Will you tell me his name? I suppose it doesn't matter. His name's Aligarn. Oh, what? Perhaps your face betrays a sense of recognition, or the Iron Priest is just unusually perceptive, for he immediately brightens. You know him, don't you? Please, if you can get a message to Aligarn, ask him to meet me here. Or bring him here yourself. It's extremely important that I speak to him. Okay. Huh. What are you doing in this place? I seem out of my element, do I? It's the robes. He plucks at the rich fabric, which is far too clean for the bloom. I need the quiet place to continue my research project, somewhere I wouldn't be disturbed. I'm not the first Iron Priest to end up in the slump, though you wouldn't know it to look at these people. At least there's an educated community here of sorts. What happened to your left eye? This? Oh, nothing. I was doing some research in the Order of Truth and found this delightful apparatus. I thought that it has appeared to be a prosthetic device, and as I was studying it more closely, it leapt onto my face and devoured my eye. Then it mated itself with my visual cortex. The pain was tremendous, of course, just blinding, if you'll pardon the phrasing. But when I woke, I discovered I could see in multiple spectra, discern remarkably small objects, occasionally expand my consciousness into other dimensions, or perhaps those are just headaches paired with euphoria. Whatever the case, it was a worthwhile sacrifice, and I hardly ever noticed it anymore. Okay. We'll call Aligarn right now after talking to Demre and Overwitch. I just wanted to let you know that Overwitch's eye has restored a blind woman's sight. It did? I mean, of course it did. Remarkable. A pity we didn't think to try that with another subject sooner. Indeed, he bows. We have a nigh unbreakable guarantee of the efficacy of our cures. He turns and whispers to Demre, though loudly enough that you can hear it. That was lucky, was it not? I hoped, but I did not know. He beams at you. Now, how can I help? You cannot help me. No one can.
War makes villains of us all. But what Herja did...
What we all did. He spreads his hands as if trying to hold something foul at bay. Like looking in a mirror, wasn't it? That's love, he says, hurt and angry in his eyes. I've done things I regret, but if you think I'm anything like that, you're a damn poor judge of character. He shakes his head angry. I would never... His eyes turn inward. I wouldn't, would I? Probably. It's best we part ways.
Ready to test this out.
Making a note.
Aligarn, I heard you were in the bloom, but I didn't dare come to look for you. He looks at you anxiously. I had a revelation about your tattoos as I was examining the frame, and if I could just compare the windings of your tattoos with the circuitry of the frame, I could verify my hypothesis. Unfortunately, Murden stole the frame, and I have no idea where is it. Did you get my note? Orth? What in the name of the Black Tree are you doing here? Why did you leave the Order of Truth? He reaches out and grabs Orth's lapels and grits. What note? I left you a note at the Order of Truth. I thought you'd surely go back there. Slow horror begins to dawn on his face. Did you stop using the tattoos? No, I've been working on powering them, making them more effective, honing my control. He looks serious, it worries me. What could have set him off like this? He pinches the bridge of his nose. Alright, that's my fault. I should have been more clear. And maybe it's nothing. I need the frame to be sure though, but stop using them right now. Keep them close to you. Is this the flame you are looking for? One quick glance at it is apparently all he needs. He yelps with delight, takes it from your hands and strokes the joints of the collapsed frame. He studies it carefully. It doesn't appear that the murders have damaged it extensively. He still seems to have that constant low hum of power. And yes, this will do nicely. He hands you a bag with an impressive amount of shins inside.
I need to talk to you.
He grabs Eligorn's forearm. Pull one of these halfway out, Ellie. He keeps his right trained on the frame. As Eligorn lifts a tattoo, hissing and buzzing from his skin, Orth leans forward, licking his lips. Yes, he whispers. Yes. He grabs Eligorn and kisses his friend full on the mouth. My friend, I forbid you to use your tattoos anymore unless, he pauses, clearly building for dramatic effect, unless you enjoy throwing your family and friends. He beams. His mouth hangs slightly open, and there's a sunken look to his eyes. My family? The smile slowly disappears from his face. I thought this might be happier news for you, Eligorn. Do you understand what I'm saying? Say nothing. I'm saying that all this time, Eligorn, you have been carrying around your family and friends. They've been transmuted in the energy and transplanted onto your forearms. Those creatures you saw, nothing more than a visual representation of the deconstruction process. Your family wasn't devoured, Eligorn. They're alive. Orth, are you saying that I have been using my family and friends as weapons? I have been stealing their power to defend myself. Have I damaged them? She grabs Fong's arms and rasps. How do I restore them to humanity? How many times have I used them? Why did I never count, never think? Well, yes, you've been using them like that, which is why I suggested that you take special care with them. But they might not have suffered ill effects, I cannot say for sure. All you need to do is reactivate the frame and they will be restored to you. He scuffs the ground with his foot and mutters, we can evaluate your progress then. We are still getting this backstory. He snatches the frame from Orth and snaps it out to its full expanse. He runs his fingers along the sides. So is this what we would encounter in the valley? Did it appear here because we missed it there? Or this is another thing? He runs his fingers along the sides, his agitation increasing by the moment. Why is this not working? Orth, why isn't this working? Perhaps it requires a special activation sequence, Eligorn. Is that true, Orth? Could that be it? Perhaps, yes. If this device functions as a matter of decoherence and imprinting transfer, it would necessarily require a passcode of some sort to unlock it. It wouldn't do the ancient users any good if they accidentally recorporealized their passengers, would it? It would require an act of intentionality. He taps his lips thoughtfully. So, do you happen to know any extremely powerful psychics? Someone stronger than mere mind reader? One of them might know how to unlock this code from your mind. But I am no student of the psionic arts, my friend. I have done for you what I can, and frankly, I think my efforts have been sufficient. He considers, I might know just the person. She's back in Sagas Cliffs. Once we are out of the balloon, and I'm done with this cast-off business, I'll go find her. He wraps his arms around Fong in a sudden embrace, and his voice is husky. I am forever in your debt. You have been sufficient, and more than sufficient, you have been heroic. I will. It's a separate thing. In that it's not talking with Ord Fong. The wiki said the quest was starting the valley with an attraction. Interesting. I picked up a quest to bring them a frame, but I already had the frame, so I gave it away. I gave the frame and we saw the rest of the dialogue immediately. Fong waves an embarrassed hand. You gave me a puzzle, Eligorn. It was a delight. He frowns a little, though if you could explain to Min just how helpful I've been, and tell him how I unlocked the secret none of them could, that would go a long way toward clearing this debt you mentioned. He fakes a cough, as if unused to displaying emotion. Well, my work is finished. I really must return to my position in the order. Farewell. You think they have this as backup, still let you do the quest even though you didn't initiate in the valley. That's nice, okay. I'm glad. I'm glad. So we didn't really miss Eligorn's quest now. We did it now, it seems. Eligorn's was the final one that I had doubts about.
I don't know how to thank you for your help with the frame, with the tattoos, with my family. I know I haven't been the easiest companion, or the most trusting. I Hope now you know why I behaved as I did.
For the first time, the pain in Eligern's eyes is gone. The tight lines that surround his mouth have loosened, and something that looks almost like hope struggles to creep into his expression. I wish we'd known sooner. I'd have stopped using the tattoos if my family, my friends are damaged. He swallows. I guess we'll see what happens. Alright, goodbye.
Deadly little thing, isn't it?
What kind of a job are we going to find for Koti? Maybe Ioksu has a job? I don't know. Maybe something in the mutants village. With the glamour removed from her, you can see Delny for who she truly is, a young mutant woman, slender, her light blue skin accentuated by her bright pink hair. Her features are still sharp, but she still has the softness of youth about her. Her voice is light but sincere. Thank you for freeing me of Wrong's influence. His mind was, she shivers. This is like waking from a nightmare. Maybe Garkoto has a job. I opened the new mall, but I found some kind of terminal or port on the other side, not your city of Niliesh. Garkoto hisses in disappointment and its great bulk trashes in the tank. Alas, it would appear that we must remain in the bloom for now. We shall find another route home eventually. The murky gases swirl around the prince's corpulent form. Opening mall has served the residents of Little Niliesh. Name your fee. I do not ask a fee. I sought to find a way to Niliesh for your people, and I failed. The work itself was reward enough. I hope that I have helped someone.
I'm ready to become even more
You do us
heroic.
all an unexpected honor. You have my gratitude, cast off. Okay, we have some level
Well
ups
met
here.
yourself. Is there more danger?
I guess maybe healing. Crescendo. One thing. Nothing I'm interested about. Rin. Maybe I'll pick up one of the lures. Or I'll just pick up extra effort. Um, let's go with extra effort. Okay, so we have to enter the Lost Anchorage. Still, we haven't explored it. A stunning man in formidable garb greets you with arms wide open. His golden eyes stir strange, unbidden feelings in you. My friend, he says, spreading his arms. Welcome. I am Ain Tozen. Hey, drummer. Welcome. The sound of his deep, rumbling voice makes you think of a waterfall at the rise of the morning sun, beatific and profound. It makes you feel drunk. Then you see Rin taking a step back, putting you partially between her and the man. She cocks her head to the side, still very but curious. Do you know this man,
I
Rin?
know you're busy, but could
No.
we talk?
She sounds certain, but her expression suggests she's still mulling it over. Now, what can I do for you? He says with a puzzled glance at her. What a strange thing to do. Where is she hiding from me? Study the man. You watch him quietly for a moment, and something odd happens. His gaze thickens, drifting away from you, as though you have vanished, as though you are only visible to him when you are speaking. And yet you still feel that probing warmth within your mind, like fingers searching for dark space for treasure or food. Are you trying to hypnotize me? No, not trying. Trying requires effort, and the effect is quite beyond my control, he says with a slight, genuine smile. The effect is caused by my passion for studying the web of connections between people, even separated by words, or... He pauses, his smile fading. Death. Even in death, connections persist. I'm surprised he's still as coherent as he is. Oh well, it's just a matter of time. His humor continues fading, and he seems thinner now, frailer, less human. His voice is a dry, papery, ancient thing. My studies took me all over this world and to lands beyond stars before I finally came to the bloom. Here my hunger took on a more literal meaning. With careful hands, he opens his clothing, exposing a mole, one of the bloom's sentient Hey, this is the guy with a bloom in his chest. I mean, with a mole. You sense otherness beyond it, a gateway to a place beyond this one. I told you that my studies changed when I came to the bloom, he says. One of the most tentacles winds around his wrist. This is how. A mole claimed me. Now we both feed, quite harmlessly, mind you, on the connections between people. I understand the sensation can be quite pleasant. The tentacle slips reluctantly from his arm. If you wish to feed us, bring us a close friend to visit us. We will be here, waiting. What? Are we supposed to feed him someone? Okay, we are going to see what that is. We are going to see what that feeding is. Maybe we'll feed him We'll feed him and see what that does. I'm going to take a few minutes break. I will be back in 5-6 minutes or so. And we are going to continue the game then. Yeah, stay tuned. Hope you stick around. I shall be right back. What is he doing? I'm back. Welcome, Proc. Thanks for sticking around, everybody. We have boosts.
Welcome back.
Think about it. Age of Decadence passes under rail. Thank you, Draven. Okay. Oh. Scald. Darklands. Sacred. Dawn. Zoria. Solasta. Mono Trigger. Dragon Age Saga 1 and 2. Thank you for the boosts. Bogo, Ikit, Veru, Drummer, Ash, Parrot, Dude, Proc. Okay, so we need to... Let's talk to Rin first. She looks as though she's about to say something, then shuts her mouth. This happens 3 times before she gives up. You're acting strange around Ain Thozon. Why? I don't know. I would remember if I'd seen him before, wouldn't I? If I'd been in this terrible place. She shakes her head. Maybe we should see what he can do, just in case. Should I maybe feed him Rin? Or Well,
Yes, lass.
let's get with us. It's directly connected to Oom's quest, but we just need to learn Tidal Surge from him to continue Oom's quest. Might it also be connected to Rin? I brought you an ally to feed you as you asked. Would any of them satisfy you? Eintozon closes his eyes and concentrates. A silky heat fills the air. You feel comfortable, lazy, happy. He holds one hand before him, centered on your chest, then his finger moves. Over to Eridus. Past Doom without a moment's hesitation. A wide smile consumes his face. Declare a name, I will feed. What about me? I have strong feelings toward her. Unfortunately not, he says. I mean no offense, but my studies require subjects above a certain age. Expression of distaste flashes over his face, well hidden by his charming smile. It can only be Eridus? So, and Rina is out of the question. Huh. I wonder why Rin was so uncomfortable. I guess we can try Eridus. Why not? I don't know what this is. I guess this is an experimental attempt right now. We can reload. Let me save again. You have the connection you're looking for. I guess the connection is if we have gained their trust, we have gained Calistige, Eligern, and Eridus. Maybe Matkina as well. Not Tiber. Well, let's try Eridus. Eridus. Good, he says, rubbing his hands together with a rasping sound. A pleasant, insidious warmth streams through you, lacing every vein with pleasure. Tell me, he says, turning to Eridus. Tell me how you met. Eridus speaks, but you can't focus on his words. You feel the heat of his regard for you diminishing, but find it momentarily hard to care. Though the thunderous pulses of pleasure, you see the tentacles spilling from within Eintozon clothing, a mauve opening. Rin peers through the portal and the world beyond it. She slumps. Following her gaze, you find Eintozon staring at her in return, a curious expression on his face. Of course, never thought I'd see her again after the way she tore out of here. A pale, transparent figure steps out from whatever world lies. Oh, what's that? On the other side, he turns this way and that, perhaps attempting to get his bearings. Seeing Eintozon and his maw directly behind him, he scampers off to the side to create some personal space, or finally noticing you, he gives a cheery wave. Enjoy your flirt, Ash. Enjoy your food. Thank you for the lark. Entozan conceals the maw once more and gives you a tremulous smile. Your companion falls silent with a puzzled expression. What just happened? Kuvir Zimian.
What's on your mind?
No idea what's happening. This pale ghostly figure wears outlandish clothes and a horned helm. Opaque, tangled scars from an unfamiliar weapon loop and curl over his transparent body. Oh, he says, tilting his head. You, have you found my brother yet? One of these trips, I'll stop being surprised. We've never met before. Yeah, of course we have, he says, holding the large helmet in place. Oh, right. This is the first time we met, isn't it? He straightens, holding out his hand formally. Hello, I'm Kuvir Zimian, and I've been traveling through time and looking for my brother for millions of years. Nice to meet you. Shake his hand. But he tries this time. Your hand slips right through his, and he punches the air in delight. Ha! You almost never fall for that. That'll keep me going for at least another 100 times of you not trying to shake my hand. He catches your eye and shrugs. The motion makes his helmet slip forward again. Hey, I've been doing this a long time. You find entertainment where you can. At any rate, let me know if you see my brother, huh? You came out of that maw. Are you connected to the balloon? To the what? He looks around. Oh, no, I'm not. I just sort of, well, let's call it swim between places, following currents, you know? Someone pulled the plug and here I am. How many times have we spoken? Good question, he says, consulting an invisible mental list just above your head. Thousands, I'd say. Always a pleasure, mind you, though I don't know why we keep running into each other. I don't see anyone else more than once. He squints. If I had to guess, it's your relationship with the tides. But I don't mind, it's nice seeing a familiar face. She's probably the closest thing to a friend I have. What are those scars from? Scars? He says, looking down. Oh, those look painful. No idea. I have to say I'm glad I don't remember, though. Are you a ghost? I like to think so, he says, shrugging, but I don't really remember dying. Just the traveling and searching, and you'd think this helmet wouldn't keep moving around if I was, you know, spectral. He flashes a grin. On the other hand, I seem to remember promising my brother I'd haunt him when I died. So that's some evidence for the other side. What does your brother look like? Well, sort of like me minus the helmet, he says, thinking. And he's from a world long ago, so he might be wearing... He poses. Oh, right. I do this every time we meet. It's just that I usually go centuries between running into you, and I always forget that you can't have possibly seen him. He winks, but there's a touch of sorrow in it. Still, let me know if you see him, huh? It's always worth a shot. I won't give up on him. Where's your brother again? A world long before this one, he says. Millions of years probably. Maybe more than that. But I'll see him again eventually. What's the helmet about anyway? So glad you asked, he asks, and he looks it. I love this story. He centers the helm on his head. I ended up on this battlefield once. It was, well, it hadn't gone well for the side wearing these helmets. I walked up this blackened hill, following the shouting, and I saw... It was probably a city once, but it was on fire, covered in black flames. He shakes his head. The helmet doesn't move with him. There were just two fighters left, the big man wearing this helmet and her. She was huge and made of screaming shadows that came... and that same black fire, and when the warrior charged at her, roaring, she just touched him. She touched him and he fell over, twitching and burning. He looks up at you. One of these times, you told me she was called the Sorrow. Since this is the first time we met, I'm guessing you have some questions for me. The Sorrow destroyed a city. A big one, around the size of 3 Sagas's and a balloon, he says. But the people of the city were abusing the tides in some way. From what you told me about the Sorrow, that sort of thing makes her really unhappy. He straightens the helmet again, but I didn't think they deserved to vanish, despite whatever they've done. So I took the helmet of the warrior when he'd, you know, stopped melting a bit. Now I carry it with me to remind me of them. Hold on, you know about the tides? Of course I do, he says, then raises a weary finger. Sorry, forgot, first time, I know. He yawns. They pull me from place to place like normal tides do. It's why I keep seeing different times and places and never stop in any one place for long. Tides don't rest and neither do I. He yawns again, even wider. It's a little tiring sometimes, or at least I think I'm tired, which is probably the same thing. Hey, he says, focusing on you. Can you actually sense the tides flowing through me? No. Well, let's fix that, he says, cracking his ghostly knuckles. Before you can react, he thrusts all 5 fingers through your chest. The feeling isn't unpleasant. In fact, you feel the tide surging through his arm, through you. And you see them curving back over your shoulders and back through him, binding you together. There, he says. It should be easier for you to sense the tides now. Just remember that she's out there, flowing around with the tides doesn't seem to make her mad. Abusing them? I don't recommend it.
Making a note.
Oom hums before you, its eyes burning. You feel a sudden impulse to lay your hands on them again. Blinking the ojebe, you return to your focus to Kuvir Zimian. Farewell. Ainthozon doesn't welcome you with his rolling golden words this time. He merely nods in greeting. Still a touch of that hypnotic calm rolls over you. You recognize Rin, don't you? I believe I do, he says, turning to Rin. You came through me, didn't you, my dear? Yes. Her eyebrows jump high in recognition. I mean, you were there when I came through. Well, what do you mean I came through you? You emerged from another world while I was feeding on the dying love between a married couple. He beams at her. I don't know why you ran off, he says with a frown. I would have been happy to help you find your way home after I'd finished eating. She pales, looking with a little horror at his clothes and the mow underneath. I was scared of everything. She gives a trembling curtsy. I offer apologies for my rudeness. I was not well. Hey, Thazen. Been lurking while doing chores. I hope you are done with your chores. Thank you for the lurk. Hope you are doing well today. How is your Sunday? She grabs your arm. She's obviously trying to control her emotions, but she bounces on the walls of her feet, and the corners of her mouth curl and uncurl in an irrepressible grin. This is it, she whispers. My way home.
Fazan just musted undertale. Fazan just musted chrono trigger. Fazan just musted scald.
Thank you for the boost, Thazen. Turn to Intozon. What do I need to do to send Rin home? My mouth does not open whenever I will it, he says, patting his chest fondly. I require sustenance. The bands of love and hate that bind us. Bring me someone who feels strongly for you, and we will secure a path home for the little one. Do any of my current companions have the connection you're looking for? Intozon closes his eyes and raises a hand. After a quiet, silent moment, he lets it fall again. I thank you, but no, this will require a different flavor. You'll need to find someone else, someone who harbors powerful emotions for you, but hasn't spent a great deal of time around you. Farewell. Why does that move sound so familiar? It's from Diablo. I bet the one you recognize is from Diablo, Prince. Can I examine you again? Title of hint. Something is different with Doom now, or maybe it was always there, but you can only feel it thanks to Kurzimian's training. You feel the tides rising and falling within your companion, a circular surging like an ocean storm caught in a glass sphere. Align yourself with the tides raging within them. The decision is all it takes. The tides fall over you, ripping you from this world, bearing you into darkness, past imprisonment by your sire and the captors, through the rise and fall of mighty, forever nameless civilizations, through centuries, millennia, ions. You fall into a shallow pool of memories at the root of it all, the beginning of Oom's long, long life. You see a world of oceans of the same liquid that makes Oom. You see towers rising from the white sands, made of that liquid and held together by mastery of the tides. You are held not in arms, but in something that looks much like you, only larger. And unlike you, alive, real. You sense you were made for it, and are grateful. You sense you were made to teach it, and you are grateful for that too. Diablo. But you were made too well, made to last. Eventually they discard you and others like you. You're obsolete, and that is still your greatest shame, even now. But you live on worse, understand what you see. Ruin comes to your small world, decay, war, the towers fall, and when the end comes, filling the skies, the oceans boil and the gore-splattered sand fuses into crystal. The moon burns on a tarry bank. The memories fade, leaving you in darkness, but your thoughts slowly return to you. That moon, that's the moon I saw through the cones in the reef of fallen worlds. Your words echo in the darkness, but no answer comes. What destroyed your world, Doom? Again, silence is Doom's only response, but shame batters at the edges of the darkness, shame and ancient
I'll
rage.
remember that.
Then your senses return one by one. Stares up at you, proud, sorrowful. It isn't clear how you know these things, but can practically taste them. Within the 5 colors of the tide bloom and fade away, and you understand this much at least. The creature was made to teach the tides to children of a lost world. It was a toy, and through your efforts it has succeeded once again. Maybe, and you taste hope in the thought for the very last time. I still don't understand why you wanted me to see your past. Eyes fall to the ground and extends a tendril toward the ground, then hesitates thoughtfully. At last it draws a square upon the ground in glistening fluid. Watching to make sure it has your attention, it draws a line from the square, connecting it with the underline to itself, and finishes with the 2 squares at the other ends. It looks at you hopefully. Add your own shapes to drawing. Watches hopefully as you add circles and rectangles to the squares. It seems to sag, however, when it realizes you have drawn little houses. It adds several indecipherable symbols to the center of the squares, glances up at your blank face, and works faster. Finally, at last, despairing look at you, clears the drawing with an irritable swipe of a tendril and turns away. It grumbles. A battered instrument lies in smooth, slender hands. Its strings are missing. It cannot be played. You haven't failed me, You aren't broken. Hey Log, welcome. Happy Sunday. Don't get mad at me, I'm trying to understand. No. You haven't failed me, You aren't broken. Swells at your words. Can you tell me any more about what happened to your world? No. Oh. And yet, your minds are tangled together and you catch the faintest glimpse of a world of horrors before floodgates of Womb's memory slams mercifully shut. A charred moon, tornadoes of ash, an ocean of dead flesh. Touch Womb's eyes again. You touch Womb's eyes carefully, nothing else happens. It has shown you all it tends to, apparently. Pat again. Oh, I guess it's over. I must admit, I didn't understand much about and his story and what he showed me. Not much at all. It's going well. We are approaching the end. There's a chance we finish it today. It's been really good fun. Some solid writing. Lacks a bit of action. It's mostly reading and following the story, and it's great, but it does lack the action that most traditional RPGs have. And I have played as a pacifist, so that way there was even less action. We should part for now. Okay, let's see. Let's try Matkina.
Deadly.
There's been no fisting, but lots of passive fisting. Okay. We are the master fister now. So... Okay.
Ask your questions.
Not Matskina. I don't think any of these will work. Let's try Aligon Calistige as well.
Ready to test this out.
I mean, he doesn't even check the companions. I guess maybe if we have someone right, he will say, okay, that will work.
This should be useful. My thanks.
No, he doesn't say anything.
Well then, farewell. For now. You won't be gone long.
Deadly little thing, isn't it?
This won't work either. Let's talk to Rin. We have to. She looks at you excitedly, obviously certain you know what she's talking about. We have to open the mall or whatever in Arenthal Zone. I can go home. Yeah, but I don't know how, and it's not even a quest here. It's not even a quest here, so I don't know. Morning, Mason. How are you doing? Happy Sunday. As you approach this bulk of stone and fur, it starts to move, becoming less of an inanimate object and more of a man. Before you stands a giant figure with a beard so thick it seems like sculpted granite. When you see his gentle eyes, a tangible wave of peace washes over you. Tired as usual, doing okay. Nice, I'm glad you are doing fine. Hopefully you can get some rest the rest of the day. I'm happy to see you, Adam. He speaks carefully as though every word is a step on icy ground. You have been gone for too long. The Peacebringer. It would be good to repay my debt to her. She's a good woman. I'm not the woman you think I am. Gentle confusion crinkles the mutant's stony brow, making a sound like boulders shifting against one another. It is me, Adam, he says slowly. Wonder. Perhaps it has been too long. Perhaps you do not remember me. His shoulders sag as he says this. I'm sorry that I made you unhappy. Do not be sorry, he says with a gentle sigh. You must help many people. It was foolish to think you would remember me. It does not matter. I will help her if I can. Why have you returned, Adam? Can I help you in any way? Why can't we explain to him that we are a cast-off? How are you, Wonder? Better than before, he says shyly. Better than before we met. Then there was sadness in me, rage and sadness, fed by my many thoughts. But you found a stranger inside me and took it out. He spreads his rocky palm. Since that day, I have felt peace. Sadness at what? Rage at what? It no longer matters. Balalaika solo? You wonder why. Who was the stranger you mentioned? I don't know, he says, shaking his head back and forth for deliberate times. It entered my head in an accident. It was heavy like a golden stone. It made my thoughts faster but sharper. They made me sad. They made me angry. The warmth of his smile ripples across his face. But you told me you can help. You took out the device, took away the dangerous thoughts, leaving me calm. Simple joy fills his eyes. You said you had more use for thoughts than I did. What accent? I don't remember. The stranger held the memories and the pain. And the stranger is gone. Gratitude warms his face. You took it. What were the thoughts? They are hard for me to remember now, he says carefully, but it was my voice. You should not have left them, it said. They are gone because of you, it said. You must learn from this, it said. He shifts uneasily. But when I tried to learn from the thoughts, they increased. They shouted. They would not leave me alone. I do not know what they mean. I do not need to know. I think you can help me open Arenthal Small. Wonder turns ponderously to stare at the man who stands some distance away for several long moments. Of course, he says, nodding so forcefully that his body sways. Anything for you, Adam. Anything. I will join you when you speak to him next. Farewell. It made that wonder. Wait, are we losing Rin? Are we actually losing Rin? I may not do this just yet if that happens. Let's see if it happens first. Wait, are we okay with losing Rin? If you love her, let her go. You have a point there. Let's take the ciphers at least. You can keep. My friend Wander here will help me feed you. Wander shuffles over, flushed with delight at the prospect of being helpful to you. Ainthozon asks questions of the big man, but you can't catch them. You can barely think. Pleasant warmth overwhelms your mind, shutting out everything else. The maw peels open, you squint as a sudden bright light filters into the darkness of the bloom. You breathe involuntarily as a sharp pungent smell strikes your nostrils. As your eyes adjust, you see green, grass, bushes and trees. So many trees, it seems like Ainthozon isn't even there anymore. Just this window into another world. She stares, tears falling freely down her face. She looks at you and her face falls. I don't know what to do. She looks to the mob, then back at you again. Now that I'm here. Are you sure this is what you want, Rin? Yes, she says without thinking. Then she shakes her head. No, I mean, this is what I wanted, it is, but you? She turns wet eyes to face you. You mean a lot to me. Now, should I? This spread uses in a combat playthrough. You weren't too broken about losing. Yeah. Yeah. But maybe she wants to stay with us now. Maybe you should stay with Mirren. I don't know. I kind of don't want to lose her. I want to finish the game with her. Because I like her, and also mechanically because I have leveled her up. Any other companion will be at a lower level. And I don't think she actually wants to really go as much as she did in the past, now that we have built some sort of relationship together. And she did run away from her home. That's what led to all of this. Maybe you should stay with me, Rin. Maybe. She looks into the maw with obvious longing. Maybe. She wavers, uncertain. What if I make the wrong decision? My family is worried about me, aren't they? I love you, Rin. I feel like I'm your family now. She smiles shyly. You are, and I'll never forget you, but they are my parents. They raised me. That's my world. That's my home, my world. Can I just leave? You ran away from them, remember? Her shoulders fall. It was a stupid fight though, but you're right. I decided to leave. I wonder if... Well, it looks like she wants to go. Well, let's see if we can convince her to stay. We are so close to the end, Rin. Will you abandon me now, after all we've been through? I wouldn't abandon you, it's just... Her lips become a thin line. Except it would be abandoning you, wouldn't it? She takes a deep breath and says, Sir Joe. No, you're right, she says. You are my family now. This is my home now. I'll stay with you. Are you sure? Yes, she gives one curt nod. Then she turns to you and forces a smile. You said it yourself. I'm not going to leave you now. Let's go. The maw closes up behind her and Ainthozon conceals it again. But it doesn't look like you need me anymore. This is coming off as pretty manipulative too. It does, but it doesn't have to be. The same things, if you mean everything the protagonist said, it's not manipulation. If you said those things to force her to stay with you, then it's manipulation. It all depends on if you actually meant those. I don't like separating a child from her parents, but it's not my place to judge, I guess. I'd like to think the last cast-off really cares about Rin and doesn't want to lose her and meant everything she said rather than manipulate her. It didn't say manipulation, will you abandon me now, Rin? Well, true. I mean, if it was a manipulation check, mechanically you would expect the game to make you roll a deception check, right? This is, you know, this is the beauty of role-playing. You can't put any meaning behind it. In a computer game like this, when it's ambiguous what you mean, You can imagine just what you mean. Typical cast of won't let anyone alone until they are no more use. But the thing is, Rin hasn't really been useful at all. So, are we at Decepticon? I have kept Rin because I like the character. Rin has been probably one of the most useless characters in the party, even in a non-combat playthrough. And doing that, we have formed a relationship, I would think. So, I'll keep this. I will keep this. I will keep Rin. We won't send her home. Is your mom still hungry? No, he says, shifting uncomfortably. To be honest, we are rather stuffed. And a little bloated too. Would you like to feed on any more of my relationships? Thank you, but no, we are quite full, both of us. Very well. Let's talk to Rin. Let's see if she has anything to say. I'm glad I stayed with you. It was the right decision. See, she's happy. She knows to herself. Did you want something? You can't go. You're useless. You'll never survive. How are you holding up? Before I met you, okay, same thing. Let's continue on. All right, I'm glad. We finished Ulm's quest. We finished Rin's quest fully this time for sure. We finished Ertis' quest. I think Aligorn's as well. Calistige maybe we did with the notes. Matkina, I don't know. Maybe Mercaster was her quest after all. And we are just left with Tiber. So let's continue. I'm happy with this outcome. Now using this way around as well. You sent her away, Parrot? Did you you probably sent her away at this point, even after playing with her the whole game. I bet you sent her away. Yeah. What was your party before and after sending Rin? I extend my hand in peace. The closer you draw to this festering pile of decayed and putrid foodstuffs, the louder the strange female voice becomes. It seems to emerge from the pile of trash, or to be more exact, from under the trash. Dig into the trash. I do think it's a mark of how strong the writing is that Mitchell's choices and many of ours diverge. Yeah, yeah. I have felt it this way with Disco Elysium as well. Only it was like to several magnitudes more powerful in Disco Elysium. But yes, this game's strongest strongest characteristic is its writing. Calistige, Tiber, Renout, Eritisin. Ah, okay, interesting. You got Eritis so late. Cool. I guess, yeah, it makes sense. What is this wiry thing? The disgusting garbage pile shifts a number of times as you shove its ordure aside, and the voice remains tantalizingly distant. At last, though, you catch a glint of metal and snatch it before another avalanche of fetid waste collapses over it. It's a helmet similar to those worn by the last crew you have met. The voice emerges from inside. Voice emerges from inside? Also, I can give these back to Rin now. You had Eligorn, Rin, and Eritis usually. Rin out, Tiberin. Oh, you sent Rin as well? You sent out Rin as well? I mean, after keeping her in the party for a long time, you sent her out as well. It's definitely a hard choice, no matter how you look at it. It's a difficult choice. Use item. You examine the helm more closely. It gleams underneath the crusted filth, worked with a skill unmatched in this age. Its crest seems to contain a number of dark black cells that catch and hold the light. Fine traceries in the cells look as if they might gather or disperse energies. It looks as if you could fit it on your head. From within, a female voice speaks softly in a foreign tongue, musical but harsh. After a few moments, she pauses and then speaks again. Still genuinely think it's the right choice, a cast of justice in the stable environment of raise a young, traumatized child. Yeah, I understand. It's perfectly... But, you know, it doesn't have to be the right choice. People are not infallible, you know, even if they are cast-offs. It may be a moment of weakness, but the last cast-off, if she genuinely, as she does, my character, care about Rin, she may be caring about keeping her with her rather than what is better for her future. I'm not saying it is the best decision of all worlds. It's just the one that my character would make. doesn't have to be the right choice. Renegade Mitral. No, it's not like that. It's not like that. Sometimes you know the right choice, you still don't make it. For short-term gains. Anyone does that. Could also be the left. Okay. I'm shutting up now. Listen to the voice coming from... Look inside the helmet. No, not that. Okay. Let's forget about it, Parrot. The Raikan padded interior has some faintly glowing nodules and softened fibers, but no visible eye slits or breathing apparatus. More importantly, the helm has been collecting rotting garbage and debris for what looks like decades, and as you scoop out the sodden mass, you discover fragmented bone, possibly that of the previous owner. Sometimes the only right choice is the only choice left, yeah. You clean the helm as best you can. Closer examination of the interior suggests that it connects with its wearer through eye movement tracking. Once it synchronizes with the eye movement, your helm's internal circuitry develops a direct neural connection with its user. You suspect that it might also store past users' experiences and observations. Listen to the voice coming from the helmet. Though the words are spoken in the language of the truth, they are strangely accented and filled with growing alarm. Listening to the words, you piece together the speaker's last moments, greeting a stranger or a group of them, and discovering their murderous intent. Her skull fractured, she bled to death slowly. Her body hidden in one of the trash heaps of the bloom. It's a wonder no one has found this helm until now. Try the helmet on. The helm was clearly custom designed for a specific person's head, but you can fit it around your skull with some fierce tugging. The odor of the composition fills your nostrils as well as the accumulated filth of the bloom's trash. It's pitch black in the helm, no eye slits or breathing apparatus are immediately apparent to you, but after a few seconds, a small light begins to blink in the corner of your visual field. As your eye automatically flickers to it, the helm's air clears, degassing the foul stench, and you can feel the air circulating from hidden pumps inside the headpiece. Several unfamiliar symbols light up on the right side of your visual field. Most are dim, but one symbol shines brightly. If you had to guess, the dim symbols mark functions that are unavailable at this time. Look at the bright symbol. A grid of smaller images appears. The bloom, pictures of the starry night sky, and images of various people. Look at the images of the bloom. Among the many images here, you see several that depict places you have been, though their particulars have changed since these images were captured. You suspect that years have passed. The first image is of the vast interior chamber, its pathways and tendrils sprawling across the empty spaces. You see foul gases curling from the depths, a row of shops and upwardly built homes, and caravans pulled by an inn traversing the strands. The courtyard outside the Memovira's fortress seems subtly different, and you look at it for a moment before two observations strike you. First, the uniforms of the guards are quite different from those who serve the current Memovira. You also notice that this image was taken from where the Katina's wreckage sits now. The area still looks as dingy and dangerous, but the lack of Katina makes the space seem more open, less oppressed. The next image is of the bloom, seen from a path descending from Sagas cliffs. Though you already had some sense of its immensity, its massive bulk momentarily takes your breath away. Wedged into the cleft between two massive encampments, the bloom is both wide and long. With taut and massive tendrils anchored to the rock face,
Adam
it looks
Ciuda
as if
just
the creature
boosted
is dragging
Dungeon
its
Siege
subs
1.
toward the inland sea, very, very slowly. Welcome, Adam. Happy Sunday. How are you doing? The final images in this collection depict little Niliash, but not as you know it. Most of the people you see are ordinary humans. Garkota's great tank is nowhere to be seen. The piles of trash are smaller, and the ancient stone buildings still serve as habitations. Though an aura of squalor and disrepair taints the place, and you can almost smell the garbage, it seems nearly idyllic in comparison to current reality. These images must be at least a decade old. Came out from underground in BG2? Congratulations. Look at the images of the night sky. When you look at the first image, it expands outward again, showing a vast grid of other sights. Clearly, the owner of the helm took great care in recording the images of the ninth world sky. Either she loved the stars desperately, or she was collecting these shots to cross-reference with some other collection.
I'll remember that.
Have you found something? The helm's former owner says. Must be certain. Must return to the anchorage and compare new data with the navigational cortex's archives. Get the images of the people. The pulsing, moist walls of the bloom form the backdrop of all these images, so your guess is that the helm's original owner met each of these people during their visit there. You see Dracojan's tall form looming over a smaller man. Dracojan's smile is sharp and fierce, and the threat implicit in the way he holds himself tells you that he is about to exact some punishment on his quaking client. The next array of images shows the observant spec, who looks exactly the same as she does in current time. The diminutive woman is gesturing dramatically, probably in the midst of telling a story, an animated arm and coy smile shining through the static picture. The next image shows from a distance the distinctive outline of waits for prey, its spikes and blades held in a threatening pose. Some unfortunate challenger is facing the construct, her electrified blades looking pitifully inadequate to the task. The final image is that of 3 human men. One of them holds aloft a jagged piece of strong glass, its end bloodied. The owner of the helm holds up a hand to ward off another blow. Blood gouts in the air. Take the helmet off. Put the helmet away. So what did you get? Bring the helmet to its owner's people. Okay. So we have to go to the anchorage, we have to go to the Katina interior. Let's go to the Katina interior first. Let's see if we can get the battery. What is this? Front lap is Achilles heel these days. Its network card is pretty terrible. Ah, really? Is it not able to support your internet connection? Two oddities. A pale blue light pulses gently. The air in this space feels charged, almost solid. A small glass control panel, apparently hovering in the air, winks with light and fills with tiny images. It disconnects at times at the range at which it gets good speeds is pretty small. Huh. Is it replaceable? Is there a chance you can replace it with a better one? I don't know how customizable the laptop would be. You raise your hand to touch the panel. Before you touch it, ghosts materialize around you, crowding you with their intangible presence, with their need. The nearly transparent Varialan speaks. What do you intend with this? Suffering will come if you persist. You close your eyes and listen to the psychic chatter of the ghosts, and then you realize that they have no thoughts of their own. They are being controlled from a central point. Who are you people? Not at all. Ah, that's unfortunate. Well, maybe you can get an external card. I don't know. I guess it's not out of the realm of possibility. Are there external network cards? I would expect that there would be. I've never seen one, now that I think about it. I've never even heard of one, but I don't know why there wouldn't be one. One of the men, his fine clothes looking slightly disheveled and stained, looks at you for a moment as if weighing whether to tell you the truth. At last he says, I am Anstol, I do not exist. The other man takes up the thread of the conversation. I am Seredic, a merchant noble. I was on a pleasure cruise and sought to expand my business. Neither do I exist. The woman points to herself and says, An. These others are Torkra, the Varialan, Bendarian, our companion, Mathenwy. She gestures. We do not exist because we are dead, crashed to death in the crash. We are projections of... And now the voice changes. My memory. I am Katina's intelligence. These projections are the memorial of my failure to serve my passengers. There are small USB sticks. I have seen small USB sticks that act as Wi-Fi devices for rigs that don't have Wi-Fi support. But I haven't actually seen network cards. Why would you create a memorial for your passengers? Do you know that one of the passengers survived? A woman named Kian still lives nearby. My external senses were destroyed. Some passengers were ejected. Calculations suggested that none could have survived such an event. I am grateful for this information. Katina's voice is subdued, almost pensive. Why would you create a memorial for your passengers? Another ghost steps forward. I retain memories of my passengers' actions. I watched them live. I felt them die within me. What can I do but provide a memorial for them? They would have lived for many more years were it not for my failure. I was endowed with a desire to pilot the Katina, to cause my passengers to arrive safely. This is denied to me. My secondary objective is retaining the knowledge and memory of the circumstances leading up to and surrounding their deaths. This will aid in reconstructing the events of the crash, and may provide solace to their survivors. Until such time as a qualified diagnostician arrives, I cannot permit my cores to go dormant. Instead, the emotion I quantify as grief powers my display. I may have a way to give your passengers a more lasting memorial. I carry a shared mind space in my psyche. If we can link our minds, we could preserve the memories of your writers. One of the ghosts, Bindari, you think says, in your mind, it's not a question. None of my medical records indicate such a thing is possible. Her partner, Mithwani adds, however, I concede that my knowledge is complete, if it's possible, but no, my duty is to keep the passengers' memories alive here. Your power will not last forever here. Transferring your knowledge to my mind will ensure the survival of your memories. Wi-Fi extender. Hopefully it can provide a stable connection. Sounds good, I hope it does. Cerdic's ghost reflects. You may be correct. The loss of my physical place may be rectified through a longer and more personal memory space. I carry a neural network. Let us establish a direct connection. I have the necessary tool. A hidden panel slides open. Within lies a vaguely head-shaped mass of metal wire, all spines and jagged edges. Place this atop your head, he murmurs. A few moments and we can begin the data transfer. Place the jagged crown atop your head and attempt to absorb the Katina's intelligence into the labyrinth. Ooh, tough check. Let's go with 95%. You place the net atop your head and the metal cuts into your scalp. You feel a coolness as blood trickles upward into the device. Thin wires enter your peripheral vision and slip behind your eyes. They slice into your optic nerves and the agony pains blossoms across your vision. The ragged shapes of pain resolve into the world around you and the world as the Katina sees it. Connection established, the Katina announces. Telemetry, destination, access to old records, ambient temperatures. It's almost too much to process, but you manage to tamp down the overwhelming flow and relegate it to the background. One by one, the ghosts around you begin to wink out of existence. You can feel them awakening inside you. Remove the power source from the containment device.
Making a note.
With the Katina's intelligence gone, your work proceeds quietly and quickly. You slide the containment device open. Inside the glowing blue tube, you see a rack of 10 cylinders. None of them are cold and inert, but one of them hums and blurs. A barely perceptible vibration as it fades into and out of this reality. You gently remove the clamps that hold the powered cylinder in place. That made you feel ill? Why? What did you eat, Ash? Did you eat too much? Did you eat something bad? I'm sorry. That's what you use as well. I've been quite happy with yours the past couple of years. You don't get 100% connection potential. No. That's that. Lights wink out. A deep, almost ultrasonic moan ripples down the Katina's walls as the power within the tubes and wires flickers away. An alien voice babbles something over a small speaker near the control panel. You are left standing in darkness. Everything around you is quiet and still. Okay, let's power this up. Attempt to insert the trans-dimensional power source into the handle. Oh. Have a good rest of your day, Bagu.
Learn something new.
Thanks for being here. You take out the cylinder that you found in the crash Katina and try to slide it into the compartment on the hilt. Initially it looks as though it won't quite fit, but you discover that if you press the cylinder gently against the opening, it gradually resizes itself and fits neatly inside. A small fine blade of pure trans-dimensional energy sprouts from the hilt. You realize that this device is scalpel. With a twist of the hand, the blade can quickly be switched on and off. Pocket the weapon. Look at it. This is the thing that hurts the bloom. Not the food? What made you feel ill then? Something in the game? I thought the last thing you said was going flirking, so I assumed it was the food.
Here. Now.
Edge. Let's give us a Speed edge. Let's go this. So I started this character saying that I will make a roguelike Nano. It never happened. It's she's not like a roguelike Nano at all. Look at her skills. I mean, she's kind of a skill monkey, I guess, in that way. Fits more my playstyle than rogue. I don't necessarily play rogues. I play highly skilled characters, jacks of all trades. And she is a jack of all trades as much as a Nano can be. Hey Cherry, welcome. Welcome Cherry, how are you doing? Thank you for the raid. Let's stop the timer. Oh, ads are coming, so I guess I'm going to snooze the ads for a little moment. Welcome Cherry, welcome raiders. How was the stream? Thank you so much for the raid. Were you playing more Rust? Yes, you were playing more Rust. How is Rust going?
Lad, you need to tell people to donate me some cash so I can get a new PC.
Well, you heard her, folks. You heard her. You need to go over there. You need to go to Cherry's channel right now and donate for the new PC. Do it now. It has to be done. You get the donations, so is that the way to get the money? Maybe I should try the same. I should find a pillow. I should find a pillow and ask for money. So that's how it works then. Good to see you, Cherry. How was the stream? How are you enjoying Rust? Good to see you as always. Welcome, Raiders. Good to see you as well. I'm Mitral. We usually play RPGs here and point and click adventures, and hope you enjoy your time here. Is that a new pillow? Yes, it is. Still playing, going to bed. Oh, you're still playing. Okay, well, enjoy your game and enjoy your rest soon. I am okay, not terrible. And yeah, I guess I'll run the ads now before we continue to get the game. Once more, thank you so much for the raid, Cherry. Very much appreciated. And have a good sleep, have a good rest. And yeah, I shall see you soon. So I'm going to run the ads. We are going to continue the game after the ads. And hope you stick around. See you in a bit. We have some boosts. Undertale. Chrono Trigger. Scald and Dungeon Siege. Thank you for the boosts, Adamant, please. I think we are almost ready to go to the trade posts and then find our way to Ascension there. Do Dragon Gems quests. Then he will probably tell us to steal the Cortex. There might be something at that scene. I think I remember what is at that scene. You may remember if you were in the first stream of Torment when I was talking about the Crisis system. I mentioned that I remembered one specific crisis from the game, which was a heist crisis. You know, I think that is stealing the Cortex. I have kinda recognized that it is the scene from my memory. So I'm sure something is coming up there. But we must be getting close to the end. So do you still think I can finish the game today, Parrot? Or Thor? What do you think? Do you think it's likely? Because chat, if we finish the game today, it means we are calling the poll. We are declaring the winner. No need to crisis. Sometimes there is need. You suspect yourself finish. It's still possible. Paul, no. We have to go over. I will go over, but it's okay. I can do that. If we are getting close to the end, I will definitely do that. How close? I don't know exactly. I don't know exactly. Maybe 3 to 5 hours. I think we can finish it today. I mean, I'm just assuming from what Thor and Parrot are telling me. Parrot is saying it's possible you may have to go over a bit. So if I go over 2 hours, maybe we can finish it. And Thor says you suspect I will finish. So maybe he thinks it's possible in 3 hours. What's with the weird votes on the poll? What do you mean the weird votes on the poll? What exactly are the weird votes on the poll? You mean the 5th votes? The emote 3? It's just a joke because Diablo 3, Mass Effect 3, Fallout 3, and Baldur's Gate 3 are third games in 3 different series, right? So as a joke, people are voting on 3 on the third game of a series. Yeah, that's it. All right. Yeah, let's go back. Let's not waste any time. Thank you for sticking around, everybody. Enjoy the spark bear. 3 extra was to be given to every third game in the Okay. So I haven't been able to find the job for Coti, except we may be able to make him Memorira's thug. Okay, not picking on number 3. So people who know this game, tell me, is there any job for Coti other than being Memorira's thug? Is there a job that I couldn't find? Oh, actually, maybe I haven't visited the trading post yet. Maybe there's a job there. But I would still like to learn if there's a second job or if there is a job as an NPC. Well, yeah. I'd like to know if there's a second job or if there's only one job. He could be a lifesaver at Numenera Beach before the tides come in. I don't think he would manage that. I found this broken helm in the balloon. Her gaze flicks down to the helm in your hands, then back up. She draws in a long, controlled breath. Achille, I knew she was lost to us, but I take no pleasure in it. Thank you, Outworlder. Her family will be glad to have it back once you surrender it to me. I listened to one of her memories. She thought she'd found something important. Disgust flashes across her stony face and is just as quickly suppressed. I do not wish to hear of her private memories. Her thoughts are hers and should die with her. The last sentence has a little to it, as if January is quoting the verse. The hard line of her mouth softens then. Achille was intelligent, adventurous, but prone to wild theories. Do not worry about her important discovery. Let it fade with her. You said you are planning on giving the helm to Achilles' family? There are other solutions. Okay. Thank you, Thor. Lifeguard. Yes, but not immediately. First, I will erase the private memories inside it as in tradition. Then I will clean it. Perform maintenance rituals. After, the helm will be given to her elder siblings. I want to hold on to her helm a while longer. I need to see what she discovered.
Making a note.
She gives you a hard look. No, you cannot scavenge through her memories because the helm is not tuned to you, and besides it's forbidden. She falters, her mouth hanging open. I had this conversation once before. I had it with Achille. The corner of her mouth twitches, but she does not speak for a long, long moment. Fine, she says, sweeping a hand over her eyes. It would make her happy to know that her helm is carried by someone with her curiosity. Take it with her blessing. Achilles' memory says she needed to compare her data to the navigational cortex archives. English isn't your first language, that's your excuse anyway. Scottish is your first, exactly, Rayon. I never hear you speak Scottish. I know you have a channel point redemption where we can ask you to pronounce a Scottish word, but then again, I know no Scottish word, so I can never redeem that for you to pronounce anything. Bagpipes, yes. Janet claps her hands over her ears, hesitates, then drops them, eyeing you balefully. Do not share the memories of fallen Lascars with others. It's not done, understand? She stares to your left, weighing her response, and continues. Let your secrets die inside you. As I say before, outworlders are not allowed near the cortex. Rin mutters. We are not going to let that stop us, are we? No, Rin, we won't. We won't. Let's look around. What happens if I go through here? This door is made of some unfamiliar shiny metal. It has been polished to a mirror-like sheen. A magnetic strip of another duller metal has a strange runic script scrawled across its surface. It looks like an instruction regarding the door. On trying the door, you discover what that message must be. This door is stuck, or something equivalent. You might be able to force the door open, but it won't be easy. Force the door open. 50%. 30%. Rin, you can do this! It's just a 50% chance. You heave at the door, trying to push it sideways, upward, downward, all to no avail.
Onward!
Do I have anything to boost that chance? It's a might chance, it's not a skill chance. We can feel might.
Onward!
Remember when you first picked up Rin and were like, oh, she's a child class. I bet she improves to like a powerful new class. It took a lot to not say like, nah man, she's just a little girl trying to go home.
Yes?
Yeah. Wait. Yeah. She's a lost child who shapes gods. I mean, she will improve into a powerful new class. She will. Just not in the scope of this game.
Is there more danger? So be it.
Okay, we did it. Some mechanism within the door seems to be stuck, but you manage to overcome its resistance. You hear something crack, and then the door slides open, grinding a bit as it does. Ooh, look at all this, the cure. Target enemy drops some of their possessions, then wanders aimlessly, never attacking, while the cure is active. Wow. Wow. Where's the cure? Its active was 6 rounds. Don't think you ever listened to the cure. Everyone seems to need the cure. Precious cure. I never listened to them either, by the way. Okay, there's someone here. Opener of ways, we have regained the anchorage. This one thanks to you. I'm grateful. There is something here. The console is a bewildering array of displays, unlit buttons and switches, all helpfully labeled with words in a language you don't understand. Much of it is covered in a slight layer of dust, as if most of the console is rarely if ever used by the nearby Lasker. Examine the controls. You lean over the console, taking care not to press any buttons by accident. As you noticed before, much of the device is covered in dust. One screen on the side, however, is completely clean, and the buttons beside it are marked with dusty fingerprints. Okay. I think the cortex is here, and I don't think we can go there. I think we need to wait for that crisis that I remember. And if I'm guessing correctly, it's going to become available after we find the amulet, bring it to Drakujan, and Drakujan asks us to steal the cortex. I don't think we are there yet. That means we are done with this area for now. Well, we haven't... Okay, interestingly enough, I haven't found... Owen might be in Little Niliash, but I haven't found Owen. I have looked everywhere. At least I think I have looked everywhere. Have I talked to Crimper? This filthy old man is dressed in a motley of rags arranged artfully to emphasize the inhuman react of his needle-like fingers and the two protruding humps on his back, as if his mutations are a source of pride. He wears smoke goggles on his forehead, parked above his transparent eyelids and his noseless face. His teeth are small, even, and shining white. He shows them often as he smiles to himself. His pockets are filled with trinkets and baubles that he has picked from the piles of trash. He raises his head and says, "Yeah, what are we here? What comes to disturb the old Crimper? Have you come to search through this bounty with me? You are welcome to share." He looks at you keenly. "Share, you hear? What are you doing here?" He lowers his head and grumbles, Yeah, what does it look like I'm doing? I dig and I answer questions for fools. Not everything in a trash heap is trash, but wastrels abound. Why waste? Why waste indeed? He combs through a mound of trash with uncanny speed and precision. Have you ever found anything valuable here? His tone instantly softens, sounding almost pleased. Oh yeah, people lose all kinds of treasures in the trash. He sits back and pushes up his goggles. Unexploded detonations, blocks of metal that spark and steam with nanospirit swarms, marble with a cloud of insects inside, half-used healing injectors. He beams. A Kolox tree and Asvale even. That brought me munitions. Oh, perhaps Crimper was wrong. Perhaps this one is interested. What is the best item you found here? Yeah, I was this. He fumbles around in his pockets, slapping at his shapeless rags, before he reaches a hidden stash and pulls something out. It's an ugly vomit green cylinder made of organic material, about half the size of a forearm, covered in knots and whorls and tendrils. It looks like it might still be alive. I found this a year ago. It was buried near Garkota's tank, and I would have missed it if it hadn't wriggled. Listen. He squeezes and it sets it down. The thing begins to sing a slow, discordant tone. The duet shivers and rolls around on the ground, hooting and piping through tiny mouths in its tendrils and whorls, and then issues a melancholy belch. The mouths close and the thing seizes its moment and sound. He titters a bit. I laugh every time. I had to shed blood for this one, yeah? Some human thought to take it from me. He drops it into one of his outer pockets. It was my only comfort the night young Godly disappeared. Helped me through it, did. It seems like little Niliash has an awful lot of trash. This is the midden for the broom, to be sure. I've crossed through many chambers and cavities, and none of them have this kind of refuse. We mutants do not make this much mess, and new piles of garbage appear daily. So much work. I'm not gonna steal it. Yeah, child, you ask plenty of questions about the refuse and the hidden treasures here, but not so much about finding treasures of your own. Have you ever dreamed of picking your future from the ground? I can show you, oh yes. An apprentice, maybe. I haven't had someone learn from me since young Godly. I'd be able to learn whatever you have to teach me. Good, good. The first possession in your hand should be on your... The first possession in your hand should be on your hands. A trash picker needs gloves or skin like synth, stone glass, and ordure combined in these piles. And like as not, some sharps will pierce your skin. You want none of that fluid in your core, child, or you'll end up like Crimper here or Pooh Wrong, not right between the ears. He continues in that vein for a time, leading you to various trash piles. This one, picked clean. See how the pile is strewn, and behold, a pile of last resort. You want those relatively undisturbed. You spend some time looking for newer piles, and you are rewarded with pleasure of sifting through some organic goop and chemical-scented tailings. But eventually you find something that may be useful, and you pocket it. Ancient Spirit Cube. Now, over here, huh? The others hit the pile quick, but not deep. You want to go deeper than the surface, yeah? But you need to go fast and careful. He shows you how to dig through a larger pile quickly and safely, maneuvering around jagged chunks of broken synth, shattered strong glass, and splintered wood. At the end, you find an interesting piece, and you take that too. Everlit. And I draw it. Ah yeah, you learn quickly. You have a true gift. Come back and share some time with me, child. Having paid careful attention to Crimper's lessons, you feel that you could now locate other treasures in the trash of Little Niliash. Really? Okay. Ah, okay. That's cool. Let's see. Search what? What am I trying to search?
It cannot communicate its feelings.
We actually learned trash picking. You're on a usual day, huh? Okay, 6 points of intellect, nice. Well, I think maybe we can use Tiber's ring here, no? We cannot use Tiber's ring. Hobo Castov, yes. Cold fairly radiates off the stone-skinned mutant, matching his icy expression. What do you want, Adam? Are you angry at me? No, Wander says, scowling down at you. But I want you to go away. Looking at you makes me unhappy. Looking at you makes me question why you helped me. It makes me wonder why I am better as I am now. He scrapes his teeth together, shedding sparks. I do not think I am. What did she take from me? Why? I do not think it was just to help me. Well, we couldn't find Owen. We couldn't do Tiber's quest. I'm looking everywhere, again and again. I cannot use the ring. I have talked to everyone, no one mentions.
Yes, lass?
Where do you think Owen
I'll
is now?
remember that.
Somewhere in this place, he says, staring around Little Niliash with a hint of desperation. Visibly stealing himself, he touches the ring with his opposing hand. Old pain, he gasps, digging in sinking trash, hunger. He jerks his hand away as though burned. Something's wrong, he feels different. No. No, is this guy Owen? Is Crimper Owen? Have you seen a ring like my friend is wearing? Blinking, mouth working silently, Tiber proffers his hand, clearly at a loss. Yeah, Crimper says, glancing at Tiber's ring. He rummages within his filter rags. I have one just like it. He holds it up, pinched between two claws. It's absolutely identical. A tall man dropped it in a pile of butcher's leavings a few weeks back. He chuckles, eclipsing Tiber's pained sigh, brushing his hand off like he'd handled something awful. The filthy man mimes the motion, rubbing his hands fretfully on his greasy clothing, then cackles. That's it, Tiber says heavily. He got tired of looking for me and dumped the ring with our friend here. He offers you an unconvincing grin. It's better this way. I'm glad he's clear of this place. Glad he's gone. Gone? Crimper says, puzzled. He's not gone. I saw him this morning, waiting his turn at the shrine of Great Chilla. The old man looks between the two of you pointedly, clutching his treasures close to his narrow chest. Maybe he's still there? Let's go find him, Tiber. Alright, Tiber says, massaging his hand. Whenever you are ready, lass. It doesn't matter if he spits in my face and storms off, at least I'll know I've tried. He glances over at Owen's lost ring, and the man tucks it protectively back into his rags with a suspicious scowl. Tiber's mouth quirks, but he leaves the scavenger to his treasure. Okay, now we are done in Little Neely. I shut this for now. Is it Ragman?
Making a note.
Jagged antlers twist from this blue-skinned mutant's temples. Permanent creases shape his face, revealing a history of skulls and grimaces. His glance slices past you to Tiber, and then to the ring on Tiber's hand. He tenses. His kiss it matches the one from that tall boy. I had a feeling you were coming for me sooner or later, he says, lips twisting. I never should have put that ring on. His twisted hand creeps towards a crude dagger on his belt. Bullying a little girl wasn't enough for you, yeah? You want to finish the work your friend started? Tiber looks at his hand, then to you, confused. You turn your attention back to the mutant. He didn't bully anyone. You, he says, his hand freezing. No, not you. But your tall friend did, and I know a dozen dead-eyed killers who wouldn't have done the same. He spits on the ground. But maybe you didn't know what he did. Maybe you're just here to clean up. It's like this. Kelsey has these headaches like I did at her age. The only thing that helped her sleep was that singing wall. He looks between your blank faces and his brow furrows. There was something buried in it. Sounded like voices humming together. His expression darkens. And a few weeks back, your man came in, put her to the side, knocked a hole in the wall, and took the thing out. He scowls. She begged him to leave it, and he ignored her. Took her singing wall away. She still cries herself to sleep. When she gets to sleep at all, poor girl. No, Tiber snarls, turning on the mutant. You're lying. Owen wouldn't do that. Confusion flashes across the mutant's face. Listen to the man, Tiber. Maybe he knows where Owen is now. But the mutant is staring at Tiber, troubled. Why wouldn't he do that? Everyone fights for himself down here. I ain't lying. After I came home and found Kelsey's weapon, I went after your man. I caught him alone, and maybe he saw my daughter in me. Because he told me he was sorry and that he took her music away because he was doing dirty work to help a friend. He eyes Tiber. Not that that excuses anything, but he might have been telling the truth. After I put the ring on, I heard laughing. It's why I dropped it. Couldn't stand the feel of that voice in my head. And he, what, gave you the ring as compensation? Tiber says, hands balled into fists. The mutant blinks. No, I took it off his hand before I dumped the body, he says. Put out a hand to stop Tiber. A second later, Tiber slams into your outstretched arm. Hold Tiber back. Oh, it has to be me with zero. Oh. You hurl yourself against Tiber, but in his rage, his strength surpasses yours. He pushes you to the side and lunges at the mutant. Ragnar stumbles, falls, and raises his hands to plead for his life. Tiber reaches past them and snaps the mutant's neck. I'm going to reload. I thought maybe we could use another character. I don't want this to happen. This is terrible. We can't let this happen. Oh, the timer isn't running. How long has it not been running? I'm gonna have to check later.
I'll remember that.
No, Tiber, the Owen you told me about wouldn't want you to hurt him. Tiber falters and casts a hateful look on you. You're right, he says. Tears spills down his cheeks. Damn you. He turns on the mutant, who flees immediately. I want to have words with Drakujan and soon. It was Drakujan laughing, the bastard knew. Let's see if we can give the dagger anyway. Ah, no, we cannot. We cannot put the dagger as a tribute. Hyber, you said you had something to discuss with Drakujan.
Update in my journal.
I want to talk about what you did to Owen, you worthless piece of... What I did? Tiber, really? Drakujan looks at you. Did Tiber not tell you how he and I came to be acquainted? Then let me. He crosses his arms. Tiber was a mercenary for sale to the highest bidder. He came to the Bloom to serve as a lackey to whomever would pay him the most in coin, drink or flesh. An employer approached him about retrieving an artifact from a guarded vault. He took the job. Let him continue. Your gallant friend helped pacify the guards, and he watched as his compatriots slaughtered the helpless man. It was then they revealed the vault was mine. Wisely, Tiber quit the job and threw himself on my mercy, naming all his conspirators. I took justice on them and gave their children a lifetime of nightmares, but from Tiber I asked only a year of his service, or his mind-link ring, and a favor to be named. He gave me the ring and I fled. I did not pursue him. I'm a man of my word. When his lover came seeking answers about the ring, he found me instead. Owen agreed to serve in my employ for a year in exchange for the truth of Tiber's whereabouts. I made him my toy. He did work that Tiber would shrink at, in some of the darkest, most dangerous depths of the Bloom. And in all this time, Tiber never returned. Tiber knew what he sacrificed when he gave me that ring. He knew that Owen would come, but he gave up the ring without a second thought. At any time, he might have come to me to request this return. He never did. In so doing, he knowingly condemned his lover to his fate in the Bloom. He swallows hard, shaking his head, not in negation but in shock. He does not interrupt. I didn't know he would come. I didn't, not for certain. As for you, Tiber, the favor to be named later is this. I want you to recall the many ways you could have saved Owen. To think of how he might have died. To reflect on the depths of his devotion to you, the shallowness of yours to him. This is the kind of man you travel with, cast off. Know his true character. Best of luck to both of you. He waves his hand, dismissing you. An easy favor perhaps, but the boy Owen more than compensate. Wow, it's so rough.
I
Tiber's
ruined
story.
him. I'm the one killed Ovi. Not that fool at the shrine.
Tears streaked down his cheeks, unheeded. Here's the truth about what separated us. I was afraid to lose him, so I broke his heart, cheated on him, and used my ring to make sure he knew. And it didn't work. He still loved me, and he didn't understand why I was pushing him away. So I waited until he was away on a supply run and turned our mercenaries on the village Ovi had sworn to protect. He chuckles through his tears. That did it. One look at the soldiers shoving children into the street and Ovi bashed me in the jaw and said we were done. You were afraid to lose him, so you pushed him away? I loved him, he says, gripping his head with bloodless fingers. More than I loved myself, and I'd felt him die dozens of times in the endless battle. I wanted him out of my head, understand? I wanted him gone, so that when death took him for the last time, I wouldn't feel it. His sigh is a soft, ragged thing. Still, I wish I'd run after him like I wanted, but I was scared, and I ran to the Bloom instead. And then I gave up the ring to save myself from Drakujan's revenge. He continues, his hands shaking. Of course I did, and I convinced myself Ovi wouldn't suffer because of it. But he did, he says, clawing the tears from his eyes. I knew he was here, and I was afraid to face him. And look at what my beautiful, honest lad came to in my absence, trying to save me. I made him like me. I'm sick of the lies, it's my fault, that's the plain truth. You aren't responsible for Owen's decisions. Maybe not, he says, blotting his cheeks on his arm. But he's dead anyway, and I had a part in that, like or not. He straightens, adjusting his clothing, and gives you a weary smile. Sometimes you think like a day should end when you're born too much. But it doesn't, and you have to keep going, don't you? Tiber takes a deep breath. Give me some time to myself, will you? I've had enough of talk for now, being honest. That's a rough tale. Rough tale. Let's rest. It's time to rest because we are going for the main quest anyway. And after resting, maybe Tiber will have other things to say.
I don't know what this is, but I like it.
Yes, lass?
Can we talk about Owen? I prefer not to last. It's all too fresh. Maybe another time. Okay, I guess that's the quest then. Alright. New place. Another time, yes. We are going after the main quest finally. Now let's visit the shop first. Oddity, oddity, oddity. I'll keep that. Oddity. Oh, I forgot to drink water. Maybe I should equip this.
Good balance. Good balance.
Deadly little thing, isn't it?
Yeah. Keep that as well. When you roll that oddity, it's too much. It's too much. We cannot handle the strongest teas. The strongest teas kill us. Does she have anything? Nah. Let's make a hard save here.
Updated my journal.
A scene of horror lies before you. The walls and floors turned against the inhabitants of this chamber, opening toothy orifices to drag them down and devour them. Judging by the half-devoured wagons and other debris, this was a market of some kind, or a trade post. To your left, across the room, is a massive slumbering maw. His mouth gapes open, and a portal shines within. Wow, okay. But there's one thing. Is that your stomach? I don't know. I've never seen your stomach. Is it? You tell us. A wriggling mass of tendrils rises from the ground. They remind you of the tongues that surround them all, writhing and twisting around each other. They make wet, unpleasant sounds. As you draw near to the cluster of tongues, the voices of the bloom begin to chitter and hiss in your ears. Listen carefully to the bloom's voices. Even after drinking the water of the bloom, you can't hear the voices clearly. You'll have to make a more direct connection to the tongues. Touch the bloom tongues with your hand. You carefully reach into the cluster of squirming tendrils. When they touch your hand, they pass through it, and a prickly hot cold sensation runs up your arm. With the water of the bloom coursing through your body, you can sense the difference between the voices here and the ones you heard at the mall. This particular tongue cluster has roots that extend throughout the chamber, and its whisper controls their movements. Is this not the bloom we know? Is this some other organism? You emerge from the portal into an alien world. The air is thin and bitterly cold. The sun is a tiny white globe in the sky, casting dim light over a landscape of crystalline beauty. You see no sign of organic life, only glittering crystals in every direction. Well, this place sparkles like a very sparkly thing, and I mean that as a compliment. Huh. Is this the Ascension? Finally a new face. Where did you come from, stranger? This shelter is built from a variety of exotic materials, since steel, pliable metals, and adamant silk. It looks like it's been here a long time and has probably served many different groups of explorers. Let's keep looking before we talk to them. Oh. Okay, let's talk to them before we interact with them. This tall, weathered man nods to you. He holds himself stiffly, as if something will crack off if he moves too quickly. He glances at your tattoo and smiles. Hello, Cast-Off. I am Doran, prophet of the changing god. It's been a while since we've seen anyone come through here. What's your business in the Ascension? I'm looking for a circlet of dark hyalian material known as the magmatic amulet. Have you seen anything like that? He raises his eyebrows. Now that is interesting business. Sadly, I cannot help you. You've seen nothing but pretty lights. To be honest, I think that's all there is to this place. What does it mean that you're a prophet of the changing god? A title only, he says, bowing his head in a momentary respect. The cultists of the changing god believe I have a special connection because I found some well-hidden secrets of your fathers once. Between you and me, I just got lucky. What secrets of the changing god did you find? He waves it up modestly. Nothing that would interest you. An old workshop with with some trinkets. I don't understand any of it, but the cultists were ecstatic. They drafted me as a prophet and confiscated everything. Well, he winks. Everything I didn't sell first. Fair compensation for my efforts, you know. Are you related to the cult of the changing god in Sagas Glyphs? We are cultists of the changing god, yes, though I'm afraid we have little to do with our colleagues in Sagas Glyphs. There is not a lot of oversight between our churches. What are you doing in the Ascension? Seeking, he says in a studied, casual tone. We have it on good, though possibly outdated authority that this place holds more of your father's secrets. We found nothing yet, however. Until we do, we are enjoying the sights and the silence, the crystals and the lights. Our pursuits have taken us to less pleasant places. What can you tell me about this place? Very little, he says, blinking. There are crystals, there are lights. There is no one to talk to and little of value to find. It's a lovely world, but I fear we may be wasting our time. Farewell. This massive crystalline structure looks like a shrine of some sort. Colored lights float about inside, each one like a tiny galaxy trapped within the crystal. As you approach, the crystal begins to hum. The resonations shake your skull. The humming shifts and increases until you hear a voice. What about the Church of the Changing God? It changed into Changing God. It used to be Changing God. It's the same church. Revel. The bright voice echoes directly in your mind. It stutters uncertain, like someone trying to remember how to speak. Greetings, Patterned One. I am Speaker. Welcome to the ascension of Kex Leonish. I am sorry, but the Oracle no longer exists. The lights pulse once, then a much deeper voice emanates from the crystal. Revelation. The Oracle was immortal. Time was the weapon that killed her. Something clicks or cracks within the crystal, and it speaks with the bright voice again. I regret that without the Oracle I will have very few answers for you, but I will do what I can. The thoughts you receive from the structure are not like any thoughts you have experienced before. They come fast and incomprehensible, but more than that, they come from all around you, from underneath and even above you. It's as if you can hear the thoughts of an entire world through the speaker. I'm looking for something my sire hid here. Do you know where I might start? I apologize, but I do not. Investigation was not my specialization, only speaking. The crystal vibrates once, deep voice speaks. Revelation. Speaker can speak to all sentience, even those that did not exist at the time of his creation. Why did you call me Pattern One? A few of the lights pull together, creating a glowing circle in the air. No, not a circle, a pentagon like your tattoo. Patterns are what we do, Patterned One. Life is a pattern, and your life more than most. Your thoughts hold a certain shape, a shape I've seen before. The lights twirl and chime wistfully. A man came through here long ago. He did some work here, I believe. Or maybe came to hide something or to find something. He never revealed to me his true purpose. You said revelation in a different voice. What does that mean? You are mistaken. Speakers are not authorized to grant revelations without the Oracle's permission, and the Oracle is no more. You hear another crack from deep within the crystal, as harsh as ice breaking underfoot. The deep voice speaks. Revelation. Speaker cannot hear itself give revelations. It stutters and falls silent for a moment before saying in the bright voice, I wish that I did have some revelations for you, Patterned One. Alas, that time is long past. Do you know anything about those other humans over there, Doran and his companions? I do not. Nor do they know anything about me. I will not speak with them. Its answer is surprisingly curt. Why won't you talk to the other humans? The lights inside the crystal dim slightly. I do not trust them. They don't taste right. You hear a sound in your mind, remarkably like a clacking tongue. I cannot explain it. Revelation, the deep voice adds, above a chorus of brittle snaps from within his body. The speaker tastes a strange pattern to one of the humans. Two patterns thought where there should be one. What does it mean that you are the speaker? My full title was once the Speaker of the Oracle of Kex Leonish. It says the name with soft reverence. I heard questions from pilgrims, relayed them to the Oracle, then conveyed the Oracle's answer via revelation. I gave wisdom to this entire world. The crystal's light dims. Now I speak for no one, and I have few answers to give. The deeper voice speaks again. Revelation. When the speaker dreams, it dreams of weeping. Sometimes the tears are made of light, others tiny black gems. Can you read my thoughts? No, but I can taste them, among other things. That's how I know to speak in your language. What was the Oracle? You are standing on it, on rather what remains of it. The Kex built the Oracle to answer the most difficult questions of existence, the voice grows. Then the Leonish left. The Oracle remained for 100,000 years or so before it broke down, I suppose. All that's left of the Oracle are the Probits. Probits. I don't know, Tazen. I don't know. Probably not. What are phobits? Hobbits? The lights dance within the crystal in a manner you can only interpret as proud. We are the phobits, the sparkling lights you see inside some of the crystals. If the Oracle was a brain, then we were its neurons. Each one of us had our own job, our own specialization. You can't speak to the others, of course. That is to say, they are perfectly intelligent, but they are entirely unaware of you. The only reason you and I can speak is because of my role as speaker. The others weren't made for communication or perception. The speaker throbs. The deep voice cuts into the air. Revelation. Common phobics were used to store activation states and simple information. Some may still react to basic physical stimuli. What happened to the Leonish? I do not know. They left one day, abandoning the Ascension entirely. Perhaps they ascended to a higher form of life. In any case, they did not need the Oracle anymore. If the other phobics are sentient, then could you speak to them for me, or at least make them aware of my presence? Of course, but they know nothing. I don't see what interpreting would. The speaker trails off, passing thoughtfully. No, there is a way they can help. Several phobics in the area were in charge of transmission tracks, communication pathways connecting the Oracle's smaller subsystems. When the Oracle passed, those pathways became obsolete and the phobics quiescent. But those tracks could serve as bridges to help you explore the area. Deep voice booms. Revelation. Like humans, the Leonish also required physical structures for traversal. Only a few phobics specialize in areas requiring this knowledge. The speaker is not among them. The speaker's bright voice returns. Try to interact with the phobics. When you do, I'll ask them to activate or deactivate. They may not all be as helpful as we'd like, but I think we'll figure out some way to get around. Fair one. What are the... Oh, okay. These are the phobics. Okay. This crystalline structure is distinct from all the others. It looks older, more fundamental, but by no means basic. It's one of the more complex structures you've seen in this place. Large portions of it glow, emitting a low rumbling hum that you can feel in your chest. Blurry lights flit across the surface of its largest gems. Are you a phobit? A wave of force passes out from the crystalline structure. Your body shudders with the impact, even though you hear nothing. Can you speak? Crystal releases another single pulse, jolting your body. You get the strong impression that the pulse means yes. This phobit is not like any other you've seen. It may not have the communicative qualities of the speaker, but it's trying to talk to you nonetheless. What's your function? The glow dims slightly and the blurry lights on the gem surfaces disappear. You realize they weren't lights at all, but the images of the phobit was trying to show you. When they reappear, they show a flat crystalline plane. Then one by one, shards emerge. They bud and sprout in the shape of the other phobits. As you watch, they continue growing, creating ridges, walkways, stairs. In one corner, you see the speaker flower out the crystals. In a matter of seconds, this entire region of the Ascension has taken shape in the image before you. This phobit built it all. I'm looking for a circlet of dark hyaline material, the magmatic annulet. Have you seen it? The large crystal pulses once. An image appears of a human figure walking through the Ascension into a cave. The details are too fuzzy to make out who it is, but presumably he is the amulet. After a while, he leaves the cave. The images move quickly then, crystals growing and shrinking as time passes. Suddenly, the entire image shakes and the cave entrance is gone. When the cave entrance closes, it doesn't look like a simple collapse. Crystals grow up from the ground, as if they're intentionally blocking the way inside. You closed the cave, didn't you? Can you open it again for me? The light within the crystals freezes in place, and the humming of the phobit ceases. It stays motionless for some time. Finally, you feel a single pulse of force through your body. Yes. You feel the ground rumble under your feet. After a few moments, the vibration ceases, and the phobit shows you an image of the cave. The crystals that block the entrance are gone. Why did the cave close? The violet light dims for a moment, and an ominous pulse shudders through your body. An image appears of some kind of multi-legged cloud creature you've never seen before. Farewell. Okay. That is the cave. This is probably a bridge here. Like all the little stories in this game. Yeah, me too. There are so many very short stories unrelated to the main quests, but they kind of make up the world, right? They complete the world. As this is not Mass Effect 3 would be the next game from the poll. They're off tomorrow, Mitra. Let me check what the poll is like before answering that. Yes, right now Mass Effect 3 is winning. And yes, I am taking tomorrow off. Tomorrow off. Scenic beauty is all well and good, but where's the wine? Where's the life to this place? What is that six-legged creature? Thank you, thank you. I'll see. I'll go meet a couple of friends. It should be fun. Hopefully we can finish this game today, so I can prepare for the next Friday with whatever new game gets selected. Oh. Mass Effect 3 has 12 votes. We can end the vote. Oh, it has 12 votes. Okay. Well, we cannot end the vote. We are going to end it when we finish the game. How are you, Marta? Welcome. So, one intellect badge. Cannot be unequipped. I think I can do this. One intellect edge, -2 intellect pool. That's good. You can't end it because you are Bulgarian. Yes, it's all because of you. Someone cheated? Ah! Someone removed the Mass Effect 3 vote. It's not a cheat. It's not cheating. You can do that. It's allowed. It's allowed. But don't worry, it's still winning. In unfollow. Well, I'm sorry to see you go. I'm sorry to see you go. An impenetrable field of energy seals are part of this game. We cannot go there. It's okay. It's not terrible. How are you doing? The stasis pod is dull and lifeless. There is no visible way to activate it. Okay. All of the cables in the room connect to this bulky machine and its twin. They generate a low rumble that you can feel in your feet. As you approach, a screen lights up. A strange maze-like rune flashes angrily in the center of the screen. 3 other glyphs revolve slowly around it in an elliptical orbit, a bolt of lightning, and a set of parallel lines and a circle. Destroy the machine, okay. Touch the flashing maze-like rune.
I am your death.
You're not very good, Thazen. You are, in fact, pretty evil, being the Lord Death. A picture appears. It looks like a technical schematic of the device behind you.
It shall be even bloodier than you hoped.
At the center of the room, source of the low hum. Vertical line runes appears next to the schematic, but you can't read them. Lore mystical anamnesis. Although you can't read the runes, the gist of the message
Shall I
becomes clear.
confront, subdue, and pummel the suspected perpetrator, Sam?
It's a warning about the device with 2 crystals at the center of the chamber. The device has deteriorated to an unstable state, and any fluctuation in power is likely to result in an interruption in function. The runes do not say what will happen if the device ceases to function, or if they do, you cannot decipher it. Touch the glyph that looks like a bolt of lightning. The rune and the glyphs disappear, replaced with an image depicting the bank of 3 large crystals to your right. Symbols flow into the image, showing that the device is currently receiving power from the machine before you. A circular symbol glows next to the image. Each time one of the symbols enters the image of the crystals, the circular symbol pulses brightly. Pressing it would likely cut the flow of the power to the bank of crystals. Well, let's not do it yet. Unity in Varna is 90%. It's always like that here. Even higher. Touch the glyph of parallel lines. An image appears of the pod in the far corner of the room. The image of the pod is dim. A circular symbol sits next to the image. Press the dim circular symbol. Both the symbol and the pod light up on the screen. The circular symbol pulses in time without symbols that march into the image of the pod itself. In the far corner of the room, new noises indicate the pod is now receiving power. Oh, okay. Let's keep looking. Touch the circular glyph. An image appears depicting the humming device in the center of the room, the one with 2 crystals. Symbols flow into the image, showing that the device is currently receiving power from the machine before you. 100% humanity means yes. Then we need gills to survive. A circular symbol pulses each time a symbol flows into the image. Pressing it would likely cut the flow of power to the crystals, causing the humming to cease. The circular symbol is outlined in red, suggesting that the function of this device is particularly important. Well, let's not turn it off then. Rings of energy pulse around the stasis pod. There appears to be nothing inside it, but the control interface hovers a few centimeters off the surface at one end of the pod. Surprisingly, the words on the interface are written in the truth, and you can understand them. There are several options, but most of them are dimmed out. The only functioning options are check status and access data. Let's check status. The picture of the pod appears. The lid on the image is closed and flashing red. Several other places on the image of the pod flash red as well. Text says stasis pod empty, error, self-diagnostic failed. Cannot open stasis pod, primary functions offline, data integrity 67%. Press access data. A list of records appears. Several of them are crossed out with the word corrupted next to the name. Most of the functioning records are mundane, like system integrity results or lists of the lab equipment. Oh, how long are these? Access the first experiment note. An unfamiliar male voice reverberates throughout the room. Preliminary investigation suggests that Mazov was correct. The crystals of the Ascension bear the properties we require to complete the resonance chamber. The amulet provided invaluable in reaching this place and may have other uses besides, so it will be some time before I can return it to Dracogen. Much more experimentation is required before I can know for certain whether the Ascension holds what I seek. We should talk about water only if you are. Yeah, true. Access second experiment note. The secretions of the crystal war are one of the few substances I found that can eat through the living crystal of the Ascension. I have had several larvae brought here for that purpose. Dracogen exudes patience with regard to the amulet, but I've dealt with other Dracogens before. He will only remain patient for so long before he decides I have cheated him. No matter, I fear the sorrow more than I fear them. Multiple Dracogens? Access the third experiment node. I have several experiments running simultaneously while I wait for the crystal to grow. True to their name, the crystal wars have proven quite adaptable to this environment and are invaluable to this part of the process. The Ascension natives may prove useful as well. I had ignored them initially, for although their speaker is capable of cogent communication, it has proven useless in providing any real information. However, I have since seen other natives accomplishing some remarkable feats with the crystal itself, so I captured one for study. We shall see if there is more than I can learn from it. Fourth. Several of the Crystal Wars larvae hatched prematurely and escaped. It's unclear how it happened, but I suspect someone came looking for the amulet while I was buying supplies in Sagas. No doubt they tampered with my machines in their efforts to find it. The voice sighs. To prevent further sabotage, I have placed the amulet and the remaining larvae behind an energy field, this one. The power generators can open the field, but it now requires a passcode sequence to ensure there is no further tampering. I'm not foolish enough to record the sequence here, but should something happen to me such that I forget, the 3 geodesics through the barycenter are the key. The voice says nothing more. If that was supposed to be a hint, its meaning is unclear. Perhaps it would make more sense when looking at the power generator itself. The escaped crystal wars are growing and breeding. They now constitute a serious threat to my work. He poses. I built a device to emit sound waves at a very specific frequency, lulling the creatures into dormancy. So far it appears to be an effective countermeasure, but I shall have to keep careful watch to be sure. I must also make sure that the power generator does not experience any interruptions lest they wake again. The voice speaks between ragged breaths. This will be my last entry. Dracojan's patience has worn thin, as I knew it would. His agents are outside and will no doubt break through my defenses momentarily. If they do, I will have to abandon this body. I don't know when I'll be able to return, but I am... The voice cuts off. There is no more to this entry. Seventh one. The voice on this entry is the same as the other entries, but it has none of the confidence from before. I don't know what's happening. I woke up in this game surrounded by angry men, demanding something called an amulet. I don't know what it is, but they attacked me. I didn't know what to do, so I fought back. I killed them. The blood is everywhere. Some of it is mine, but most of it... I found these notes afterwards when I was trying to figure out what was happening to me. I couldn't figure out how to retrieve the amulet, but those men were sent by someone called Dracojan? I don't know what any of this means. I'm going to find out, but I'm leaving this message in case I don't make it back. I don't know who will listen, but well, I figured I should leave something of me in here, somewhere, in case I don't get very far. Okay, so we gotta open this. Try to figure out the key to unlocking the force field based on the clue from the experiment notes. I'm going to take a short break though before we continue this. A short break, 5 minutes or so. I'm also going to run the ads in the meanwhile. So yeah, we may be able to finish the game today. So if you still haven't voted or want to change your vote, these may be the last few hours. So maybe consider doing that. Otherwise, just mute the stream, turn it off, avoid those pesky ads for 3 minutes or so, and I will be with you in a few minutes. Be right back. I'm back. No boosts. Okay. By the way, thank you everybody who has been sharing their opinions about the Criticalist resurrection system.
Welcome back.
I'm checking your messages during breaks. I cannot answer them yet, but I will also get my thoughts in order and write a response about how I feel. In case you were not aware, we have a discussion on Discord about a system to bring back previously played Criticalist games. It's very interesting to me for several reasons. One of them being, especially the older games that we have played, like in the first few months of the stream when the community wasn't established as it is today. I would like to replay them with all of you now, with those of you who keep coming, who maybe joined us in the last year or 2 years, and who haven't seen them. Some of them predate the boosts and everything. You know, there has always been a selection process, but the critical hit system wasn't as established as this. So I would like to replay some of them, and some of them are more popular games as well, which would help, I think, the channel as well. You know, if we were to play Fallout again or Baldur's Gate again, or I don't know, another popular game, I think we would also grow the community, meet some good new people to join us, possibly who would possibly form an interesting critical list as well. So replaying some of the old great games, old as in those I have played in the early days of the stream, would be very interesting. But we haven't decided on the particulars. You can go to that post and share your opinion, whether they be very detailed or not detailed at all. I would love to hear from all of you about how you would think, how you would feel about one system or another that would bring back the possibilities to replay a game once we play it. Because as it stands now, every playthrough is once and once only. But we will introduce a system. There will be a system to bring them back. We are just discussing the particulars. So yeah, head over there, read if you have the time, or don't read. You don't have to read. You can just tell us what you think. And I'd be very happy if you did. So Let's go back to this one though. Alright. Try to figure out the key to unlocking the force field based on the clue from the experimenting notes. Experiment notes. The three geodesics through the berry center are the key. Watching the glyphs revolve around the central rune, the meaning suddenly becomes clear. The symbols increase and decrease in size as they move around the rune, traveling more quickly when they come close to it and slower when they are farther away. They aren't revolving, they are orbiting, and the rune is a berry center. The definition of geodesic rises from the depths of your mind as well. It means a great circle track, the shortest line between 2 points on a sphere. On a hunch, you draw a line from each of the 3 symbols to the others, curving the line through the rune in the center. The symbols stop orbiting. Lines appear when your finger drags across the surface. Soon you have 3 curved lines connecting each of the symbols. 3 geodesics through the same berry center. The interface disappears, replaced by an image of some kind of field protector. Triumphant, you cut the power to the projector. Across the cavern, the force field deactivates. Alright, we did that. We opened it. Let's see what we have here. Cipher. Damage thing.
These ciphers are killing me.
Yeah, I know. Let's give it to Tibia. Let's give this to Eritis. Hardly know her. Shell armor, 20 armor. I'll definitely get rid of that. Okay, let's see. Nestled among nestled among the Chad, we got nestled. We need to restart. We got nestled. Not now. We were so close to the end too. I'm sorry. We are starting over from Planescape Torment. Nestled among the crystal formations is a steel pod. Cables pass in and out of the pod, glowing with energy. As soon as you are within arm's reach, a shining interface materializes in the air between you and the pod. There are 5 strange symbols arranged in a circle around in a filigreed pentagon similar to the tattoo on your head. Tabak. In case some of you don't understand this inside joke, we have a few
good friends who do Baldur's Gate's no death, no reload runs on highest difficulty, meaning they try to finish the game without dying once at the highest imaginable difficulty. And once you restart Baldur's Gate 1, the first, I guess, cutscene, the first text, the narration, mentions Candlekeep, the starting area, and the description starts as nestled among the something. So dying in one of those runs is called nestling. So if you die, you nestle and you restart with that narration. So that's the joke. Anyway, touch the symbols around the filigreed pentagon. Nothing happens. Place your hand on the pentagon. Nothing happens. Touch your own tattoo to the center symbol. Magnetic amulet. As you draw closer, the filigreed pentagon glows more brightly. Your head becomes warm, but not uncomfortably so. When it touches the light, you feel a small amount of energy flow out from you. The cables on the pod pulse quickly, and the top of the chamber opens with a hiss. The only item inside is a Hylian circlet, as black as the sky behind the stars, the magmatic amulet. Remove it from the pod and take it with you. What is this 6-legged creature then? The chamber hisses shut and the interface vanishes. We didn't see a creature. Huh. So what happens if I turn this off? Can I even turn it off? Still. Pressing it would likely cut the flow of power to the bank of crystals. Do we want to do that? I'm curious what happens if I turn the power off. Let's save and try that. We may reload from it, but let's turn off the other one first. Touch the pulsing circular symbol. The circular symbol dims and the symbols freeze in place, no longer marching into the image of the 3 crystals. To your right, lights on the bank of crystals fade. A hobbit blinks and chirps within one of these large crystals, finally freed from its imprisonment. It zips around in the crystal, makes cheerful noises in your direction, then vanishes in a flash of light. Okay, I think this was a good thing. We let the imprisoned hobbits go. What if we... does this turn the whole machine off? Press the pulsing circular symbol. Circular symbol dims and pulsing rhythm of symbols marching into the image ceases. The low hum that permeates the cave fades, then grows completely silent. Nothing happens for a moment or two. Suddenly, a series of strange popping sounds emanate from the device in the center of the chamber. On the screen, the image of the device begins to flash. Red parallel lines cut through the part where the power once flowed into it. Arcs of energy jump over the surface of the device for a few moments, then cease. The cavern becomes eerily quiet. Okay, we turned it off completely. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Escape the cavern or defeat the crystal wars. Use the machinery to find a way to protect yourself from the creatures. Well, maybe I shouldn't have done this. Well, I may still reload. Even though this enormous machine is silent now, you see faint lights deep within, pulsing like slow heartbeats or distant stars. From a brief glance at the infrastructure inside the machine, you deduce that it was designed to keep the crystal wars docile. Dig through the machine's innards for useful parts. Behind the sealed panel, you find a small emitter linked to a powerful signal routing device. You should be able to use it to surround yourself with energy this machine produces. Ah!
I think I need to lie down.
No, no, no. Don't lie down. Not here. How do I pass the turn? You're bleeding? Okay, they cannot hurt me when I'm in this.
I think I need to lie down.
Oh, they can. I need to be in the middle. Let's go here.
I think I need to lie down.
Oh, come on. Okay, bleeding badly. You need to heal, Rin. You have nothing to heal. You should have some healing capability.
Where is Rin?
Oh, that's a lot better.
Okay. I mean, I guess if I ran as fast as I could.
I think I need to lie down.
Ah. Okay, missed. Oh, she may get attacked over there. Well, maybe not. Okay. Let's put you here. They can still attack from outside, I think, to those who are in the circle. That's not a big deal. Oh, getting through there will be trouble. I think I can run with Rin. Maybe over here. I'm next to Rin. Maybe even okay. Don't attack. Okay. What? All the way from there? Oh, really?
Could
Wow.
someone stab some healing into me?
I don't know. Rin. So after Rin and before Tybir, we have two over here who may attack Rin, so we are going to have to put her here.
5 years from now, there's gonna be a new generation of CRPGs inspired by BG3's success. We will have this kind of writing again. We'll see, hopefully. Whatever they may be inspired with. I'd love to have more games like this for certain. Oh, come on. They attack each other. They're going to kill themselves. This one is going to die. Can we get out? We cannot get out, and Eritis and Rin might fall here. Unless... let's see, let's... Eritis is probably going to fall. Well, Eritis won't fall with one attack. Rin might, if she gets attacked. I think if you survive this turn, you'll be able to get out. Hey Turbo, welcome. How are you doing?
Someone needs to smash me in the face with some healing.
No, you're okay. You're okay. Don't be a baby. You're a hero. Let's put you here, even. I probably killed Eritis by putting him there.
What's going on? What just happened?
No, nothing happened. Nothing happened. It's fine. You're fine. Can you get out? If she gets out, do they all get out? Party scattered. No! I must gather my party to venture forth.
You must gather your party before venturing forth.
I mean, technically, as long as the last cast of survives, they will all survive. So I'm not worried. I will just go and sleep. Eritis will fall, I think.
Could someone stab some healing into me?
I don't think any of those will be able to attack Eritis this turn, so I think we have a chance of making it with everyone alive. No, 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 no. Oh, okay. Has to walk a lot. Cannot use action. He'll be fine. Look at him. He's a hero. Staying behind to protect his comrades.
A lesser hero would be dead by now.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. But look at you with 3 health. And we are out. That was also completely unnecessary. We didn't really have to do that. But it was fun regardless.
New channel SFX request by Thor Obliterator.
I hope I didn't cut it off by talking over it. Doran bars your path with a slight confident smile. Greetings again, Cast-Off. Whatever you did in that cave has caught the changing god's attention. He knows you're here now, and he has asked me to destroy your mind. His smile broadens. Do not resist. Suddenly his pupils slide out of view, not up but sideways, as abruptly as they've been slapped. Yes, he says in the same casual tone. Of course, it won't be long now. His pupils return from the opposite side. Don't waste your time speaking to her. Take her mind. I'm not surrendering my mind to you. Oh. I'm not surrendering my mind to you. But you will, he says patiently. Willingly or not, you will. I have been giving directions, and they will be carried out. So I guess the changing god specter is now in Doran's mind. Your father speaks to me, he says, pointing at a tiny device at the base of his skull. Too small to have noticed before. He has told me that he has need of your body, and I have learned over the years to trust what he says. A hint of sorrow touches his eyes. It's time to return your father's property, cast off. The changing god is trapped in my mind, though. How can he be speaking to you? He looks confused for a moment. In your minds? I don't... Did you think I would let myself be rendered helpless? I am never without power. He raises a hand to his hand. Ah, he says, it seems he is in your mind. But maybe you've forgotten who we are talking about. The changing god has been alive for centuries, maybe more. He would never let himself be trapped or rendered helpless. He is never powerless. I am proof of that. Doran is but one of my tools. You are never beyond my reach. When did the changing god start speaking to you? Years ago, Doran says simply. He taps the base of his skull. Ever since his device attached itself to me while I was exploring one of his abandoned laboratories. He asked me to tell you that the erasure of your mind will not hurt. He will simply nudge your mind into oblivion and take its place. Doran bows his head. He will be among us at last, thanks to you. It won't hurt, Cast-Off. It's only nudging your mind into oblivion so that I may have my body. What is that device anyway? One of his mouthpieces, he says, brow furrowing. Apparently he had assumed this was common knowledge among cast-offs. Smiling, he shakes his head in self-deprecating amusement. I picked this relic up, examined it, and discarded it, but then it shot up from the ground and chose me, claimed me. Your father has spoken to me ever since. The changing god is using you, that's what he does. Of course he is, Doran says, sighing, and we chose to let him. You and your kind do not have the same freedom. That body does not belong to you. It must be exhausting, he says, compassion in every line of his face. It must be impossible knowing that your every breath is borrowed, that your discoveries do not ultimately belong to you, and that your only marks on the world will be the ones he does not wipe away. He clasps his hands. Thankfully, we are here to take that burden from you. It's time to sleep, Cast-Off. It's time to surrender. I'll give you one chance to run. Do I want to say this? I'm tempted by your offer. My life has not been an easy one. Let's say it. I understand, he says, nodding slowly, brow canted in sorrow. And that is why we are here, to take the pain from you. This is a trick, right? Rin whispers. You are planning something. Just give me a clue. You are worrying me. Hey, Zerfuse. How are you doing? Happy Sunday. I'll give you one chance to run. Just one. Be smart. 85% with Eritis. I think that's the best we can get. Oh, we can get 100%. Let's get 100% with the last caster. His complacency drains in the face of your threat. His eyes pop open wide. His hands fly instinctively to his ears as though someone were shouting at him. I'm sorry. This was a mistake. I'm not strong enough. I don't want to... Fool, you are less than worthless. I will find another way to retrieve my body.
I'm ready to become even more heroic.
There's a high-pitched keening. Doran clutches the device at the back of his skull as though it were hurting him. He groans, swaying. With a soggy crump, his head bursts. With a single horrified glance at their fallen prophet, his followers flee. Okay, nothing interesting. But level ups.
Awaits.
Thank you. That was an easy encounter. I think we will go extra effort with everyone. Well, everyone that we can. Increase stat pools. 1 speed, 1 intellect. Increase edge. Let's increase your intellect speed. Intellect speed. Intellects. Maybe something else. Maybe I'll increase the stat pools actually. Intellect speed, yes.
Oh, no way! Are we trapped here? Fantastic. I may need to heal, actually. You know what? If there's another encounter or something. Wait, what am I doing? Let's use the weak ones.
Onward! Danger awaits!
Well, the weak ones are really
Danger awaits! Ah! Oh, that's much better. Just like that. Onward! I could stand a little more of that.
All and I are ready. My head doesn't hurt as much anymore. Still hurts, though. Yes? Oh, that's a lot better.
Onward! Ah! Oh, that's much better.
Okay.
Just like that.
That looks good enough for me. The bloom tongues make wet, unpleasant sounds as they ride and skirm against each other. As you approach, the voices of the bloom begin to click and buzz in your ears, making your fingers twitch and setting your teeth on edge. You catch yourself reaching instinctively for the magmatic amulet, as if something you've done many times before. Touch the magmatic amulet. You grasp the crystalline artifact. At once the voices of the bloom grow louder, and louder still. They fill your consciousness, drowning out your thoughts, hissing and whispering and chittering and buzzing. They are coming from every direction, from above and below, from nearby and far away. Swaying on your feet, you nearly topple to the floor. Slowly the bloom voices resolve themselves into their constituent parts, but now they carry sense impressions with them. Hunger, curiosity, desire. Each burst of bloom voices evoke a new impression in your mind. For a moment you let go of the amulet and the sense impressions are gone. The voices are nothing but meaningless babble. When you touch the amulet again, the sense impressions return. You realize that the magnetic amulet is a translator of sorts, though the limits and scope of its power are uncertain. Listen to the nearest voices. You hear the cluster of bloom tongues whispering softly to you, exuding a sense of expectation and familiarity. These tongues know your scent, or perhaps that of your sire, and they are eager to touch your mind, but their voices are not the only ones here. A score of other voices gibber and shout from the dark corners of the room, ordinary human voices that once belonged to the merchants, guards, and bloom guides who were devoured here. Fragments of their minds cling to life in their half-digested corpses, and they cry out in confusion, rage, or pain. Listen to the distant voices. You focus on the bloom voices that are coming from outside the trade post. What seemed at first like an indistinct babble is actually many different voices. Thousands of voices, each arising from somewhere else in the bloom. Some of the voices belong to individual mouths, evoking impressions of hunger and need. Others resonate from deeper places within the bloom. When you concentrate on those voices, you experience flashes of intense emotion or catch fleeting glimpses of men and women being beaten or killed. Every voice is unique, chittering, groaning, barking, whispering, rattling, hissing, yet all of them are the bloom. Try to communicate with the cluster of bloom tongues. Relaxing your mind, you allow the whisperings of the bloom tongues to penetrate your thoughts. Memories rise in your consciousness, trivial moments you thought you had forgotten. Just as you recognize them, they are swept away. The bloom tongues are sifting through your memories, looking for something. The voices dig deeper into your unconscious. What seemed harmless at first becomes irritating. A dull ache blossoms in the back of your head, spreading across your skull and down your spine. The pain comes in waves, as if the bloom is trying to wrench a memory out of your brain. We will allow the bloom. Allow the bloom to feed on the memory. Dimly you are aware of bloom's presence in your mind, pulling at a memory hidden deep in your unconscious, like a stubborn tooth that refuses to be torn out. With a final gout of searing agony, the memory bursts into your conscious mind. You stand under a blazing purple sun that was never the ninth world, you know. Your body sits heavy on you, an unfamiliar muscle rippling as you move. And move you must, as your boots lose their propulsive power. You must scramble at the sheer rock face for the extra boost, pulling yourself up with your battered hands, trying to reach the eye socket of the mountain-sized statue. You laugh madly, and you can feel your consciousness straining to leave this shell. You gain the safety of the caravan eye. You look below to see your pursuers swarming up the cliff.
You are defiling their holy grounds, and they mean to make you pay in blood. Their lamprey mounts, their many arms, and needle-capped suckers on their hands all suggest that they are more than capable of taking it. Except as they come, you hold your hand out above them and curl into a fist. The air coalesces into an acid shower that rains down among them. Their screams are like an opera. The memory ends, slurped from your mind like sugary nectar. You remember witnessing it, yet the memory itself, the collection of sensory impressions that was actually experienced by the changing god, is gone, devoured by the bloom. The bloom tongues sag drunkenly against each other, as if the feast has made them languid and confused. Try to take control of bloom tongues. Num num num. You reach across the barrier that separates your consciousness from that of the tongues, a barrier now made permeable by the amulet. Tentatively, you begin to direct the motions of your tongues. It's a strange sensation, like having another set of limbs. But they respond to your impulses. Belatedly, the tongues try to resist, but with a bit of concentration, you quiet them like errant thoughts. These tongues, you realize, are a tiny locus of Bloom's consciousness. Their roots extend throughout the trade post, and now so do your thoughts and commands. Can we do all of this? Restore the portal to Surgeon's Lamp. This is what we need to go back to. So let's move the trade post back to its original. Let's move the trade post back to its original location. You close your eyes and relax your mind, probing the limits of your new senses. The roots of the bloom tongues run throughout the trade post, but they also extend some distance into the surrounding flesh. A few of them trail upward, tracing a path toward an open cavity in the outer reaches of the bloom. Sealing yourself, you take hold of all the tendrils at once, urging them back along that path, clawing their way toward the surface and dragging the trade post after them. The ground buckles and churns beneath your feet, and the whole chamber begins to move. At last you open your eyes and shaking subsides, the block archways opening, you hear astonished voices outside. Their energy spent, the bloom tongues recede into the ground. Okay. Maybe we could have done more. We probably could have done more. Maybe we should have done more. But this was the important thing to do. As you emerge from the trade post, you hear sharp intakes of breath. The two merchants you met earlier are staring at you in amazement. That great jaw and the teeth, they are gone? The portly human beams at you. Was this your doing? If it was, you have our deepest thanks. Indeed, the Varialan Duxit said. Trade awaits us in the Ascension place. We should go, before Bloom Thing tries to eat us again. Yes, the human nudges his friend. But it's damned impressive, eh? I thought the Bloom only answered to the Memovira. Where's she when we need help? Hiding in her fortress, that's where. You are going the wrong way. It's this way. Dude. Bristler squints at you. You spoke to her, didn't you? To the Bloom, I mean, and she listened. Maybe the Bloom listens to those who warrant attention. It wasn't speech exactly. Course not, she don't talk the way we do, but she has ways to make herself heard. All that whispery, chittery stuff make a certain kind of sense if you listen long enough. And maybe you got ways to talk back to her, but they ain't trying to pry. All I'm saying is I'd be careful using that kind of power if I was you. The folks in charge might mistake you for a threat, happens a lot around here. He shrugs, and the lopsided grin returns. Now, what can I do for you? Nothing. Oh, show him the transdimensional scalpel. Have you ever seen a weapon like this? Gristler's eyes widen when he spies the scalpel and he waves it away. Get rid of it, he hisses. Can't you hear how much he hates it? He holds his hands to his ears as if in pain. You don't actually hear anything, but you assume he must be referring to the voice of the Bloom, or he's completely insane. I've heard of a weapon like that, Gristler whispers, I still locked on the scalpel. Stories mostly. It's been around the Bloom for a long time. That knife can't cut open her mouth if you fix it up right. She don't like it, and she's no friend to the one who wields it. How can I get rid of it though? Maybe I can sell it. Isn't
Isn't there a better way? So, yeah, I wasn't able to find the alternative job for Koti. Maybe you can give me a hint, or if it's not a hint for the thing, just tell me outright, because I think I talked to everyone. That's the only side quest that I have no idea about. Any clues? I think I'll
Deadly
just
little thing,
not equip
isn't
this. Let's give you one of this. I mean, I have found the one job, but Thor had told me there was another possible. I couldn't find it. If Thor is not available, then if you could look it up, Ash, maybe. It's a very minor thing. It's not really important. I don't mind even if you give me the full answer. I would prefer hints, of course. But I've pretty much been everywhere. Except the old slave block. But I cannot imagine it's being there. But we had this before. What is this? Is this a bug? Double check the vast interior shrine of the Great Chiller. I'm going to... This happened before. We paid them. I don't know why. I think this is bugged because it asked for money. We negotiated to 200. We still paid 350, and now the dialogue repeats. So that encounter is definitely bugged. Thor always knows. Double check the vast interior or the shrine of Great Chilla. Observance spec. Oh, okay, maybe, okay. I guess I didn't talk to this one. Thank you, Thor. And thank you, Ash, for offering to help as well. I know a young man who needs work. Is there a place for him here? Rin's eyes go wide, and she shakes her head frantically. No, she hisses. If the spec hears her, she's polite enough to ignore
I'll
the girl.
remember that.
The old woman glances about, eyes falling on the piles of smelly rags. She bends down, runs a finger along the floor, and finds it covered in grime. A caretaker, perhaps. A strong pair of arms to wield a broom and scrub our rags. I can't promise what I don't have, and by that I mean coin. But he'll have food and a place to sleep. I'll ask the bloom not to eat him. I met a man outside. He claims to be former Memovira. So he was, a man who enjoyed holding lives at his mercy, pronouncing judgment from his throne. You hear the chittering, whispering voices of the bloom behind the spec's words, twisting their mind into your mind. When you blink your eyes, the image of an imperious-looking man flashes before you, the same man you met outside, but younger, stronger, with a cruel curl to his lip. So there's a third one, Thor? Ash, if you checked it. Is there a third one? So we can make him a Memovira guard. We can make him a janitor here. Is there another in the vast interior that I missed? There's a third one. Okay, I'll look again. The whole bloom was his place, the seed of a kingdom he would build, for such was his ambition, and the bloom loved him for it. Such power it gave him. What sort of power?
Every Memovira can open a maw at the touch, but not all can summon maws to their side. Fewer still can call them outside the fleshy walls of the bloom, as he could. But the bloom turned on him, just as it's turning on the Memovira now. Just as it always does, so many lives cut short by his hand, and so much fear bound up with his name. He's grown fat with the terror and strife that he sowed. In the mind of the bloom, he was a beast made plump for the slaughter. The bloom eats terror and strife. It might, or perhaps it devoured his legacy of terror and strife, rolling him around in his guts until he was forgotten, until he forgot himself. She shrugs. Who knows? The whispers don't say. That's terrible. The physical pain was nothing to him. Losing his name and all that he built, being forgotten, that was terrible. The speck slowly spins herself in a circle. It's all a cycle, round and round. Feast on one Memovira, raise another in his place. Let the hunger build. She stops and feast again. So now the bloom wants to eat this Memovira. That's why she's hiding in her tower. Too scared to leave her tower, too proud and stubborn to abandon the bloom. She's no different than the ones that preceded her. The bloom will eat her, and her name will be forgotten. How long has the bloom cycle been going on? Since the time of Chila at least, so 4 centuries? 5? She seems momentarily confused. Before that, who knows? There was no speck to watch and remember. Certainly the bloom is much, much older than that. Likely the cycle is just as ancient. If Chila was the first Memovira, wouldn't she have been part of Bloom's feeding cycle too? The speck turns to you sharply, eyes glittering. What are you saying? She's not the first to think she's discovered some great secret. She's proof that the cycle can be beaten. A person can bond with the bloom and survive if they are strong enough. She's silent for a long moment. A rare soul they'd need to be. But yes, maybe it could be done. Stronger than the bloom, never. Or is that who Chila truly was? Alright, let's try to find this third job. In the vast interior even. There aren't even too many... Oh, maybe now that we have solved the trader issue, maybe we can tell them to take him as well. Because I talked to them before. There was no option to give the guy to the merchants. Maybe now there is. No, there is not. What about the caravan guards? Gristler doesn't care. Sundermans don't care. Actually, I haven't talked to the younger Sunderman, but I don't think he has any kind of authority to hire somebody. What would happen if, hypothetically, of course, I were to kill you? Kill me? The old man didn't tell me about this. Blue Tide. Would the older version of you just disappear? Would this whole shop cease to exist, or would it be impossible to do? I don't know. I never thought about it before. He backs away. Why would you even ask something like that? No, I'll be okay, right? Because the old man is still here? This probably happened to him already. Sorry, but how often do you get to test something like this? What happens if we try? No, we are not going to try and kill him. Don't worry, I wouldn't actually do it. Right, I knew that. He swallows hard and edges farther away from you. I knew I'd be okay. I knew it. Maybe I'm not ready for this adventure after all. No, we won't do it. I have some more questions for her. No. It's an experiment. Not clickbait. Maybe it has something to do with inkpots? If it's a job with inkpots, then I'm not going to give him to the Bloom cultist, of course. Well, it's not Ioxu either. So if I kill that apprentice... Maybe if I kill that apprentice... You promised to modify this scalpel. He holds out his hand without looking you in the eye. He keeps his eyes focused elsewhere until you place the scalpel in his palm. He sets it on his bench and his fingers fly between his tools and the blade. The process takes only a few moments, and when he has finished, he extends his arm to the side and waits for you to take it from his palm. When you do, he returns to his notes. Improved, even. Let's buy stuff. I have way too much money. Yeah, Sanderman doesn't accept him for now. Maybe if he killed the apprentice, we would have created an opportunity. I don't know. No, I just need to go to Koti. I mean, Rin doesn't like it, but Rin doesn't like anything, it seems. What if you cause a time paradox by killing him, in which you can no longer meet him by having killed him, leading you to not killing him, then of course meeting him, and then... See, that is why we don't discuss those. See what you did? I got you a job at the Shrine of Chila. You can start immediately.
I'll remember that.
Oh, the shrine, really? Alright, well, thank you. He walks away, a little uncertain, but lighter on his feet than when you met him. I'm not much for religion, especially of this place, but she stuck her neck out for me. I'll do it for her. Right, we are almost done. There is one more thing I need to check. Let's die.
I can't die.
Yeah, you can. Temporarily. They are all here now. Nothing else changed. The ghosts of the Katina are here, coalesced and more solid than before. They look around the labyrinth, and you can feel questing tendrils of thought emanating from the spirits as the machine intelligence assesses its new home. It senses your regard, and one of the ghosts speaks. Come, speak with us, we will share our gifts. Form a connection with the machine intelligence. You open your mind still further, and the Katina's intelligence shimmers into being. A cool blue grid of logic and structure. It overlays your vision and vanishes, and you feel its calm assessing strength adding to yours. Talk to the Katina's intelligence. We thank you for this space. We shall endeavor to be fruitful tenants of your mind, to remain safely out of your way unless you require our assistance. How are you holding up here? Your mind is a peaceful place. I would not have expected that. What have you observed in the labyrinth? Are you aware this is a shared space? Your mind is not the only builder. I feel other presences on occasion, but they withdraw before I can ascertain their truth. I will continue to monitor for them. It clears its throat. It does not appear that you were the primary architect of the space either. Functionally speaking, some of these structures could only have been erected or imagined by a mind that is not yours. I hope I do not give offense. Hopefully. What did you learn? Max effort plus 1 intellect tasks. That's good. Alright, ads are coming. We are going to run the ads. And after that we are going to, I think, continue fully into the main quest because nothing is left other than the main quest. So yeah, I'm going to run the ads. I will see you after the ads. See you in a bit. I don't think we have any boosts, right? No,
Nectar of the Gods.
Let me do a couple of things in preparation for the main quests. First, let's rest. Think about it. I'd like to sleep.
I could stand a little more of that.
Now I'll That's the stuff.
What's the stuff, Ren? What are you doing? Let's drink the fluid. Okay, we are, I think, ready to talk to Drakujan. Navigational contact, this doesn't come up yet. And Drakujan with magnetic amulet. These are both the same thing. So yeah, we are ready. Let's stop the timer. Wait until the ads end. Anyone wants to boost? Any boosters out there? Let's check the pool also. Pool? Let's check the pool. Pool is the same. You're all boosting thugs. Sorry, that's not happening. Unfortunately. You have boosted other things. You have boosted other things, so you can boost thugs. You should have planned ahead.
I'm with the science team.
If no more side quests pop up, I wonder how much is left. I'm sure more than an hour. But if it's like more than 3 hours, 4 hours, then I'd better leave it for the next week. I want to finish this today, but I don't want to push too late trying to finish it. But I think we have completed every side content, so it's like the last bits of the main. You tend to take longer wrapping stuff up than you expect. Let me look at the walkthrough. Yeah, sure. Alright, welcome back everyone. We are ready to turn in the main quest now. This part of the... Oh, would you accept the cortex that we discussed earlier in place of the amulet? Oh, do we want to keep the amulet? Have you managed to obtain the cortex, or are you ready to surrender it? Wait. He talks as if we talked about this before. Would you accept the cortex that we discussed earlier in place of the amulet?
Remember that.
Ah yes, that would indeed be sufficient. Should you manage to obtain it, it would certainly be a fine substitute for the amulet, but I have doubts. I have tried and failed to acquire it before. The agents I employed previously were not up to the task. This was an occasion of great surprise to me. They were tough, capable explorers, and I thought them more than sufficient for the job. If you gain access to the anchorage and the cortex, I suggest you employ guile before violence. I would hate to see you fail as they did. I think maybe it is in our best interest to keep the amulet since it helps us understand and be able to talk to the bloom. And I think the end game will involve the bloom from what it seems to be going towards. So we need to take the cortex. And that is the crisis that has kind of stuck with me. Let's see. The only thing I remember from that crisis is we were to be given a tour of the place, and to give them the impression that we are still following the tour, we had to follow the tour guide around, stay with them, listen to them, but one of our teammates would sneak around and try to steal the cortex in the meanwhile. That kind of a heist crisis. That's all I remember. We'll see now. I suggest you employ guile and not violence, Mithril. So anyway, I started peacefully discussing things with the security systems, exactly. So I kicked them in the hand until it was dead. as the random bandit in Baldur's Gate says. Let's see. So how do we start the crisis? Can we even start the crisis? But I cannot do anything here. I cannot even initiate violence. I cannot kill them. I cannot talk to them. I cannot go into this room. Pilot Major Genius is here. I cannot go in there. What can I do? Oh! Oh! Oh, never mind. Okay. Huh. Okay, these ornate doors are firmly shut. When you get close to them, the voice says something in an alien tongue. You don't understand the words, but they sound suspiciously like a rejection. Let's make a hard save. Worry stamps in its lines on the features of this man. Like the others in the anchorage, he wears a suit of ornate armor, but he has set aside his helmet. His hair is thinning, and the wrinkles web around his eyes and across his forehead. He's tinkering with some display, but he turns away from it to address you. Greeting. I'm Genius, Pilot Major of the Anchorage. Tell me about your people. He wipes a cloth across a clear glass eye and glances at you. You have spoken with some, yes? We have lived here long. Many captains passed, we discovered, and we would have to wait for the ship to come. Until that time, until their arrival, we survive, we wait, and we train. Tell me about the Anchorage. It's many things to us, he says, his brow wrinkling. A home, a reminder of who we once were, and a promise. No, a prophecy, no. He trails off, clicking his tongue, then brightens. Can show you the Anchorage instead of just telling you about it. Can give a tour, yes? Okay, this is what I remember. What a remarkable idea, Tiber says in your ear. You'd have to leave the Cortex door to do it, say yes. Let's talk first. Tell me about the Anchorage again. Can I offer you a tour instead? Can I take you with me and show you how we see it? Tell me about the ship. It was promised of old it will carry us home, he smiles. It's perhaps ridiculous for Outworlders to understand. So many crews have passed on, so many lives ago, yet still we believe. Some question whether it comes. Many have died before its arrival, yet still we believe. What is life without belief? Why do we keep on with routines and rituals, if not for belief that someday we will go home? I found this last realm in the bloom. Does that realm belong to Jamadar Akili? He snatches it from your hands and studies it carefully. Void, take it. I hope she still survived. His accent grows thicker with emotion. Please show to Janner. Find out what Akili discovered. Make life count. Another dead, and Akili. She was my... No, I must not fall into despair. Must stop. What do you do here? I serve Outworlder. I'm the keeper of the navigational cortex, its servant. I watch the sensors, I listen to its words, information from antenna arrays filters in here. All knowledge of the Anchorage passes the cortex. If I fail in my duties, the ship might arrive without my foreknowledge. So I clean and listen and study. If the ship should come in my life, I believe that it may. And I believe it may. I will take its mind in mine and we will plot a course for home. What is the cortex? No, I haven't spoken to Memavira yet. I'm not there yet. I think I need to either give the magmatic amulet or the cortex. I'm trying to pick up the cortex now. Then it's Memavira time, I think. Because Drakujan said he would find a way for us to go in. What is the cortex? He opens his mouth, shuts it quickly. I almost speak too fast. It's our watcher of the void. It's our keeper of our history. It knows the night skies of a million worlds. It holds our traditions and tells us how to live in accordance with old crews. It keeps us alive, maintains the Anchorage. He bows his head in reverence. It alone is the voice of truth. Never has it been wrong. Without it, we would forget ourselves, becoming even more lost than we already are. It does all that? Ertis exclaims. That's amazing. I hope I don't break it. Let's see. Let's make another hard save. I like that tour you offered. Now? Genya says, looking alarmed. Would be happy to, but many tasks. He flashes as his grasp of your language abandons him in his embarrassment. Not now, he mumbles, looking away. But soon, very soon. Please return later. Do you have time to give me that tour you offered yet? Apologies, but still not. I'm awaiting crucial messages. But soon, I promise. What? But I am ready. Retrieve the navigational cortex. I have the quest. Why isn't this working? Yeah, but it's all about me, isn't it? Maybe if I left and came back? Maybe if I slept? If it's not before the normal 6-hour duration. Yeah, of course. Probably take at least 1 more hour past that. That's 1 or 2 hours is what I'm okay with. If you're not bugged, that is. Look at 2 hours over. Still like half an hour left. It's hard to say. Okay, this is the bigger problem now. Why isn't this crisis triggering? I think we will finish this game today. No matter how long it takes. But if this is bugged or anything, it will be a problem. Let's go and rest. Maybe resting will pass the time and it will work.
I feel like I can take on the world.
Nice. But you cannot, not really. Getting real late, there's a nice bed waiting for you. Much as you'd like to keep watching, it's time for you to cry. Of course, Jason. Have a good sleep, have a good rest. I'll see you soon. Hopefully on Tuesday. Have a good night. Magnetic Amulet gives me the feeling that it is an item that we need for kind of like the best ending. Probably it changes the ending. And that is why there is a second, more difficult option to keep it. Why can't I visit the cortex?
And if we get bugged here and locked out of that option, come on, please work. Oh, come on. So what is this? So does anyone know what this is about? Am I still missing something? I have to retrieve the navigational cortex from the anchorage. Quests. And I also have this quest. And this thing doesn't trigger. What happens if I do this? Though multiple well-polished logs line the edges, you can't help noticing that this door isn't quite as thick as the others you've seen here, and a soft buzzing hum rises from within it. Complex control panel or possibly another log is in the wall beside the door. These buttons are marked with symbols you don't understand, and the light behind them flickers like a candle. Don't touch the door, please. The cortex chamber is not for outworlders. Apologies. I don't think he's going to let us in there, she whispers. What a shame. Oh, okay, as soon as I touched the door, it changed. Yes, he says, smiling wildly. My thanks for patience and apologies for delay. Follow me. So I had to look at the door for it to work. Honestly, I think that's bad scripting, but it's what it is. You have already seen the elevator room. You will now see the observation deck. You figured out just as I find it out online. I appreciate you looking it up, Thor. I appreciate it a lot. Where we study path of the stars, follow please. First see this, the paths between stars, the journeys that took us to this place. And please ask questions if you have questions. Yes, we should do that, Tiber says quietly beneath his hand. The longer we keep him talking, the more time we have to find the cortex. Okay, Tiber. First of all, Tiber, why can't you hide? Only usable during combat. Let's try going in here first. Lower machinery or smashing. Let's ask a question with Erythis. Any questions have you before we continue? So, do you have names for any of these stars? Some yes, he shrugs, others no. Much has been lost. He gestures you along, urging you to follow him. Okay, I think we will send the last cast off to open this. Cannot though. Rin doesn't reach either, so... There's also this device here, right? Is it still interactable? It is. Oh, and we can even talk to this guy. And this guy. Let's talk to Pilot Major. So, studying this display could help your people find their way home? He blinks rapidly, surprised by your question. Some of us believe this. They come here when they have no work and stare at the changing paths. To draw their own maps and dream? Yes, dream. He pauses, gathering his thoughts. He stares into the changing stars, his eyes are filled with their light. I believe that the paths between the stars are too many, that we must wait for the ship. He sighs deeply. We must move along now. Lower machinery. Honestly, you're not the best for that, but... yeah, let's spend points. You tap the symbols at random, noticing that the light behind them goes out when you hit certain buttons in sequence. Clicks and mechanical snaps sounds within the door as you work, glancing back occasionally to be sure you haven't been discovered. With no warning, the door opens. With a sizzling pop, the panel goes utterly dark, and you smell burning wires. You won't be closing this door again, it seems.
You can't read the text on this display, but the graphics seem to depict atmospheric conditions and power levels in the room. It's just a monitoring station, nothing can be controlled from here. Waves of coherent thought radiate from the orb, flooding your mind with strange abstract calculations and mathematical formulae. It shines so brightly that you can't look at it for long. So there's this thing. Let's put you kinda out of the way. What is this? What is this? Is this an alarm? Apologies, I do not have much time. Should keep moving if you want to see everything. Well, you go and I will follow. What happens if I try to talk to this Lasker? I guess we'll pass. Eritz's turn. There were plenty of other people who had the same conundrum, thought it was just bugged. Yeah, it looks like a bug. The sphere turns slowly, almost thoughtfully. The glow of the control console pulses with it, warming the palms of your hands. Use the control console. You touch the console and the warmth spreads up your arms and into your mind. At the moment of contact, a female voice speaks. Ah, visiting... And with a brief stutter, it continues in the truth. Would like to do. You glance around, seeking the source of the voice, before you realize that it's speaking only in your head and to you alone. Ask for basic information on the helmet you found in the bloom. This hand belongs to the Jemadar Akili. She has been missing for 15 years by the reckoning of your world. It contains a visual record she marked as being of importance. She suggests to these images be analyzed. I will do so on your behalf. Have the Cortex analyze the data on the helmet.
Making a note.
Processing. One moment. Biological matter has entered some of the helmet's contracts. I will be unable to analyze this object unless the Cortex removal process has progressed to the third stage. This will allow me to open the Cortex housing and perform a focus scan analysis on the helmet. Okay. Ask the Cortex about itself. I am a navigational Cortex. I was manufactured 3059 cycles ago by the Devobil Combine, with 2153 cycles remaining. I was brought here through a localized dimensional vortex, which has since collapsed. I am powered by a quantum-tunneled interstitial hovering matrix. We all know about those. They are so great, right, chat? The glowing orb you see before you. I interact with both users and the appropriate receptacles to provide observed and recorded historical information, starfield tracking and navigation, observation, and essential starport maintenance. I maintain information regarding exactly 1,097,544 star systems, with detailed information on routes between them, including known transdimensional passages. For every world in each of these star systems, I hold detailed images of their night skies and projected daytime starfields. Additionally, I maintain detailed personal information for the station, dating back many centuries. Examine the station's personnel history. Thousands of records, perhaps tens of thousands, scroll past your eyes. Appended with arcane timekeeping, name changes, dates of birth and death, all the personnel who have ever lived, traveled, or otherwise passed through the anchorage. No matter how brief they stay, the sheer amount of information is overwhelming. Sensing your bewilderment, the smooth voice says, certain historical trends can be deduced through analysis of this data, but this does not seem to be your focus. Popular interactions include brief historical overviews of the station, important recent events, and location searches on missing crew members. Ask for a historical overview of the station. My records extend over 10,000 of your years, inherited from my predecessor in this position. In all this time, the people now calling themselves the Laskers have crewed this station, and pre-existing records suggest that they were here in a more formal military servile capacity before shipping lanes began to close. The original crew of the station has repopulated the station, and their descendants have grown in number. A number of conflicts have arisen over the years, in particular the 5-cycle mutiny, the airlock debacle, and the castaway action. Each of these helped define the current power and familial structure of the existing population. The current structure of the population is strongly based on and influenced by the naval hierarchy of their forebears. They await the coming of another ship to close the station properly and bring them home. Request information on recent occurrences. Approximately 15 years ago, as you measure time, a transdimensional pathway opened to the station. This was the first contact with other sentient life that the inhabitants of this station have had in generations. Trade was established. That portal closed recently, but it has been replaced with the pathway through which you entered. Review records for missing personnel. A single Lascar remains unaccounted for. Jemadar Akili passed through the transdimensional gateway approximately, the voice pauses as if calculating, 15 years of your time ago. She has not returned. If you have any detail on additional personnel not covered by this census, please report immediately to the captain. Ask for more information about the missing Jemadar Akili. Jemadar Akili traveled through the transdimensional portal that opened 15 years ago. Her mission was to explore and establish potential embassy and trade. She was also to seek other routes whereby the inhabitants of this station might find passage to their homeworld. Her last transmission contained a report of her investigation of a community known as the Bloom, which apparently existed inside a living creature. She was 28 years of age when she departed. She left behind 2 sisters, a brother, and a father. Request the exact location of the anchorage. The smooth voice says, the exact coordinates of the station are 12.93, 476.947, 18 hours, 18H, 57Z, 18 hours, 57 seconds. These numbers also helpfully appear in the pale blue light of the control console. You suspect that if you had the proper education and context to understand these numbers, you might have a better picture of your location. As it is, they mean nothing to you. Ask how long the Lascars been waiting for the ship. Accessing records, calculating, the Lascars have been waiting for the vessel to take them on for approximately 10,091 of your years. Request information on the home planet of the Lascars. The bluish globe, seen from a great distance around which many smaller orbs rotate, appears before your eyes, as if it were floating in front of you. The home of the Lascars is called Ishtrinu. Begin the cortex removal process. Of course, as I note that you are a first-time user, stage 1 requires you to assemble a pass symbol on the screen before you and pull the lever on the side of the console. A jumble of small jagged symbols tumble across the screen as if tossed there by a careless hand. Assemble pass symbol. I think we can do it. Revum. I like that. Working swiftly, you composed small jagged shapes into a larger unfamiliar symbol with a series of satisfying clicks. A clank sound in the lever's housing and you pull it down. An excellent solution, the voice says warmly. Well done. The hum beneath the voice changes subtly. Stage 1 of the removal process has been completed. Your actions must now be verified from the control pit. Please wait. Huh. Control pit? Is the control pit here? Or is it just wait for the next turn kind of stuff? I'm going to take Rin here. Try to talk to that Lascar. Now, see this. A map of another kind, a living painting of the cortex's thoughts. Let's see, can you do anything? Continue the cortex removal process. Once your actions in stage 1 have been verified, we will proceed to stage 2. Request information on stage 2. Request more information on the verification process.
I'll remember that.
Each stage must be verified by a control pit operative in the observation deck. Once they signal their approval of your actions during the stage, the process can proceed. Request information on stage 2. This stage requires either a high degree of visual retention or the ability to identify the smaller parts of a greater whole. Namely, you will need to identify 6 parts of the shape you assembled in stage 1 from a number of incorrect symbols. A thread of static whips through the voice in your head. Selecting 4 incorrect symbols or allowing the given time to elapse will reset the stage. Good luck, user. Okay. It refreshes constantly. Is it changing its mind or checking if the thoughts are still there? The light blooms across your guide's face. I wonder the same thing. He looks at the air, lips moving, composing his response. Okay, yes, think about it. Oh, but we won't be able to do anything until Rin takes another turn, right? Maybe 2 people here are a bit much. Maybe I can send Tiber away. The Lascar examines the contents of an open hatch in the console before him, brow contorted. Occasionally, he takes a tiny component from the tidy pile beside him, plugs it into the machine's unseen innards, waits a hopeful moment, then mutters what is most likely occurs. Throw one of the components to distract the Lascar from his work. Rin isn't great for this. You snatch one of them up when his back is turned and toss it over his shoulder. There's a distant clattering. The Lascar glances at you, confused at the sound, then turns to see what it was. He will not be distracted for long. Geniez reaches into the display, spreading his fingers. One of the threads curls around his wrist. I try to follow this. Herakra, how you say? Thought example? To question every thought, yes? To have a flexible mind? He reluctantly removes his hand. The tour must continue. I have much to finish after. I should have never brought Tiber here. Can we do this with Eris? We cannot. Gonna have to pass this turn. No, we are wasting so much time. Come on, Rin. Press the stage 1 button while the Lascar is not looking. You wait until the Lascar is preoccupied and swiftly tap the button. Lascar looks over at the sound, at your innocent face, then the now dark screen at the button. He frowns. Wow. That's a long way. Okay. No, you went to the wrong place. No. That's terrible. Hopefully that won't cost us a turn. Continue the cortex removal process. Stage 2 initialized. Please identify the core locking components from the previous stage. Once you have done so, the casing over the error unable to translate title of switch will open. Flip the switch to complete the stage. Identify the correct symbols from the previous stage. Ask about the error the cortex mentioned. You hear a series of clicks in your head. Apologies, a separate intelligence is responsible for error reporting. I'm not aware of any errors at this time. Please proceed with actions required for stage 2. Identify the correct symbols from the previous stage. Okay, 95 is enough, of course. A flood of symbols streams across the console's tiny screen. At first, none of them look in any way familiar, but as you watch, you recognize a few. They disappear beneath your tapping fingertips with sweet piping pings. The fluttering sound, something like an insect's wings, rises from the console and the casing pops open. You flick the switch. Stage 2 complete, the voice says with real pleasure. Well done. Your actions in Stage 2 have been sent to the observation deck to be verified. Please wait. Yeah, I will wait. Press Stage 2 button while the Lascar is not looking. 95. The Lascar glances up, eyes leaving the monitor. Swift and silent as air, you lean over and press the button. Lascar looks back down at the click, frowning again. Touch? He says sternly. You do not respond. And after a moment, he returns to his work, eyeing you more often now. Now see, he trails off and chuckles. You know this door, of course. You came to us from it. Tibir. Okay, let's use Tibir to distract the Lasker. Retry cost 1 intellect. Throw another of the components. It's critical. You snatch one of them up when his back is turned, then toss it over his shoulder. There's a distant clattering. The Lasker glances at you, confused at the sound, then turns to see what it was. Okay, Eris, can you reach there? Oh, no. Well. You couldn't keep him busy for an extra turn because of that navigation, the pathfinding AI. Continue the cortex removal process. Stage 3 initialized. Simply arrange the previously selected symbols into a critical error. Existing syntax is inadequate, the voice says in high pleading tones. Instructions are flawed. User may be unable to complete cortex removal procedure. Maintenance is requested. Repeat, maintenance is requested. After a long pause, the voice resumes, utterly calm. Once this is complete, manually pull the locking cylinder from its housing, rotate it, and insert it back into the console. Try to figure out what you're supposed to do. Thankfully, we are exceptionally smart. Bereft of any useful instructions, you study the sigils rotating on the screen. All of them are moving except the one in the upper left corner, the original shape assembled in stage 1. One of them, you arrange the remaining sigils into a frame surrounding the shape. Excellent work, the voice says. I've never seen it done faster. Please wait, your actions in stage 3 must be verified. We're in. 95. The Lasker sighs, rubbing his eyes. In that second, you dart over and press the glowing button. This is very enjoyable, somewhat funny, but a really well built encounter, I think. The reason why I remember this, you know, I never remember the details, but remember of what it was like, the general idea of it, is because I loved this at that time as well when I first played this. Not much stuck with me, but this certainly did. We are running out of time now. Oh, we are done here, maybe. The small pile of components beside the Lasker seems to have grown. His repairs are apparently not going well. Okay. What happens if I talk to Captain Jemmer? Command the Cortex to process the data on the helmet. Certainly, please wait. Dark masses within the giant orb shifts and a pinpoint of light streaks from within, dancing over the helmet in your hands. Processing complete. Report: Gemma Drakili was struck and killed at the date of her last record. Her file has been updated to reflect this information. Analysis continues. All of the images contained inside the helmet strobe rapidly through your vision. The images of the night sky that were so prevalent in the helm appear now, and the Cortex begins to layer star charts over the top of those pictures. The information about the location of this world has not been added to my memory. Ask if the images in the broken helmet match any in the Cortex's records.
That.
Based on time regression analysis of Starfield and relative planetary position, only one possible world matches: Istrinu, the world the Lasker people call home. What? They are already at home? Is that it? This is their home? You don't need to do this, right? See this now, a door once used by the most exalted travelers. He shakes his head, smiling. now often broken, and room beyond is for storage. He passed the door as if apologizing to it. What if... Let's talk a little bit about this door. What if your ship comes? Would they come through this door? He opens his mouth, shuts it, gives the door a long, worried look. A moment, please. If you talk now, I will forget my thinking. Continue the cortex removal process. Cortex removal procedure has been completed. The cortex can now be removed from its framing mechanism. Remove the alternatively, the information on the broken helmet you found can now be analyzed. But we did that, right? Yeah, we did that.
Making a note.
Navigational cortex. The vast glowing sphere dims and stills as a smaller orb drifts out of it, arcing lazily towards you like a tiny planet. You raise your hand and snatch it out of the air. The cortex is yours. Now we leave. He gazes up at the seldom used door at the Graham gathering along the top rim of the track. You are right, he says at last. I see this door as a symbol of the Anchorage changed over our lifetimes. But perhaps, I forgot the importance of its function. I will see to its repair. He nods thankfully at you and motions you to follow him. Do I? I don't think I want to keep following you. I think I'm done with you.
Hey, look! A five-headed bonobo!
What happens if I leave him now? Let's pass this down. I feel like it's a distracting conversation should have a monster. Probably. He did well, honestly. He did very well. Alright, time to run away. He wants to show us this screen, but we are gone. Oh, can I talk to Captain Jenner? Let's see. Come with me, please. Sure. I'm coming. I'm coming, just... Do I want to... I greet you. What do you need? I have uncovered the location of Istrina, your homeworld. The Bloom lives in that world. You just need to go through the portal and you'll be home. But I wouldn't save you off this. How do you know? The Cortex. The Cortex must verify the truth. We'll return. She hurries from the room. Why did the Cortex not notice? Except we stole the Cortex. We stole the Cortex. Jenna returns, practically shaking with fury, squaring her shoulders. She says, the Cortex is gone. We have protected the chamber for centuries, and now with your arrival it's missing. She looks at her guards. They nod. She continues, return it now. I have told you the way home. Why do you need the Cortex? Just gather your people and leave. Hopefully this will work. Nonetheless, we must verify. Come with me to the Cortex chamber. Should your words prove true, we will leave the Anchorage. You follow her to the Cortex chamber and she replaces the device in the Great Orb. She works the Cortex professionally, quizzing it in clipped, precise tones. Her eyes widen as the Cortex responds and she looks to you in disbelief. When she finishes her session, she enters the extraction sequence and hands the Cortex to you. You return to the main chamber. See, chat? We didn't even steal it. We helped them and they gave it to us as a reward. And I just got an achievement, so apparently I didn't do this in my first playthrough. You hadn't seen this outcome? Neither had I. I remember stealing it, but I don't remember solving this. Wow, so this is a first for me as well. Very nice. She calls the Lascars to her, and when they have assembled, she speaks to them for long moments in their own tongue. Her face shines, you hear gasps and cries of muted praise from her assembled crew. Some weep openly from joy. At last she finishes her speech. The Lascars gather their belongings and line up outside the portal to the Bloom. Outworlder, whatever lies beyond the Bloom is the place we call home. Our service is done. Our thanks. Unexpectedly, you did get the Chihuahua. She follows her crew out the portal. Nice, nice, nice. I'm happy we came to... This is probably the best ending for them. We didn't hurt them, we helped them. Very nice. And we leveled up too. You tried to return it later but couldn't. Ah.
Forward.
His stat pulls more intellect, honestly. Oh. It's proper level. I don't think there's anything I want. Yeah, I can take inner weights and... Oh, automatically succeed on the next quick fingers or smashing task. Look at this, hedge magic. We'll take that too. Cool. And that's it, we got the Cortex. We need to return it to... I mean, we need to bring it to Dracogen now. Wait, are they here now? They are not here. Where did they go? They are nowhere. Let's rest.
Nothing can stop me now.
Yeah. Alright. Okay, I need to take a break. I'd better take a break since we are going late. And when I'm back, we'll see how much exactly is left. We are absolutely focusing on the main quest now. On our way to finish the game, and we will finish it. Hopefully we won't go too late, but we are going late to finish it. So I'll be away for 5 minutes or so, and after that, we will continue. Stay tuned, thank you for your patience, I'll be right back. Bastila is telling them, I'm back. Alright, let's continue. I brought the Cortex and wish to trade it in place of the
Welcome back.
Thank you, Parrot.
I'm ready to become even more heroic.
His smile disappears as he considers your words. He licks his lips nervously and places his hand to his forehead as if he were suddenly stricken with a headache. or if we were communicating. He looks up after a brief moment, his smile returning, though not nearly as wide. Your words are wise, I will accept. He places it into a flat pouch at his hip, and no shape distorts the pouch, as if it were merely a gateway to some larger place. Oh, he has a bag of holding. Acceptable, but not ideal. Take it, there will be other opportunities. 100 and also 40 experience. This concludes your part of transaction. Let me honor mine. Come with me. So I was thinking about, again, reading Veru's message about the resurrection. I was thinking if resurrections were another list, not in the critical, it's, you know, the usual top 4 voting contender lists, but another list. I mean the successful resurrections. And like maybe top 1 of the resurrections would get into the votes along with the top 4 of the new games. Something like that idea. I don't know if it's better or worse, just something that popped up in my mind. Numenera is a medium-sized woman, regal in bearing. She scrutinizes you with a look that manages to convey both admiration and disdain. So she escaped Mila West. A shame she chose to come here. Though her words are cultured, her voice is rough, perhaps an artifact of low upbringing. Rakujan was effusive in his praise for your skills. I've been following your movements myself. You moved the trade post out of the depths. There are very few people who could manage such a feat. The way she looks at you and holds herself suggests that she might be wary, or even slightly afraid, of said accomplishment. The bloom has surely turned against me, if she can do what I could not. Her eyes are piercing as they sweep across you. I've dealt with Castos before, of course. I found your kind to be tenacious, resourceful, and skilled. And I know the one you're looking for. I can tell you where she's hiding. Okay, so she is not the first Castos. I'm grateful for any help you can provide. I'm sure you are, she sneers. Unfortunately, I'm not one to give my secrets away for free. Especially not this secret. I understand that the first cast-off has been hidden from your kind for over a century. Rest assured, I have no qualms of betraying her, but the cost will be steep. I've lost someone, an important member of my organization. You've no doubt heard of the recent changes in the Bloom. Perhaps you have even heard the rumor that it has turned against me. To some extent that is true. Ishan is a victim of that betrayal. She looks at the floor, saddened. Ishan was my best scholar, a genius with the Numenera. Though through my own means, I've divined that he still lives, but I cannot reach him. The Bloom has taken Ishan to its heart. I have lost more men than I care to think about while trying to recover him. As a cast-off, however, you have certain advantages my minions do not. Her tone becomes curt. With the recent fluctuations in the Bloom's layout, I no longer know the path to reach the heart. I suggest you talk to someone who knows the Bloom well, if you cannot discover the way yourself. I can no longer afford to send anyone who is not otherwise expendable. The first is powerful. If you tell me where she is, I'm sure together we can rescue Ishan more easily. Her laughter rings throughout the fortress like a death knell. Oh, she is powerful, of that have no doubt, Cast-off, and I am sure she will not be as helpful to you as you think. Her smile disappears as quickly as it arrived. I do apologize if I gave the impression that this was a discussion. Her voice hardens. I have made my offer. Rescue my friend from the Bloom's heart, and you shall have the location of your precious first. Fail, and you will not. Do I make myself clear? Her voice returns to its ordinary tones. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have an organization to maintain.
A note.
She addresses her guards. See that the cast-off doesn't get lost on her way. Alright, nice quick dialogue. not reading Memoria dialogue for half an hour. Honestly, that kinda makes me happy. Not gonna lie. Who might know? Let's ask Drakugen.
Well met yourself.
Let's level these up. I'll increase your speed edge. Improve skill. Let's give you lore. Natural. You seem to be dealing with... Ooh, +4 cipher limit. Wow. Teleport. Summons a construct that draws the attacks of all nearby enemies and fights on your side. This character can only summon one animate battlefighter at a time. Active anti-crit. I wonder if teleport breaks hide. Probably not. Let's take teleport. Lore mystical. And we'll increase your intellect edge. Alright. Now, who might know about the hearts? Also, let's check the shops, buy anything that we haven't bought as far as consumables go. What is your fee, Parrot? I'm ready to hear it. Gristler might be one. The spec might be one. Do you know how to reach the heart of the bloom?
I'll remember that.
Folks say there's a mob that'll take you to the heart. If the stories are true, you can only see if it wants you to. His easy smile fades. Never been there myself, but when I need something from the bloom, I go to the place where she's most likely to hear me. He nods his head toward the colossal statue on the other side of the vast interior space. The shrine of Chilo the Great. Maybe somebody there can set you right. What will I find in the bloom's heart? I call myself a bloom guide because I know this sack of guts, but the deep places are different, more alive, more conscious, full of voices. Packs of them that wrap themselves in flesh so they can wander around and feed. The heart is where memories are made and unmade. He pauses uncomfortably. If you go down there, you ain't coming back until the bloom is finished with you, one way or another. 4,000 bushels of vanilla shortbread. What? No way. I can solve this myself. No, thank you. That's way too much. I can give you maybe 200. If you're okay with 200, we'll do it. I meant 20. Well, the difference is a 0. 0 doesn't have any value. What does it matter?
You're too late.
Fine. Fine, I'll pay you 200. Where's the heart? Tell me. Reaching the green 200 bushels by starting high. Yes, you did. You did. I'm baited. You're the master baiter. Your heart is inside the bloom. Wow. That was especially useless. Okay, there's nothing we want. So I have a feeling we have done a few things that the bloom doesn't like, and we have the transdimensional knife, which it also doesn't like. So I feel like we may not start at good terms with the bloom once we reach the heart. I'm going to make a safety save before we go there, and maybe at least get rid of the knife if things are really screwed up there. To get there, you'll have to go there. Potty wields a broom and wears strange new clothes. They don't suit him, but at least he isn't dead. He looks up. Hey, you came back. So how do you like your new job? He shrugs. It's fine, I guess. I don't have to sleep on the street or steal my food. He leans in closer, but these people are weird, and Miss Speck watches me all the time. The folks who come in are even weirder. They don't smell good at all. At all. They worship the bloom. Though, is that so different from handing my fate to it? How are you, with the guilt? Cody looks at you and you see the resignation in his eyes again. I can't say it's gone. Some nights I lay awake for hours, scared of seeing her in my dreams. He shudders, then adds, but there's enough work that I don't have to think about it most days. Sometimes I even think I'll be alright. Cassie would hate this place, though I guess she'd rather I be here than in some mall. So you don't like this job? Oh no, it's fine. He glances quickly at the Speck, whose attention seems to be elsewhere for the moment. I mean, it's a job, right? It could be worse. He takes a deep breath. It could be a lot worse. Thank you, really. It was another option. You've been talking to the Memoira. She sent you to claim something from the heart, hasn't she? Or rather, someone. The old woman shakes her head, too frightened to go herself, for she knows what will happen if she does. The cycle continues, cycles within cycles. What will happen? The bloom will eat her, body and soul. It doesn't matter how long she puts it off. The bloom will have her in the end. The only question is who it will find to take her place. You want to do all the remaining D666 card art today? You're barely functioning. Tomorrow it is. Well, you've been trying to write long responses to... You've been taking care of the discussion, so it's understandable. You'll finish it tomorrow. No rush. But you want to reach the heart, and I can help you.
Updated my journal.
One gets to the heart in the same way one gets anywhere in the bloom. A Mo will take you, and the Mo you want is just over there. The Speck waves a hand toward the nearest corner of the shrine. You feel like a blindfold has been suddenly pulled from your eyes, and a wave of vertigo nearly knocks you to the floor. When you look up again, a Mo has appeared. Please report that we are now at the letter X. Do we even have X characters? Eyes sparkling, the Speck reaches out a hand to steady you. Sometimes the bloom hides things from us. Its whispers distract our attention. Our senses perceive what's there, but our minds don't. Zarda Sansa. Oh, you're right. You're right. Do we have any Ys and Zs? I think we have Z. Wait. I can't recall, but I think we do. The Mo has been here all along. So it has, but only my eyes could see it. Even now the others are blissfully unaware. She gestures at the cultists. Some of them catch a glimpse now and then, but the whispers make them forget. We have plenty of both. Where does it lead? Exactly where you want to go, to the heart, to the source of all the whispers. What does it eat?
I'll remember that.
Predators, but only those who are feared above all others. A person, a creature. The Mo doesn't care. Getting them into the Mo, that's the hard part. I think I'll take a look at the Mo. A thick mass of flesh protrudes from the wall, surrounded by waving tendrils. It appears to be another Mo, just as the Speck told you. If this Mo wants a predator, then it's found one, and by that I mean me. He turns to you. Will it eat me? Please let it eat me. But it might kill you. But it might not. Eritis pauses, seemingly unable to think of any other arguments. Anyway, now that it's seen me, I'm sure it won't be satisfied with anyone else. Observe the behavior of the bloom tongues. I have one idea. If we could... You know, who better predator than waits for prey, right? It's in the name. There is waits for prey. If we cannot convince him, and we should be able to convince him, but if we cannot, we have a thing that can disable it. So there is that predator. The other predator could be the old Memovira, except it's already been eaten, so it's not much of a predator anymore. Maybe Dracogen could be a predator? You watch as the tendrils wave about, paying close attention to how they respond to those around you. A few tongues drift lazily towards Tiberius. He stares at them, muscles tense, like a man making eye contact with his executioner. When they drift away, he visibly relaxes. The tongues seem confused by Eurytus. Some of them orient themselves toward him, their ones twitching furiously, while others pointedly avoid him. So we can offer the Jar of Iron Winds. That is one big predator. That's smart. We can cut it open, which I want to. I'm going to try Waits for Prey. I have a feeling, because Waits for Prey wanted to be devoured by the maw anyway. But if it doesn't work, we are definitely not going to sacrifice Tiberius or Eurytus. We have the Jar of Iron Wind. Again, multiple ways to solve. I love it about this game. You said you want to be eaten by the bloom. Well, I found a maw in the Shrine of Great Chila that will only feed on a consummate predator, and that sounds a lot like you. Can it be? The construct falls silent, its eyeless face staring into yours for such a long time that you begin to wonder if it's fallen into slumber. But no, you realize that the creature is watching you carefully, perhaps trying to determine if you are telling the truth. Yes, it says at last. I believe you. Allow me a moment to prepare. You hear a grinding noise from the inside the construct's armor, so loud and grating that passers-by turn to look in fear and then hurry along on their business. Suddenly there's a loud crack, like the snapping of a spinal cord. In the next moment, you realize that's exactly what it was. The construct's head is teetering at the top of its body, wobbling freely, and its limbs have gone limp. Its voice, far less resonant than before, issues from inside the head. I have no further use for this body. If I am to leave the soldier's path behind me, the bloom will provide another, better suited to my new life. I am ready now. You reach up and grasp the head. On close inspection, it appears to be made of metal and ivory, used and grown together by some unknown means, yet is surprisingly light. A few seconds after you remove the head, the body topples over, lifeless. Quantum detonation.
These ciphers are killing me.
Yeah, let's give some to... I think I may use this now. I don't think we will rest again. I don't see ourselves resting after this point. And even if we do, it won't matter. Let's use this.
There we go.
Okay. Well, let's make a hard save here. Offer the heads of Waits for Prey to the maw. You hold out the construct's head and the bloom tongues drift toward it. I am here, it cries out. Take my past, take all that I am. One of the tongues reaches forward, probing, touching the head almost delicately, sampling the flavor of the mind inside. All for you, whispers the construct softly, as if it's speaking to a small child or a lover. The tendril wraps itself carefully around the head and lifts it from your hands. You watch as the head is pulled toward the maw. More tongues move to assist the first, cradling the construct's head, stroking it gently, attaching themselves to it, quivering as they drink some sort of nourishment from its mind. All for you. The construct whispers again and again, his voice growing fainter and hollower each time. All for you. It disappears into the darkness and is gone. The chittering and hissing of the bloom rise to a sudden climax.
I'll remember that.
And the maw opens. Hey, 3-stream streak, restarting the streak. Thank you, Farmer, it's good to see you. How are you this Sunday? Oh wow, okay, this is a big place. You've been here for quite a while, like this game a lot. We are, I think, finishing it today, Geon Farm. I'm going late to finish this today. Preparing for first day of school tomorrow. Oh, it's starting early? Most school starts in September, right? Good luck tomorrow. I hope you have a good time. Good first day. There's something there. A lot of human figures stab and cut at one another, snarling like beasts. All of them are semi-transparent, fading in and out of corporate reality. They are a strange mismatched group, and they seem to be attacking one another randomly. If you remain here to try to move past them, they are likely to see you. Back away, quietly. It's usually Monday between 19th of August, 29th of... Ah, I see. Be careful to retrace your steps. The combatants don't seem to notice and they go on with their fight. So, the only way to loot this is to get into a crisis with them. I guess we don't have to, since we are doing a pacifist playthrough. For hot young chicks? Oh! The man before you emanates gloom. His body is emaciated, and though he's quite tall, his hunched posture makes him appear shorter. The bags under his eyes are black and parched, and his lips are almost comically downturned. Most of the time, his body is nearly transparent, though he fades in and out of view. Terror describes every line in his body, every sidelong glance. He sees you approaching and flinches. With a shuddering breath, he straightens, smooths out his ragged clothing and says, I'm Vonetian. Hello. She's not like most of the others. Perhaps she just arrived. Perhaps because she just arrived. Tell me how you came to be here. I don't remember much, he says, touching a ghostly temple with a shaking head. I was following someone I knew to help them, cut them. His fingers pressed into and through his head, but he doesn't notice. A maw burst from the floor. I felt crunching. He raised his eyes to yours. It was me, 5 moans my body. I'm still here, but I'm still here. He stares through one of his transparent hands. Every day, the balloon takes more of me and I'm fading away. There's no way out. I've been here long enough to know that. What can you tell me about this place? The gullet, they call it. This is where the bloom's food is digested, where the fear fades to despair, where we wait to dissolve or to die, he swallows. I've survived longer than the others by hiding in the shadows. The ones that fight each other are always looking for prey. He covers his eyes, but you notice they are still open, and his hands are transparent. I've seen such strange things here, such horrible things. You said you see strange things, like what? You are learning terminology of microbiology, learned over 15 new words so far, but need to repeat them over and over. For the 1-year-old brain is not like a teenager. I know. You'll do it. It's your one of your main areas of interest. I'm sure you won't have any trouble. You will have fun doing it. What other strange things have you seen? A talking wound in the floor, speaking through bubbles of pus. It promised it was an escape from this place, a tunnel to the outside. Only one of us was desperate enough to believe it. He hesitates, shaking. Rubin crawled in. She said she could see the daylight. Then the wound chuckled and he heard bubbling, like a pot on the boil. He closed his eyes tightly. He screamed for hours and hours and hours. What other strange things have you seen? The whirlpool. There's something inside it down below. A heartbeat like thunder. People who stare down that hole, who listen to the beating of the heart, he shivers. They can't walk away. They lean closer, closer and fall in. They fallen smiling. You're worried? Why are you worried? A fail can cost you several hundred. Oh wow, okay. Yeah, I would be worried about that too. He shakes his head. Nothing more. At least I will not speak of more. So there's a tongue cluster here. A cluster of bloom tongues sways before you. These are much like the ones you encountered in the trade post, but this time the hissing and buzzing voices of the bloom are eager and impatient, forming their way into your mind. Use the magnetic amulet to communicate with bloom tongues. The voices grow louder, slithering into the cracks and crevices of your brain, dragging forth memories that are buried deep within you. Pain lances through your head, white hot as the tongues fixate upon a memory to try and wrench it free. Allow the bloom tongues to feed. With a final gout of searing agony, a memory bursts into your conscious minds. A great mountain shudders above you, a sickly green glow emanates from its peak, and all around you pilgrims make their weary way toward it. You recall seeing a star fall, blazing viridian in the night sky, and you knew it held an object of great power, and you wanted it. But now, as you stand on its slopes, a sudden wave of revulsion overcomes you. Why are you here amongst these people? Why do you have in common with them but a siren call of curiosity? You turn and walk away. You push through the crowd, worry building in your chest. Their blank stares tell you that you are making the right decision. A few kilometers later, you stop to catch your breath. The mountain rumbles again, and it overflows with a pus-like lava, a wave of pestilence that overwhelms the crowd. The mountainside is still for a moment, and then you see the erstwhile pilgrims burst into the muck and form into military formations. Whatever becomes of them, you'll be no part of it. The memory ends, and the bloom tongues sag drunkenly against each other, sated by their feast. You sense that you may be able to seize control of them now. Take control of the bloom tongues.
I'm ready to learn something new.
You reach across the barrier that separates your consciousness from them as the tongues. They try to resist, but your mind is stronger, and you silence them. As long as you maintain your connection, they are yours to command. This cluster of tongues is another tiny locus in Bloom's consciousness, extending throughout this chamber. Beyond that, their influence fades, but they control most of what happens here. And now, by extension, so do you. Send the combatants in the middle of this chamber to some other part of the Bloom. Listening with the alien perceptual organs of the tongues, you cast about for the chittering of nearby mouths. At last you find one. It's locked away inside some darkened cysts, stranded in the depths of the Bloom, lost and forgotten. You force some of the slumbering Bloom voices in this chamber to call out to the maw, and its own set of voices responds. Understanding your intent, the maw opens a portal on top of the battling shades, sucking them away and spitting them into the isolated cyst where it dwells. They won't find their way back here for some time, if ever. Try to sense what's happening outside the chamber. The roots of these tongues extend beyond the limits of this chamber, where they are joined by countless more. Twisted and knotted together, they chitter and screech in a million little voices, sneaking down toward somewhere else, a vast, unfathomable presence that subsumes them all. A great pounding noise rises from the place where they converge, lighting up all the nerves in your body with every thunderous beat. Whatever it is, it's very close. Reopen the portal to the Shrine of Chilla. Will that work? You call upon the alien perceptual organs that are strewn throughout the chamber, pulsing sacs of blubber, hollow protrusions of bone, and wriggling tubules that see into other dimensions. None of them detect any sign of the portal that brought you here. The secret maw has closed or hidden itself, perhaps, and you cannot go back the way you came. Break your connection to the tongues. Okay. You release your grip on the amulet, and the voice of the bloom tongues fade. Yeah, I don't think it would be possible. There's a Murden. Murden! Murden! Again. The down on this Murden is patchy and streaked with his abhuman blood. Glassy eyes filled with hatred stare at you, and its beak dribbles foam. It cradles a ragged bundle fiercely to its chest. As you approach, the Murden blasts a field of static into your mind. You involuntarily step back, unable to get any closer to the creature. Unlike other Murdens you've encountered, the mental blast of this one is not just annoying, it's actively painful. The Murden is clearly in a feral, desperate state. Its glassy eyes suggest delirium or madness. Perhaps this has somehow intensified its psychic abilities. Push through the psychic noise to get closer to the Murden. How did you get here? The Murden shakes his head angrily, as if to show that it doesn't know and doesn't care. It spits and hisses, warning you not to come any closer. What's that bundle you are holding? Waving you away, the Murden clacks its beak and hisses in agitation. Then it clutches the ragged bundle even tighter against its body. Touch the magmatic amulet. You place your hand on the amulet and the Murden immediately clutches its head and screeches piteously. Its mental static echoes back and forth between the Murden and the amulet, overlapping and intensifying. Pain gets worse for you too. Just as you're about to remove your hand from the amulet, the Murden groans and collapses to the ground, unconscious. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Search Murden's belongings. You unwrap the ragged cloth bundle that the Murden was trying to hide from you. Inside, you find an egg-shaped object of pearly white synth. When your hand brushes against it, you hear cheerful music. You also find something that looks like an adorable fuzzy head mounted atop a metal cylinder. The head is alive and appears to be dozing. You take both items. It's a usable item. Candy dispenser. I didn't want to hurt the Murden. This rectangular device is topped with the head of a furry, vaguely feline creature. The head appears to be dozing. Occasionally it makes soft cooing sounds in its sleep. Use item. This is a rectangular device with likeness of a furry, feline-like creature's head at one end. It may be some kind of toy, or... The device grows warm in your hand, and with a wide yawn, the creature opens over large eyes and gazes up at you with love-struck awe. With twin clicks, the outlines of long, slender, four-fingered hands protrude from either side of the device. What's your name? Mer? Creature responds, rubbing his furry head against the pad of your thumb. Hedonistic, eh? Tiber says, leaning in. Saw something like this at a party once, except it was an adorable little creature. He ponders it, trying to remember. Ah yes, it was this sort of fleshy stalk with 7 faces. It opened its mouth and he trails off, catching sight of Rin. Sang. That's what it did, sang charming little songs, and everyone sat around and listened to the songs. I'm never going to get to hear any of your real stories, am I? If either of us are lucky, no. Can you speak? The creature purrs deep in his throat, making the crevice rumble in your palm. He's lovely, Rin says, leaning in. Why can't more things in this world be like him? Examine the device. You turn the device over to examine the casings. The creature coos with interest at the sight of the floor. On the bottom, opposite the head, you find a carving of a stylized sun with a hole at its center. You don't recognize the symbol, however, and can't tell if it's a maker's mark or something else entirely. Tiny indentations beneath the protruding hands catch your attention. They seem more than simple decoration. You run your fingers over them, probing carefully. Ribs. They appear to be this creature's ribs, pushing through the warm skin of the device. Squeeze the protruding hands. Squeeze how? Like squeeze to hurt, or squeeze like gently? If it's not squeezing gently, if it's hurting the creature, I will reload. You pinch the hands against the sides of the device. Eee, the creature says, its eyes widening. A tiny bulge moves up its tinier throat. Eee, it spits out a rectangular tablet with a tiny poot. Heal 30 points of health, permanently increase intellect by 1. Wow. You pick up the object, it smells of fruit and makes your skin tingle. You look back at the creature. Mer, it says, its eyes darting between the tablet and your mouth. Apparently you are supposed to eat it. Put the dispenser away. Let's eat it.
Thank you.
Oh, we leveled up too.
Here, now.
Extra effort.
Has increased.
Let's use it again. Mer, the creature on top of the device says, overjoyed to be out in light again. The hands protruding from either side waggle ever so slightly. Squeeze the protruding hands again. You pinch the device's hands again. Eh? The creature murmurs, looking concerned. Patches of its fur are falling out, but it carries on with unwavering determination. It spits out the second tablet with a foot, gazes up at you in round-eyed, rolling horror, and dies in your hands. No! No, we killed it. We killed it. The creature's fur falls away in a shower of tiny hairs, and his flesh puckers and dries, tearing like wallpaper. The large eyes burst with an oddly satisfying double pop. It seems you will be getting no more tablets from this device. How was I supposed to know it only had 2 candies? Oh no, Ertus says crestfallen. You hugged it to death.
Again.
Squeeze the hands again. Nothing emerges from the creature's ruptured throat but a wheezing gasp and a puff of putrid air. Dismantle the device and search for valuables inside. You pry at the sides of the device, slipping your fingernails along the fleshy seams beneath the now useless hands and tugging at them as carefully as you can. Without warning, the device cracks apart with a spray of pink fluid and tiny organs. Ah, now we have destroyed it completely. Sorting through the gore, you find a tiny blinking nodule. Perhaps this is what was keeping the creature alive all this time. Life support module. Refills all stat pools. Okay, that's good. Sorry, Erin. Hope you didn't see it. Let's eat this too. Actually, maybe I want to give this to someone else. No, I want to eat it myself. I need all the intelligence. I'm hungry for more intelligence. I'm overcompensating for my lack of intelligence in real life by having the highest intelligence possible in this game. Three fat arteries converge under a bridge of bloom flesh, spilling a foul, sludgy mess from the other side. It empties into the pool and spirals down into an open sphincter. Step away from the opening. Okay, this is the one we were warned about. From a bloated sphincter in the wall, a wild mix spews into the room, flowing down into the pool. It smells like a foul coupling of sewage and vomit. Plug the sphincter with the white synth egg. We can do that. The cluster of bloom tubes sprout from the floor. One of them, thinner than the rest, has developed a leak. Its wild juices flow energetically into the pool. Tie the tube into a knot. We can do that too. I'm not going to use this just yet. In fact, let's keep looking around even without talking to this one. Hurry. Hurry, for a moment you don't recognize the slightly transparent apparition because blood obscures her features. When she turns towards you though, the sight of armor and her memorable hair sparks your memory. It's Harriet, the Angulan Knight. She's digging at her forehead with a piece of sharpened bone, and her hands don't stop even as her eyes focus on you. Her mind is not blank, exactly, but flat, like a painting with no light or shadow. You're a trained warrior, Harriet. Surely you have the willpower to calm yourself before you do something rash. Calm myself? Calm? I should spill your blood? No, you were fair to me. I need to hold on to that center, that self. You're not a part of this. What's a part of this? The anger fades from her, replaced by uncertainty and doubt. She wraps her arms tightly around her body and rocks back and forth, trying to convince herself of some truth. Any truth. Illusion? Truth? What of my memories? What of my childhood? I don't remember. As she speaks, she gradually fades from view. Well, now we can't loot this. You come upon a familiar scene. More semi-transparent figures are locked in combat with one another, faces twisted in mindless rage. They seem to sense your presence and turn to regard you. This one is not like us, whispers a bloom cultist. She was not eaten by the great devourer. No, agrees a woman who is dressed in the rags of a slave. She is here for our pleasure in these final hours of our lives. She raises her weapon, her comrades do the same, baring their teeth and hissing like animals. Really? Well, is there anything else we can do? We can retreat. I will loot and retreat. This dead woman bears numerous stab wounds, probably inflicted by the predatory echoes that seem to infest the gullet. Judging by the scrolled maps and notes that are stuffed amongst her things, she may have been an explorer or a bloom guide. It looks as though her belts and pouches are mostly intact. Search the corpse. Obedient robe. Item artifact. Made from some type of sin material, this robe is 15 meters in length and looks sturdy and strong. As you hold it, it squirms gently in your hands, trying to wrap itself around your wrists. It appears to possess a rudimentary form of intelligence, perhaps even sentience. It can tie and untie itself on command. Oh, interesting. Search the corpse again. Leave the body alone. Alright, time to get out of here. I'm sure Ertis will be fine. Wait, how far can we use this quantum step ability? Not far, okay. Party is scattered. Oh, come on. Erithis is completely surrounded. I don't think he can move out of there, can he? Actually, he may be able to. Yes.
Something new is wrong with me.
Something new is wrong with me. That's amazing. I love that line. What is wrong with you?
What? Are we ready to go?
Okay, whatever it was, it's gone now. Let's check here. Rank class Artaglio is here. Wow. A washed out, somewhat insubstantial Artaglio bolts towards you. The boozy cheer has vanished from his red and blotchy face. Now he is a study in fury. Though he seems ghastly, hardly a physical threat, he radiates a nearly palpable heat. You bitch. You rancid, cheating bitch. You tricked me into letting the bloom devour me, and now I get to watch it siphon away the parts of me that were best. I should have known better than to trust the cast-off. Make this right. Go on, do it now. Take his pain on yourself. But it will be using the tidal surge, which the sorrow doesn't like. What exactly is taking his pain on myself is anyway? I guess I'll try. I saved, right? I must have saved. Well, let's say I had no choice, Artaglio. He spits, no choice. You had plenty of choice. You didn't have to open them all, but you did. You did, and you fed me to it, just like a cast-off. Just like all your accursed kin. It seemed like something you wanted, no, needed. I wanted to help you, Artaglio. His face contours with rage at your answer. Needed? This? You call this help? You sanctimonious word slapper. He throws himself at you, howling, and for a moment you see the man who was the hero of so many battles in his youth. You throw up your arms to defend yourself, but this isn't a physical attack. His body passes through yours, and you can feel him inside your mind, worming his way into the heart of your being. You feel his angry presence awaken in the labyrinth. He's achieved a kind of immortality there, or at least an evil his own life. Ironic that a cast-off should grant it. Let's try another way of doing this. Let's try to find a way that doesn't make him angry. I'm going to try using the tidal surge there. I don't know if using the tidal surge actually causes something with the sorrow if we eventually confront it later in the game. Take a spin on yourself. Artaglio, force spills through you as you pull Artaglio's pain and anguish from him, gathering them into yourself. His emotions feel like knives and you momentarily relieve his horror at being devoured alive. The moth stripping essential parts of him away as it consigned the rest of him to this slow devouring hell. Wouldn't an immortal being the exact type of person to be able to provide immortality? I don't know. Yeah, I guess you have a point. They may mean something else though. His pain and fear and suffering rack you to your very core. Artaglio's face relaxes, softens, and regains some of his accustomed humor. It's not so bad cast off. It's dying alone that worries me, but now I feel like someone will remember me at least. I can offer you more, Artaglio. I can absorb you into my mind if you'll let me, better than all this. He considers your offer. Got any rum in there? He smirks. I'm sure it's better than dying here. Do what you need to do. Try to drop Artaglio into the labyrinth. People often misuse irony when they mean coincidence. It's a pet peeve of yours. Yeah. You're right. You reach out and place your fingers on Artaglio's chest. He looks surprised but says nothing. You close your eyes, open your mind, and wheel him into the labyrinth. Perhaps it's his weakened form, or perhaps it's the strength of your intellect, but you feel his consciousness awakening inside your mind. He's brought his sardonic humor and his taste for rum. As his mind is reborn inside yours, his body fades in the real world until nothing is left. Okay. Cool, we just need to go into our minds now. Tongue clustered the core. Let's talk to the core first. This wiry young man wears drit-stained, ragged clothes and carries a wicked, jagged knife. Wet blood still stains its blade, though you see no evidence of bodies or victims. He sees you and his mouth works an instinctive but passionless snarl. For some reason, I thought you had said you weren't going to use the title, sir. I wasn't going to, but this looked like a good use for it. I know the sorrow doesn't differentiate. I don't know. I'm guessing that the sorrow doesn't differentiate between using the tidal surge as good for self-centric reasons. I am definitely avoiding reasons that would serve me, but this was two uses where we could help Artaglio, right? So. And Sorrow wouldn't care, it's still manipulating the tidal surges. So if there is going to be something at the end of the game when we face the Sorrow, we will be judged for our use of tidal surges. We will have still used them. But we were helping Artaglio, so I used it. Sorrow is kind of like Kreia. I know, I understand. It's perfectly clear from the start of the game that Sorrow doesn't care how the tidal surges are used. But I used it, so yeah, there it is. We used it a few times, anyway. It's not like zero use. I'm the life taker, the core. You're in my territory. That's how it used to go, right? Get the words right, maybe the rest will come. The gullet is your territory? I marked it out. I walked these paces. I know its contractions and its convulsions. Yes, mine, all mine. His confident mouth goes slack through, hanging open at the end of his words as though they were the only thing given its shape. You called yourself the Life Taker. What does that mean? He shakes his blade, looking at the ground, at the wall, anywhere but at you. I kill people. I protect my territory, he whispers. They feared me. The places where I walked, where I marked, they feared me. He trails off, muttering to himself. Does anyone fear me now that I'm gone? Do I care if they do? How did you get here? I came to the Bloom to kill an old friend. I followed him deep into the vast and winding ways of this fell beast. He led me through a narrow vein, and then he shivers, gritting his teeth. A maw took me, bit down, chewed and chewed. He looks around, and this is how the Korra dies. Not at the hands of a mob, or on the end of a Levi's blade, no. He chuckles, or sobs. In the gullet of the Bloom, the biggest predator of them all. Tell me about the gullet. People, he begins, licking his ghostly lips. People dwindle here, like candles or starving men. The Bloom eats us bit by bit until only despair is left. Then we sink into the Bloom, or throw ourselves into the whirlpool, or the maw takes us, or... He trails off, brow contorted. So we wait, we sleep, try to stay ourselves. Where is the maw you mentioned? In these walls, he says, throwing out a limp hand. In the floor, somewhere nearby, waiting. It doesn't eat flesh or fear or murderous rage, no, it eats despair. It waits until we are full of it, full to bursting. What do you mean to threaten me? I mean, he thinks deeply, apparently unaware of the answer, as if he has been going through the motions for so long that he can't recall the reasons for them. Yes, I could threaten you. More than that, I could push you to the ground and chop you apart like the others. His fingers tighten over his dagger, but there are tears in his eyes now, the tears of a lost child. But it wouldn't matter, would it? Not anymore. Why demand the thing I won't use? Because that's how it's done, I suppose. Farewell. Not gonna push him. Another cluster of Bloom tongues rises from a swollen mound of flesh. The sound they make is like a soft hiss, punctuated with obscenely wet slabs of flesh. Use the magnetic amulet. Yeah, the same. Allow the Bloom tongues to feed. The pain grows sharper still, like a hot knife behind your ears. A memory bursts into your conscious mind. You're in the heart of the Tabat territory now. The ceiling of their underground city is so high that you can barely see its curves, but the flickering illumination of the carvings there make a ghastly show. Demonic figures disport among the bodies of fallen enemies, atrocities shouted down from the heavens. But this is not what you're here for. You are here for the Underspine, their god and slave. A massive machine intelligence that guides them through their rituals. You're hovering near the great bulk of the machine, placing your detonations around the torus of its center, and you think your stealth has been exemplary, but a pinhole spotlight centers on you, and the focused beam of sound strikes your ears. The processing and memory retention cells are higher. If you wish to destroy me utterly, place your explosives there. And then a smaller whispered, thank you. The memory ends and the Bloom tongues sag drank. Okay, take control of the Bloom tongues. You reach across the barrier that separates your consciousness from that of the tongues. Okay, this is the same, pretty much. The roots of this tongue cluster grow thick beneath the floor of the chamber. Unlike the tongues you have encountered before, they seem to be cut off from the rest of the Bloom. Now that you are connected to the tongues, you hear whispers. Okay. Try to sense what else is happening in the room. The tongue's roots form a tight web throughout the chamber, and their senses within its boundaries are unusually sharp. You can feel a raw burning pain where Bloom flesh chafes against an ancient metal suit. Not suit. Something about the material irritates the flesh. In time it may be encysted. But until then the tongues will endure the pain. You can also sense the presence of the core, but even to the sharp senses of these tongues, he is barely perceptible. Thin and stretched, dissolving at the edges. A core of despair is building within him, and everything else is being stripped away. Focus on the source of the whispers. The whispers arise from a corner of the room, and you realize that the roots of this cluster all grow toward that point. It's a maw, you realize, another maw that has hidden itself from mortal sight. Indeed, by cutting off this chamber from the rest of the Bloom, it has even managed to hide itself from other maws and tongues. This chamber is a blind spot, a locus of independent consciousness. It is, in a sense, a separate being, a child of the Bloom. Force the maw to reveal itself. You whisper to the Maw and your voice travels through the tongues and along their roots, joining the whispers of the Maw, bending it to your will. After a few moments, the Maw responds, shimmering into being in a corner of the room. Commune with the Maw. You can sense the mind of the Maw, old and patient and strong. Lines of psychic energy emanate from it to touch every corner of the room. Its whispers have cruel and dismal edge. You sense long millennia in the dark, feeding upon the half-digested leavings of other Maws. Break your connection. Can we use the core? The core's despair to open this Maw? Oh, you brought the Maw back, he says, but there's no heat in his voice. He blinks once as though he's been struck and his gaze hardens. I'm the life taker, the core. You're in my territory. Offer yourself to the Maw of the core. It's your only escape. He idly passes his knife between his fading hands and resolutely ignores your face. His lip is trembling. No, he says at last. One of the others might give in, but not me. Okay, so we'll find someone else. Maybe Siowen? Or the Murden? Or Vonetian? Let's see if we can do anything here in the first place. Quick thing, tie the tube into an... Use obedient rope to tie up. We'll keep the obedient rope. If we can. Okay, this is pretty doable. 90%. You deftly manipulate the tube, kinking it to avoid being sprayed you while you work, and you manage mostly. A few drops of rancid stuff land on your boots. With the fluid pressure momentarily relieved, you expertly tie the balloon tube into a knot. When you release it, the knot halts. No more fluid leaks from this cluster. The level of the pool drops noticeably. Plug the sphincter with the white synth egg. 100%. The egg is almost exactly the right size to shove into the orifice. You force it into the opening, spraying bloom juice in all directions. It hisses and burns when it hits your bare skin, but you ignore the pain, shoving the egg deeper into the flow of the liquid has stopped. The sphincter convulses once or twice, but your makeshift seal holds firm. Okay, what is your max? 8, so you need 6. We are keeping the pools topped up in this place.
Onward! Well met yourself.
Who knows what we may encounter.
Are we ready to go?
Well, not topped up, but...
Need me?
Forward march!
Hey, Fraz! Welcome, everybody. Welcome, Fraz. Welcome, Raiders. Ahoy, hoy. Welcome, Epic. Welcome, Lady Tokala. Welcome, Pixel Hound. How are you doing? Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, Magnus Preda. Welcome, Inanda. Good to see you all. How are you doing? What were you playing? How did the stream go? Mrs. Dunsale. Dunsel? Welcome.
Wonder how fast this will descend into madness.
Hey.
Well, King has...
I was not meant to do that.
Yes, funny. This was supposed to be
Welcome,
a lovely
Daxteel.
maze
Welcome,
level.
Baron. Hello, it's Baron.
With just some people hanging out, going through a maze. And Tiny
what
decides,
kind of a
nah,
map is
it's
this?
bloodshed for days.
Such a cool map.
I apologize profusely.
Oh no, I pressed the wrong button.
Welcome, everybody. If you could summarize Fraz's stream in 3 words, how would you summarize it? Thank you so much for the raid, Fraz. Welcome. It's so great to see you. Definitely check out Fraz. He's a great entertainer, great streamer, and he plays all sorts of games, old retro games. He also streams on GOG channel, and always a fun time over there. Definitely check him out if you are not familiar with his content. And if you are new here, I am Mitral. We usually play RPGs and point-and-click adventures here. We are playing Torment, Ties of Numenera. I'm going late to finish the game today. So I hope you enjoy the rest of the game. How is Torment treating you? It is testing in some ways for us. It is a great game. Definitely amazing writing.
Your sound card works perfectly.
Definitely amazing writing.
Used to know the
Thank you so much for the follow and welcome again. There is so much to read. It's been reading mostly. I have played for 46 hours so far. I bet 40 hours of it is pure reading. I'm sure. Reward review. No hiding chests. Warcraft sound test. Yes.
Your sound card works perfectly.
Thank you for the follow as well, Thornbow. Welcome. This game is amazing. If you like deep stories, psychological, you know, deep characters, and if you are fine with not understanding everything that goes on, it is definitely a great RPG. Like a classical, one of the classical CRPGs, a spiritual successor to Planescape Torment. It has a little bit less action than what you would expect from classical CRPGs, but it has absolutely amazing writing, so I would recommend it. Now you expect to stop poking me sound commands somewhere as well. We have it actually, you know what? I think we have stopped poking me. We may have it. So what were you streaming today? You were streaming Silver.
Stop
hey!
poking me!
Yes, we have that. How is Silver going? Silver is on my radar. Silver is one of the games that I want to play at some point. We have this critical list system here where viewers choose games for us, and Silver is in the list. I'm sure it's going to be selected at some point.
Swords for everyone!
So, Nixt, welcome. Another raid. Welcome, Nixt. Welcome, raiders. How was the stream? Welcome. So good to see you all. Silver is really good mechanically. Otherwise, it's a bit of a wet fish. Ah, yeah, that's what I thought of the game as well. But I'm looking forward to playing it at some point. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Welcome, Nix. Welcome, raiders. You know, the stream is winding down. You had to raid. It's not winding down right now, honestly.
Not that bad. Oh.
We are going late, yes. Which game is this next?
Go through the door. The door's locked until I kill them all, right? Pistol's the best weapon against them.
Psyops on PS2, a very early streamer. Yeah, you sound a little different. I think the microphone settings, probably earlier settings. Welcome, Nixt. Welcome, raiders. You were playing Grand Theft Auto 4. How is it treating you? How are you enjoying it? Check out Nixt as well. He is a great friend of the channel and plays all sorts of retro games on many consoles and PC as well. He sometimes does viewer choices as well. He recently had a fight night. It was a lot of fun. It's always fun over here. Very chill environment, so check out if you are not familiar with this content. And yeah, thank you so much for the raids, Fraz and Nix. Very, very nice of you to bring your community, your friends over after your streams. And we are going late today. I'm not sure for how long we will go late, but we will go as far as it takes to finish this game today. Maybe another hour or so, maybe 2 hours, who knows. Also, Baron, thank you so much for guiding Fraz raid. It's the second time you did this. I appreciate that greatly. And I hope you also have a good time here, as every one of you, everyone who is here now. You're enjoying GTA 4? It's based on New York City, where you are, yeah? So you're having fun comparing the two. Nice, I'm glad you're having a good time. Alright, let us continue the game. I've talked too much. I don't usually talk this much, because I'm not good at it. Alright. Silver is a fun game, yes it is. I remember playing it, but I don't remember playing it. I know I played it, but I don't really remember playing it. I know I enjoyed it a bit, so I don't think I ever finished it. I'm looking forward to playing it again if it gets selected. So I don't know how to stop this though. We have stopped this and this, but I don't know how to stop this. I think we need to stop that as well to go through there safely. We have done a lot here. I haven't actually looked at this thing, did I? Let's see. At first, you are not sure what you're looking at. It seems to be an enormous suit of metal armor, or perhaps some sort of exploration suit. Wait, I did... No, I didn't look at this. You briefly played it when you were young, and when Froz announced he's playing it, you were like, oh, now this is a name you haven't heard in a long while. Yeah, not many people talk about Silver, right? It's not a very well-known game, I guess. You remember having played it quite a bit. You were small and you got stuck, never quite managed to finish it. Maybe we'll finish it here as well. At some point. I should check Fraz's words and get some hints and tricks before I play myself. Spoil myself a little. Some sort of exploration suit. It's large, at least twice the size of an ordinary human, and its limbs and joints are completely foreign to you. Even if you could somehow find a way inside, you'd have to contort yourself in ways the human body was never meant to bend. Examine the suit more closely. Still listen Silver soundtrack. The strange metal of the suit looks as if it could survive the cold of the interstellar void or the depths of an impossibly deep sea. When you push on it, it gives just a little bit and expands by the same amount. The bloom flesh around the suit is puffy and irritated, almost infected. It seems that the bloom is trying to absorb the suit into itself without much success. Look inside the faceplate. Wait, I didn't read this. There are a number of tools and strange devices attached to the suit's right hand. You might be able to extract one or two of these if you're careful. Look inside the faceplate. Some visitant lived inside this suit, a creature with multiple eyes scattered across its face, based on the skeletal remains you can see inside. At least you assume that they are eye sockets. They might have been some other alien orifice, although the creature had no visible mouth or jaws. Attempt to salvage the devices from the right hand. Oh, that wasn't even in check. Sealant spray. Oh, sealant spray might be useful in closing that flaw, I think. Most of the attachments are broken or corroded, but through some careful maneuvering, you are able to detach something that looks like a spray canister. A test squirt produced a glob of quick-drying liquid synth, a highly effective sealant. Once you detach the device, you notice that there is more machinery deeper inside the suit's arm. Okay, machinery quick fingers check. Rin? Rin is probably the best. 95% is good. You reach into the arm and draw, and your fingers graze a small metal orb. You carefully pry it loose and withdraw it from the arm. It looks like you found a reservoir of sealant material used in the spray device. Sealant bomb. Ooh. Now we have two sealants. One spray, one bomb. Let's see if we can use either of those. We can use both. I never clicked on this because I was a little scared that it would pull me in like this guy told me. I haven't talked to this character either, but let's go back and talk to this character again, see if that does anything. I found a mob that eats despair. It might end your suffering. Is that what it would do? He says, and his voice is sharper than you heard it before. I'm not sure. I don't think you are either. He shakes his head. I will remain here. Things can always be worse. Okay, he doesn't help us either. What about the Murden? Is it still unconscious? It doesn't look unconscious. It is unconscious. Weird. I guess the sprite isn't updated. Ah. Let's talk to this person. Despair lines the face of this ghostly figure. His aquiline features are clean and strong, his head shaven. His eyes' empty sockets are bleeding, but they turn to you. You gotta pop off, get your dinner. Much love. Thank you so much, Fraz. I really appreciate you coming here, raiding. Enjoy your dinner, enjoy the rest of your day. And hopefully I'll catch you in one of your streams next time. Hello, he says. His voice is deep and sepulchral. I'm glad you're here. Kill me, please. She looks substantial. Could she have arrived here without being eaten?
Slash his throat with the transdimensional scalpel. No. What happened to your eyes? I don't know, he says flatly. I came here too long ago, and memories are the first things the gullet takes, then hope, then the senses. He looks down. All I know is that I've been here a long time. Why are you standing here? Listening, he says with a slow nod in the direction of the whirlpool. It sounds like a heartbeat, doesn't it? He leans forward ever so slightly. It sounds like peace. You ever think that standing near this thing is what's making you want to die? He goes still for a moment, considering your words. Perhaps, he says at last, or perhaps it's the fact that I'm trapped here, and I'll never ever escape until I'm dead. But I have no fear, I'm not giving myself to whatever is down there. He leans away from the whirlpool ever so slightly. I've seen what happens to those who throw themselves into those waters. His mouth twists. They are torn apart, but they don't die. They live on as part of the bloom. We hear them weeping sometimes, or screaming. Why do you want me to kill you? He looks at you shocked and speaks slowly. Why do I want you to kill me? Are you completely blind? Look around you. Look at this place. Do you think I want to dissolve here? The bloom is eating me, digesting me, and I'm stuck in its gut. What life is left for me? I'm already dead. Anything would be better than this. What happens if I kill you? Then I die. I disappear. The bloom gets no more of my essence. Whatever afterlife may await us is my reward. If you don't... He falls silent, sighing. If you don't, I'll be here, fighting despair, listening to the weeping of the others and trading hopeless words until I fade away.
Jot Eiler's just boosted Wasteland.
The world is only cruel when the cruel are allowed to rule.
How are you, Jatlers? Hope you are doing well. You're having a good Sunday? Not sure if Sunday is already over for you. I guess not. You don't need me to kill you anymore. I find a mode that will destroy you completely. Oh, it has to be me. 90%? Let's go. The only estimated time available for you might be 3 hours. Yeah. Are you serious? There's still 3 hours of content today? Maybe even 4 hours? This technically is over by an hour or two. Ah, okay. I'm not sure what time zone you are. You really think there's still 3 hours of content after this point? Maybe I shouldn't try to finish it today then. I would have to go possibly towards 5 AM. You're already over. Oh, you mean total 3 hours past my usual finishing time. Okay, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I thought you were saying 3 hours from now. 3 hours past my finishing time is fine. I'm willing to do it today. Completely, he echoes. Yes, I would like that. A moment of pain, then simple oblivion. His smile is a thin, weak thing. I'll do that, but I don't want to be alone when it happens. Meet me at the mall, please. Okay, we found someone. When you made your initial estimate, you had thought you were going straight onto the main quest, then you spent another 30-45 minutes. It's okay, bro. It might be even later. I don't know, this is always a bad choice, you know? Whatever I do is a bad choice here. It's happened with Nox. We ended up streaming for 10 hours. Coffee crackers, I could use them as well. Okay, let's look at this.
Next 242 just musted sacred.
Hey. You blocked 2 of the tubes that fed the pool.
242 just musted grim
and
rock.
the level of swirling fluid has dropped considerably. Closing the final tube might let you access the drain.
Next 242 just musted dark Sunday.
The beating heart is louder than ever. Smell the fluid, touch the fluid, drink the fluid, walk away. I don't want to do any of that right now. Thank you for the boost, next. Let's use seal and spray. Will this spray even work? I saved and you spray the sealant across the opening, bonding it shut. The blocked arteries swell and bulge, but they show no immediate sign of rupture. The last bit of liquid in the pool drains out. There's a hole at the bottom, an entry into the lower chamber. Now you just need to find a way down. Things are looking up for sacred. Now that you have entirely blocked the liquid that drained into the pool, you reveal the human-sized hole at the bottom. A drum beat like a colossal heart sounds from below, echoing through the gullet.
The sides of the empty pool are slick and steep, descending to a gaping hole. You should be able to slide down the fleshy walls and into the chamber below. Tie the obedient rope to a bloom tube, use it to descend, clamber down into the lower chamber, walk away. Okay, I'm glad we kept the rope. So what is this? So if that goes to the heart, what does this do? By the way, I've been postponing the ads for as long as I can. I postponed it the maximum of 15 minutes, so we are going to have some ads in 3 minutes. I'm sorry, everyone. Siobhan is fainter than he was before. His eyeless expression is hard to read. There is resignation in it, a measure of peace and confusion. Not at the mall before him, but at some mental puzzle. Thank you for coming, he says, without looking your way. I didn't think I could wait much longer. He takes a small, resolute step forward. The tongue slips eagerly into his spectral body, pulsing, drinking. He flinches, looking past you, through you, and a smile, wide and joyous, splits his face. I can see them, hear them. He hesitates, worry pinching his brow. Are you still there? Are you with me? Yes, I'm here. Good, he says, looking carefully in your direction. This doesn't feel bad. I'm breaking apart, I feel it. But I'm remembering things I thought I'd lost. Things the despair was hiding. His smile returns. I died the moment I came here, but I was loved. I remember that. They must have grieved, even while I was standing here, eyeless and despairing. And they were singing the songs for me in the village, hand in hand singing the songs. What are the songs you are speaking of? Maybe I can sing them for you now. You'll have fun watching Sacred. You are kind of worried Mitchell might get carried away with the completionism and end up literally bored. It is an ARPG, I don't know. Especially if I'm warned beforehand, I will probably not go for completionism. I remember Sacred. I remember starting it, having a great time, then eventually becoming bored and not finishing it. Maybe towards the middle of the game. He doesn't respond to your offer, in fact he doesn't speak again. He takes a deep, steady breath and gives himself fully to the maw, disintegrating along the lengths of the probing tongues. Fed by Sion's despair, the maw opens. It goes to Chamber of Bones. What is that? Corpuscular mouse. Is this where we are supposed to be? Probably not. The other hole is probably where we need to be. You never played the second half of Sacred. Need the break when you beat the game. Second half isn't expansion or something? Towering before you stands a massive ribbon with most of the flesh eaten away. Oh, it's a crisis! What are we even supposed to do in this crisis? I guess we are going to figure that out after the ads. I absolutely have to run the ads now. I cannot postpone them. So we are going to run the ads and we are going to continue after that. Up to 3 minutes. If you are not a sub, you may get ads. I hope I see you afterwards. Thank you for your patience and see you in a bit. Let's see, we do have some boosts actually.
Life-giving water.
Wasteland. Chrono Trigger. Sacred. Grimrock. And Dark Sun. Thank you for the boosts, Chatters and Nix. Thank you for the hydrate as well. Parrot. Since we are finishing the game today, chat, if you need to take a look at the poll, you should do that, because once we finish the game, the poll will be over as well. Right now, Mass Effect 3 is winning, Fallout 3 is right behind, would need only 1 vote to win. Baldur's Gate 3 would need 3 votes to win. Diablo 3 would need 3 votes to win as well. We'll announce the winner after we finish the game. Okay. Sacred is great if you don't rush it and try not to take it too seriously. It's an open world, it takes a long time to explore everywhere. The world's also full of simple filler quests, but it's a great game. It kept you entertained for hundreds of hours over the years across several replays. See, that's not a great thing for a critical playthrough. That is not how I would play it as a critical title. I think we would follow the main quest and maybe explore around the areas where we are sent for the main quests, just like we would do for a game like Fallout 3 or Daggerfall, or you know, those games, those big open world games. I don't think I probably wouldn't, but I would have to, so let's take it for around 30 hours. So 30 hours to finish the main campaign. That's a good hour. That's a good time. Welcome back everybody from the ads. We can now continue. I don't even know what we need to do in this crisis. Let's see what we can do. Whatever this creature was, its stomach was enormous. The organ pulsates, distended with gas, and something else rumbles in its depths as if trapped. Foul acidic juices ooze from torn holes in the viscera. It hisses and stems when it trims onto bloom flesh. Reach into the innards and try to release whatever is trapped inside. Quick fingers. It draws you in. There are chests. Can you resist opening them? Chest? I probably cannot. We'll see. Oh, there are no chests in Sacred 3. That's weird. You reach into holes in the viscera, shoving your arms through the rotting intestines, gritting your teeth against the burning pain of the acids and bile within. Finally, you feel the movement, and you thrust your arms even deeper into the stomach, immersing yourself to the shoulder. A questing tendril touches your hand. Instinctively, you try to withdraw, but the tendril wraps tight around your wrist. Its touch is unmistakable. The thing that was trapped in the stomach is a maw. More tendrils grab onto your hand, pulling their way toward freedom. Bloom tongues rip through the decaying intestines, spraying stomach juices in every direction. Then the great mouth appears, bursting through the dead flesh, and the tendrils sink into the viscera, anchoring itself in place. You realize that the maw must have been feeding on somewhere in the creature's stomach, because it's already sated. Its orifice opens wide and a portal appears. Huh. Is there something here? There is. I think we have to go through the maw though. I want to check what's here. We need to go into the maw. Okay, there's nothing here. Hopefully this is close enough. You want to check the mausicle. Mausicle. Heart is scattered. I guess our character isn't close enough.
Come on. Aw. Can I hook last cast off? I can. Hey. Ooh. We are inside the stomach, I think. Light armor artifacts. Wow. Wow, wait, that's actually pretty good. Oddity, a cipher. Four armor, 6 resistance. We have something with deception task, intimidation, persuasion tasks. This is very defensive. This is more like utility. This little niche hardly seems worthy of its own maw. It's an ancient place of cracked, hardened flesh. The pocket contains a single human skeleton, its legs partially consumed by the bloom's wall. The bones have a metallic sheen, and a faint dusting of silver scales surrounds them. They look similar to fish or lizard scales. You recognize the bone structure as that of a human female, though this woman was unusually tall, robust, and probably very strong. The bones suffered numerous fractures, and they were repaired by a silver substance that fused them back together, stronger than before. It looks as though the silver substance emerged from inside the skeleton, and it gradually replaced much of the original bone. Search the corpse. You lift the skeleton a bit. It's far heavier than you anticipated, and it feels like you are lifting metal rather than bone. Underneath is a hammer of intricate design. The head glows dimly, and the golden chain dangles from its handle. Take the hammer. Galvanic hammer. Heavy melee weapon. As you lift the hammer, you feel a presence touch your mind, a clarion call of fame and power. The hammer's head seems to glow a little more brightly, and it crackles with electricity. Might this be a sentient weapon? Based on the story you heard from the observant spec, this hammer may have belonged to Chila the Great. You found it in the depths of the bloom, near the skeleton remains of a large human surrounded by silver scales, which fits the spec's description of Chila. Wow, it is this hammer! Wow, okay. Why would Parrot eat a sentient cracker? Why wouldn't you eat a sentient... What else are you gonna do with a sentient cracker? Let's say you came across a sentient cracker. What would you do with it? But eat it. Are we gonna have to run through them again? No, they don't care anymore. Ask the question first, decide based on the answer. What kind of a question? Are you tasty? The head of this creature was truly massive, though the flesh has been eaten away, probably by the same corpuscular mobs that attack you. Part of the skull are missing, revealing a huge glistening brain. An organic sheath still encases the brain, and it looks as if the brain's cranial juices have protected it from serious decomposition. Examine the brain. The brain's sheath hasn't decayed, though a strange and pungent smell emanates from it. Perhaps that's why the corpuscular mobs left the brain alone. Its tissues don't seem to be badly damaged. Tidal Surge. Restore activity. Do I want to do this? It's under Tidal Surge. I don't want to use the Tidal Surge. I'm curious though. I'm going to say. By the way, I think I accidentally pressed the plus reload button a couple of times when I was trying to press the add snooze button. So I'm not going to add reloads for 2 reloads. If I don't reload twice until I finish, then it'll be what it is. Restore activity to the brain. You concentrate on the flux and pull off the ties within you, and you send them surging out into the creature's dead mind. Its neck jerks a bit as a simulacrum of life floods into the brainstem. You can see arcs of movement, small ripples in its surface. The monster is still thoroughly dead, but its brain reacts to the power you've spilled into it. Several clusters of nerves at the base of the brain begin twitching spasmodically. They may still be connected to other parts of the creature's body. Try to scan the brain's thoughts.
The dead creature's thoughts are disjointed and confused. Its final memories flash into your mind. The Slatan fuchsia. How do you pronounce this? Fuchsia? I think it's fuchsia, but I'm not sure. I've never heard it pronounced anywhere. Sky above you threatens another spate of oily slurry it has regurgitated for the past 1,000 years. Hunger tears your belly, the first signs of impending starvation. You have ruled these vast lands for centuries of your life, torn your supremacy from the throats of all those who would challenge you. And yet something has changed. The very air has torn asunder, creating a floating rift that leads to another place, a place that smells of raw flesh. You dive into the rift, suddenly finding yourself in a very different place, a parasite where everything is made of meat. Ravenous, you heave yourself toward the nearest wall of flesh, scattering a horde of tiny, two-legged creatures that aren't worth a moment's attention. You tear chunks from the wall, chewing and swallowing. The meat is tough and foul-tasting, but it's food, and you're starving. You eat and eat, carving your way through the wall and fall through into another chamber. You see a protuberance of flesh nearby, surrounded by wriggling tendrils. It looks delicious, so you tear it from the wall and swallow it all. Fuchsia. Not fuchsia, but fuchsia. Okay. Fuchsia. Thank you. The entire world shakes. More little creatures spill from the walls, but these have lashing tendrils and shining mouths. They fall upon you, chewing and annihilating, and you bellow in pain. The world shakes again, and the whole chamber collapses upon you, trapping you, holding you fast as the little monsters devour you, bite by bite. Your death is long and agonizing. The vision fades, and you're alone with the beasts. Examine the nerve clusters at the base of the brain. 3 separate bundles stand out, and they look as if they are connected to specific parts of the creature's body. It's hard to determine which is which though, so you'll have to spend some time figuring out which cluster leads where. Try to determine what parts of the creature's body are controlled by each nerve cluster. Okay, easy. You poke and prod at each cluster, watching how the creature's muscles react and tracing the path of the tangled nerves. Your diligence pays off. You can see that one cluster attaches to the shoulder, another attaches to the back. A third cluster runs down to the intestines. Something in the brain is sending and receiving impulses along the tattered nerves. You might be able to manipulate the entire corpse from here. Manipulate the intestinal nerves. The maw grumbles fitfully, but nothing else happens. Manipulate the back nerves. The whole back of the corpse contracts and heaves. Chunks of rotting flesh tumble to the ground, and you hear a wet snap as nerve fibers separate somewhere in the spine. You won't be able to try that again. Manipulate the shoulder nerves. One shoulder and massive arm of the creature shifts slightly. The decomposed limb appears to tighten its grip on the bloom flesh, but it quickly relaxes again. What did we do? What did we accomplish? I don't know. What was all of this for? I have absolutely no idea. Oh. Maybe it would open the maw if it wasn't already open. I think that's what it would do. Okay, so I'm going to reload. I'm not going to do any of that. So we are going to have to go through them. Perfect. I think maybe it's best to put Eretis in the middle of them. Not in the middle of them, but somewhere like here. Once again, the hero sacrifices himself to save his friends. Alright, let's go. You had enough fun. I got a healer, it's just... probably. Are we all hurt? Kinda. Well, not all, but... enough of us. No, I'm not gonna use that. I changed my mind.
What? Are we ready to go? That's more like it.
We may have to use that in an
Onward!
encounter.
I could stand a little more of that.
Okay. You know what? You use one too.
Yes.
What?
Here.
Hello? Is she...
Thank you.
What took her so long? I don't get it. Anyway, now we can go down here.
Forward march!
Hey, Wiz, welcome. Another raid. So many raids today. Welcome, Wiz. Welcome, raiders. Welcome, Schmack. Welcome, everybody. How are you? How was the stream? What were you playing today? Welcome, Sir Archer. My king. Welcome, Samet Kane. Welcome, Wiz. Welcome, everybody. How did the stream go, Wiz? How did it go? What were you playing? Let's give you a shout out.
I'll
We
stick with
finished
you no
Cat
matter
Quest 3.
what.
Hey, it's me, Imoen. Cat Quest 3 and Ogu and the Secret Forest, not to be confused with Ori and the Blind Forest, right? Let me give you a shout out. You finished 2 games today. Wow, that's pretty successful stream, I would say.
No daddy, no likey.
What did you say? I remember that game. That game was very interesting. Bogo and the Secret Forest, yes. That game was very interesting. If I remember the correct game. There is a sequel to that, right? Have you ever played the sequel? Or maybe it was the sequel that we were playing. I'm confused now. Well, welcome everybody. Welcome. Thank you so much for the raid. We are going late today, which has led to some unusual amount of raids, which I'm very grateful for. We are trying to finish Torment today, so I hope you enjoy your time here. And yeah, welcome. Ori and the Will of the Wisps is part 2. No, I'm talking about the game on the clip with that puzzle game where you were trying to deduce stuff, I think. If I am not confusing games. You were talking to people and trying to deduce Golden Idol. Yes, that was its name. There is a sequel to that, I think. Part 2 will be out. It's not out yet? Ah, I thought it was out. Okay, let's continue. So, how did you enjoy Cat Quest 3? I don't know about the other game, but I have played Cat Quest 1. It was a lot of fun. I never played 2 or 3, but 1 was a lot of fun. It was Cat Quest 3 was amazing. Oh, it was amazing? So you had a lot of fun. Wow. Now that you have entirely okay, we read this. Tie the obedient rope to a bloom tube and use it to descend. You got to do pirate voices the whole time. Wow, that's your thing, right? The pirates. Were you Guybrush Threepwood? Were you some other? You command the rope to fasten itself to one of the hanging bloom tubes at the edge of the empty pool.
Hi, matey!
You grasp the rope and you can feel its texture adjusting itself to your hands. Soft but firm, with fibers that grip your flesh. Your descent is quick, safe, and painless, though you have to let go of the rope to drop the last meter. Maybe I shouldn't have used the rope. Maybe I should have kept it. Golden Idol 2 has a demo out that you played on stream. There's no release that yet. Oh, okay. What is this? So we are trying to go there. We are probably trying to avoid this. Oh, it's a crisis too. Run the sacks. Smashing. Can you even do smashing? Eritis can. But do I even want to hurt? Wait, maybe I don't want to hurt the bloom, right? We can just go. Or we can talk to the abacus. Let's talk to the abacus. Is this the abacus we set free? You recognize this weird angular being as an abacus. It's probably the same one you released from the cyst in the vast interior. Yeah! It seems to be hunting the scuttling mouse. Based on what you heard, the abacuses eat transdimensional energy. So it's probably trying to devour the rifts inside the little mouse. Leave the creature alone. Okay. Okay, so we set us free. It's helping us now. And we can go through here. Oh. Ooh, what's going on? It's hitting everything. We have to open some of these. We either open these two doors, or we do something with the tongue clusters, since we have the magmatic emerald. I guess I will try to open this door. I shouldn't have sent Eritis here. That kinda sucks. Well, I hope the abacus survives. We can open this door with this turn. Let's go 100%. They give way under your attack, and a wet gust of noxious, flatulent air from the punctured sacks flattens your hair and clothes. The stench is unbelievable. A tremor shakes the entire chamber.
I don't feel happy or good.
Oh, I already opened this door? I wasn't even paying attention. I didn't need to open that. Well, let's talk to this one. Cluster of bloom tongues, same thing. Allow bloom tongues to devour one of your memories. The bloom tongues thrust themselves deep into your store of experiences. The memory they draw from you is painful, a humiliation that's... No, the memory is gone, devoured forever. We have to wait a turn. Rin, just chill here. You chill as well. I should have opened this one. Well, we'll see. I'm not doing this optimally, am I? I don't know what I'm doing. Maybe I could heal the Abacus. Take control of the tongues and force them to open the nearest doorway. This one? Oh, critical success. You extend your consciousness and wrap your mind around the tongues. They thresh and hiss, struggling to wrest themselves free, but you assert control over them. Just past 7:47:47. Oh, the stream timer? What is 7:47:47? 7:47:47. This is the longest stream you watched. Oh, longest stream you watched. I have had multiple 12-hour streams. This is still on the longer side, of course. I usually don't stream past 6-hour mark. They deflate the sacks that block the nearest door, allowing you access to the next chamber. The tongues are tractable now, but you can feel their seething resentment. This one opens. Allow the cluster feed on your memories. Next turn. Let's put Rin here. Oh no, there more are coming.
Something new is wrong with me.
More of them are coming. Bubble for 2 rounds, that's okay.
What's happening to me?
Wait, whose turn is this? It's Eridus. Can he interact? Feed on a memory. He can interact, but he would have to do the intellect check, so that's not very good for Eridus. In fact, it's as bad as it gets. Oh, Tongue Cluster is fighting them all. Interesting. Use the 3 remaining Tongue Clusters to exert control. Abacus is dying. Take control of the tongues. Let's do that. 95. I can use Rin and Tiber. This is Rin, and I think she can make it there this turn. $65. Come on. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Nice job. A transdimensional rift tears open, and several humans tumble out. Inkpot is here! The Great Devourer has called us to the heart! You recognize the shrill voice of Inkpot, the Bloom cultist. A trespasser and defiler is tormenting our god. Let us punish our brothers. Oh no! No, how are we going to survive this without killing them? Come on, Tiber, can you talk to the Tongue Cluster this turn? You cannot. Maybe you can? No. I have to... I guess sacrifice Eridus. Let's put him in the middle. Let's go right next to Inkpot and hook this Bloom cultist. And Mo is going for the Abacus. Abacus won't survive this. We don't need him to survive this. Last cast off. She cannot make it there this turn. I think I have to park last cast off here and try to get the check done with Tybir. That's the only way. Rin. I mean, I guess we can try with Rin. She probably doesn't have enough. 45%, that's rough. Oh, she did it! Hell yeah. I knew she would do it, I had no doubts. Approach the Bloom's Heart to open the passage inside. Even more of them are appearing.
Something new is wrong with me.
Something new is wrong. I love that line. You had no doubt, huh? I guess I won't go. I guess one contrary evidence. You don't need to. I definitely had no doubt. You don't need to go back. You know, you absolutely don't have to check the word. It's completely unnecessary. Your mistrust in me is completely misplaced. Your mastery of the tongue cluster scattered around the chamber seems to have masked your scent, or perhaps made your entry more palatable. Whatever the case, the thick skin in front of the heart thins slowly, almost reluctantly, its fluids pumped away by some strange internal anatomy. The skin hangs like curtains of oozing meat, and the Bloom's heart pulses from within. Go, go, go! You must gather your party before venturing forth. Do you think he bought it? He totally bought it. Well, it was nice knowing you, Abacus. You died as you lived, searching for food. Hopefully Rin survives this. Now everything is going after Rin. She should be okay. Can I teleport Eritis here? Bring
some help here.
No, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine. Let's go. Pacifism preserved. We are in the heart. Ahead you see a mass of bloom tongues, bigger than any of you have encountered thus far. Into the wall, sphincter. They wave gently as if beckoning you forward. Your companions hesitate, looking to you. How should I approach this, Tiber? You're asking me? I didn't want to come here in the first place. He wipes his forehead, his easy smile gone. Be smart, lass. You know what you came for. Don't accept any less, and don't give any more than what it's worth. That's all I got. I should have stayed in Sagus. Nothing's worth this risk. What are you thinking, Eritis? Is Eritis thinking? Thinking? Nothing. A broad smile splits his face. But this is the greatest adventure here has ever advanced, isn't it? Are you alright, Rin? What? She shakes her head as though shaking off a chill. No, I'm not alright. You're in the bowels of I don't even know what. I don't know why I'm here. She sniffles and says, almost too quiet to hear, I want to go home. Ah. No, you want to stay right here with me, okay? Now shut it. We are going solo. Before you looms a twisted mass of tubes, arteries, roots, and tongues, heaving and pulsing in the murky light. The flesh glimmers with foul shades of purple and black, pocked with pustules and necrosis. Bloom, whispers gather, swarming over you like flies, buzzing and chittering and hissing, millions of them. All the voices that comprise of the Bloom's mind are converging in this one place. As you step closer, Bloom tongues surround you, drawing you into a wet, nauseating embrace. Though they seem solid and corporeal, they somehow pass through your flesh, thrusting into your head, your limbs, your guts, igniting prickly, hot-cold sensations all over your body. A multitude of bloom voices hiss and babble with rage. You cannot understand their words, but their meaning is clear. You do not belong here. The voices invade your mind, sweeping aside your thoughts, establishing themselves within. Slash at the heart with the transdimensional scalpel. We could do that. We could do that. Resist the bloom's voices. Let's try that. Let's spend, look at this check. 4 edge and 4 more points. But our character is built for this. You grip the magmatic amulet and close your eyes, focusing your whole consciousness on a single thought. Get out! The thought is magnified by the amulet, cutting through the cacophony of bloom voices. You think the words again. Get out! This time your inner voice drowns out theirs. They chitter and buzz in confusion. They are onslaught broken. Now you command them. Get out! Now! At once the voices turn to hisses of frustration and shrieks of rage, and they flee from your mind. The voices become more distant. They whisper and buzz to each other, barely audible, like a vast conclave that is locked away behind a heavy door. Infiltrate the bloom's mind. Can we do that? But we don't want to show any aggression. We could do that, but we won't show any aggression, I think. We will stand our ground, but we won't be aggressive. Show no aggression. Wait for the bloom to turn its attention to you again. You quiet your thoughts and wait. For some time, the bloom voices chitter amongst themselves, beyond the bounds of your consciousness. Then, quite abruptly, the whispers turn to hisses and shrieks, and again they swarm into your mind. The bloom voices burrow deep into your hidden memories. This time they seem to understand the pattern, the secret arrangement of your sire's recollections. Moments from the changing gods past flash across your mind's eye, too quick to comprehend. Finally a memory surfaces and the voices go quiet. This is what they've been seeking. You stand with a woman upon a circle of gold, the sky clear and blue above you. Mila West. The woman is well known to you, the same woman who helped you choose this spot years before. The same woman who built this enclave with you together. Her face changed, ravaged by time. The flesh is rotting away, exposing the glistening muscles beneath. She turns away from you, as if to hide her ugliness. Not even your handiwork is proof against time. No, Marilal, you say. I have no way of fixing you, but you need not live in shame. You present her with a mask, its expression enigmatic, decorated with intricate patterns of gold. Oh, mask? Mask first cast off? Her name is Marilal? So it's not the other character that I thought it was. Since first cast off is masked, it must be this character. As we all know, there are no other masked characters in this entire setting. I pray the thing, she says, unable to hide the bitterness in her voice. I can just as well wrap my face in bandages to cover my head with a sack. Put it on. Your voice is insistent. There's something more to the mask. She hears it in your voice and she raises your gift to her face. As she does, the memory ends, cut off abruptly by a chorus of shrieks from the bloom. They chitter at you, their purpose as enigmatic as Marilal's mask. Show me the rest of the memory. The bloom voices chitter and click, sounding close, gathered around you like a pack of beasts. Hey JFC, good evening. On a late shift today? We are, yes. We are trying to finish this game, so we are going as late as it takes. Hopefully not much later, but it's already been 2 hours late. How are you, JFC? Good to see you. If you want to see the rest of the memory, you'll have to feed them other memories, recollections that bear something in common with the one you just witnessed. Try to feed false memories to the bloom to keep it from plundering the real ones. No, let the bloom voices take more memories. Take the memories. Come on, take my memories. Hissing and babbling, the voices pour into your head, tearing through your memories. Scenes play out before your eyes, your sire meeting Marilal for the first time since he cast off her body. Your sire and Marilal as they recline... Wait, what? Your sire meeting Marilal for the first time since he cast off her body. Your sire and Marilal as they recline upon the grasses of Mila West, talking and debating into the night. Your sire facing Marilal across the field of the endless battle, screaming at his soldiers to catch her, kill her. Ravenous, the voices devour every memory of Marilal that is hidden in your mind. You groan as the memories are shredded and consumed, knowing that this excision will diminish your ability to think and reason and remember. Why is she taking Maralal? Other Maralal? That's okay. I don't care. I have so much intellect. Suddenly it's over. You hear a sudden burst of whispers all around you, and the air is in the chamber ripples. At once, a transdimensional rift tears itself into being, and a human figure topples out, dripping black juices, coughing and gagging, vomiting on the floor. You recognize the man at once. It's Mazov, the cast of artificer you met in Zerian Daywalker's mare. Your first thought is that the bloom has somehow released the wrong man, but no, Memovira deceived you. Ishan is Mazov. But I wasn't looking for Ishan. I chose show me the rest of the memory. Let the bloom voices take more memories. It's not giving me the memory, it's giving me the person that I'm supposed to find. That I didn't want him yet. You recognize the man at once. For the moment, Mazov is recovering from his ordeal, barely aware of his surroundings. He hasn't even seen you yet. Try to reassure Mazov. You try and call out to Mazov, but you can't find the words. Fragments of memories drift in and out of your consciousness as the bloom digests them. Oh, okay, it's back. The unfinished memory of Mila West bubbles to the surface, playing out in your mind's eye. You are facing Maralal, the first cast-off, as she holds the mask you gave her. Put it on, you hear yourself say, and she places the mask over her face. At once, it melts with her flesh, and her face becomes that of a lovely young woman. Her eyes widen, knowing that something has changed, and you hold up a looking glass for her to see. She laughs aloud, a sound you haven't heard from her in years. You can change your face at will, you say to her. Try it. Maralal nods, watching the looking glass carefully as her face morphs into that of an old woman, then a homely beggar lady, then a Varielan, and a dozen more. The last face you see is dark-haired, regal in bearing. It's the face of the Memovira. I was right! Memovira is the last cast-off. Wow. Okay. Okay. First I thought Memovira was the last cast-off, then I didn't think it was the case at all. I didn't see it coming, actually. This time around. That she was actually the first cast-off. Accompanied by a distinct sense of hunger from the bloom, the memory fades. The implication is clear. The Memovira is merely a disguise, a mask that conceals the first cast-off. She has been alive, hiding behind a false identity for years. Even as you contemplate this revelation, the bloom tongues slide painlessly out of your body, setting you free. They show no further interest in you, and the whispering voices are gone from your mind. Mazov rises, clutching himself, and he abruptly vomits a clot of black fluid onto the glistening flesh beneath his feet. Small red wounds mar the flesh between the wires crisscrossing his skin. Gods, he growls. Gods! He looks up at you, his mechanical eye sockets spin, wheels within wheels, focusing on your face. You're the cast-off that was riding Zerian Daywalker. What the hell are you doing down here? How did you recognize me? Muscle movements, he says, grimacing. Small variations on expression, as good as a signature for those who know what to look for. He coughs more of the black fluid against the back of his wrist. You didn't answer me. What are you doing down here? I thought I was rescuing someone named Ishan, but here you are instead. Yeah, that's me, he says. It's a nickname, short for Ishanazar. Because I look like one? Whatever it is, no one calls me that except... He pauses, smirks. The first sent you, didn't she? Not surprised. She won't be getting the resonance chamber working on her own. It's all too easy to destroy the damn thing if you don't know what you're doing. Something about the words said in his voice stirs a memory in you. Resonance chamber, resonance chamber. The sensation builds. He winces, teeth clenched. Gods, the bloom is a terrible host. Stuck his damn tongues into my guts to force feed me. Filled my lungs with bile. Not sure what you did to get me out, but thank you. He spits a black-tinged wad of phlegm over his shoulder. How do you spit over your shoulder? Why would you spit over your shoulder? Well, how do we get out of here? She's waiting and you know how she is. Hold on, how did you end up a prisoner to begin with? The bloom took me, he says with a careless shrug. Not a surprise. It's not happy with the first, but you probably already know that. So it took me, because it knows I'm important to her. He says this casually and without the faintest hint of pride. Anyway, I should get back to the first. She's going to be... He waves a hand. Well, you know. I don't know actually. I thought I was working for the Memavira until just a few minutes ago. His expression goes wooden. Skisty says, rubbing his forehead. Look, don't tell her I said anything. I don't need anyone shouting at me right now, let alone her. This is the worst headache I've ever had. But the headache is uncoiling through your head now as well. Alarm spreads over Mazov's face and he reaches out to catch you as you topple forward. You're underwater. Fading pulse of a sonar alarm ripples through the water. Dan is gone. An invisible pressure crushes your body, squeezing your head. A Gibra with a cast-off's tattoo rises from the dark to confront you. I should have known. You need something of ours to finish your resonance chamber, don't you, father? He regards you with scorn. You haven't learned anything. You would sacrifice all of us for a chance at survival. You and the first. Pride blinds you both. You are wrong, Thor. The cursor was here. I thought it was Thor. You are wrong, Thom. You snarl, yet his words frighten you. Is he saying Marilla's alive? With her own plan to stop the Sorrow? She must be stopped. Any plan of hers would be dangerous. I built the resonance chamber to save us all, you say. It has the power to weaken the Sorrow. I can kill the creature. A half-truth. The chamber certainly has the power, but who knows if it would be enough to kill. Will you apologize to me then, selfish child? Will you beg my forgiveness?
Making a note.
You lie, you always have. Thom says calmly. Although your motives differ, Marilla's plan and yours will result in the same end. The destruction of every last cast-off. I will not allow this to happen. He makes a complicated gesture with his fingers and the pressure on your head increases. Thom's voice grows muffled and fades as your mind, your sire's consciousness, flees his imprisoned body, abandoning it to the Gibra in favor of a new host. You return to the consciousness, the headache fading, your mouth tastes of seawater or blood. Light and wet heat bathes the side of your face as the bloom opens a transdimensional portal. You can't be sure where it leads, but it's certainly your only way out. Someone, Mazov, is bracing you, holding you up. You alright? Mazov, what is the first plan with the chamber? To sever the... He gives you an odd look. You know, maybe you should ask her. I don't know enough about what's going on there. Just know that it'll free us from the Sorrow without sucking us all into someone else's mind. Oh, that should be enough. Oh, is the Changing Gods plan to get every single cast-off into the Mind's Palace that you built? The one that we keep visiting? He shrugs. She can't do it without me, though. I best be getting back. Frictionless Maricaster. Patting you awkwardly on the shoulder, he limps past you into the portal and vanishes. It's only when he's gone that you see the glittering contours of a small object lying where Mazov was standing. A Maricaster. It must have fallen from Mazov's pockets. You wipe the slime from the joints of the machine and add it to your belongings.
I'll remember that.
Okay, let's look at this. Let's enter. As your consciousness coalesces, you find yourself in an underground bunker which is shaking from an attack far above. You stand mid-salute in front of a cast-off encased in an articulated metal carapace. He's so skeletal you doubt he could move without it. You remember his name is Lovak, I reckon second in command in the endless battle. 3 advisors sit behind him. Lovak shakes his synth-encased head and addresses you. Don't worry about the message, Bear Kale. It's been rendered moot. We are just lucky Commander Reckon made it out of Mila West alive. She missed the destruction of Sanctuary by moments. Oh, this is very close. This is very recent. A thunderous explosion rocks the bunker, sending everyone sang. So how would Mazov have this? Because Mazov was long gone. What this happened? As you can see, we have troubles of our own, Lovak says, getting back to his feet. Changing God's latest ploy has paralyzed the reconciler of truth. Of course, Heaven's rejoinder remains functioning, which means we cannot reverse their successes while they can reverse ours. Oh, this is... yeah, I understand. So the reconciler of truth is the tool that the changing... that the first Kastov's armies have, which reverses successes of that endless battle. And Heaven's Rejoinder is the counterparts that the Changing Gods army has. He leads you to a strategy table showing a three-dimensional projection of a battlefield across parallel realities. He slides through several images, all of them show your army on the verge of defeat. He shakes his head. You're in more danger now of losing this war than since the first died. I'm afraid I must send you out again, Barricale. We must save the Reconciler. How did the massacre at the Mill of West massacre happen? How did the shields come down? I don't know. Maybe the sorrow finally grew strong enough to smash through. Maybe there was a traitor. I have heard nothing. I'm ready to serve. Excellent, says Lovak, and turns to his advisors, all Kastovs, you notice. Friends, what are your suggestions? How do we undo what has been done to the Reconciler, without using the Reconciler? The scarred female Kastov in red armor speaks up. I recommend an all-out assault on the position of Heaven's Rejoinder. This of course will fail, but it will give cover for Barricale to slip through the paths of the White Nests and reach the Rejoinder from behind. There she can reset it, then destroy it. She pounds the table. Then we will be the only side who can change history. A male mutant, exquisitely beautiful except for the second mouth in his throat, speaks in melodious harmony. I suggest Barricale use the reality storm that ravages no man's land to find the Reconciler's saboteur. If she can navigate the shifting shards, she can stop the saboteur before he reaches it. He shrugs. This will only return us to the status quo, of course, but it will be easier for Barricale to deal with one than deadly White Nests. Any other suggestions? Asks Slovak. When there is no answer, he turns to you. I approve of either path. As it is you who will face these challenges, I leave it to you which you will choose. What do you say? I will make my way through the White Nest while the army assaults the Heaven's Rejoinder. Lovak nods, then looks at the others. Any objections to Barricale's choice? The Kastov with 2 mouths shrugs. If she's brave enough to face the moths, then we are brave enough to commit our troops. And with luck, says the Kastov in red armor, when she has successfully reset the Rejoinder, the battle will not have happened at all, and our troops will be safe. Very well, says Lovak, standing. Then make your preparations. When you are ready, we will begin. 2 days and 2 long marches later, you and Lovak's army are 50 kilometers inside the Changing Gods territory. While the army continues one direction, Lovak takes your arm and points you towards a ravine. Your path lies here. Follow this route for a kilometer and you will find the Captain Hugo Igrach waiting for you. He knows the White Nest better than any man. He'll help you through them. After that, you're on your own. I do what's needed. Lovak smiles as he turns away. Good luck, Bruna. You enter the ravine and it leads you away from the fighting, getting deeper as it goes. Finally, at a point so narrow that the walls almost shut out the sky, a man leading 2 leashed Argowar hounds steps out of a cave and cracks a smile. The skinny, small man has dark brown eyes that look friendly. They seem to sit in bottomless sockets, an impression encouraged by his prominent nose and wide smile. All this is surrounded by long, stick-straight black hair in which some grey shimmers. You can feel his wit in the air around him, as if radiated by every cell in his body. Hello, Sunshine. You must be Barricale. I'm Hugo Igrach. The nests are just through here, but before we go in, let me tell you what we are up against. He unrolls a hand-drawn map. The tunnels are mined at every intersection, sometimes with detonation ciphers, sometimes plain old explosives. My dogs here can eat energy blasts, but they'll die on regular mines like we will. So it's best to check what we are walking into. Trouble is, the longer we are in there, the more likely the moths are going to find us. So if we take too many wrong turns, we are in trouble. You do not want to fight Stratharian war moths, trust me, so no shilly-shallying. He hands you a map. Right. In we go. The cave narrows as you enter it and widens again at a stone wall with man-high crack in it. Okay, so we enter through here. Maybe this looks like a moth. You do the same, find yourself in an L-shaped tunnel covered in moss, silk and bones. Here. Pointing to the map, your guide shows you that you're in the southeast corner of the tunnels, which lead away into the darkness to the west and to the north. Let's go north. Go north. This room glows green with the light of phosphorescent mushrooms. They grow on everything. The floor, the rocks that have tumbled from the ceiling, and the bodies of the soldiers that lie pressed up against the walls as if thrown there. They also grow in the open archways that lead from the room northwest and south. Somewhere hidden among the mushrooms is a trap, but you can't tell what kind without testing. Determine which type of trap is in the room before entering. Your testing reveals the room contains an explosive mine. Defuse the explosive before entering the room. Okay, now we go west. This room is towering, echoey space with vaulted ceilings almost lost in the darkness above you. Grave markers rise like game pieces on a checkered floor. All are webbed in moss silk. There are exits on all four walls, north, west, east and south. You know there's a trap hidden among the graves, but without testing you can't tell what kind. We are trying to go here. We can go west from here. Determine which type of trap is in the room before entering, I guess. Explosive mine, defuse it. Go west. Detonation cipher. Defuse the cipher. The cipher has been defused. The intersection is clear. North. Go north. The roof of this room has been we are here now. Has been collapsed. Is only held up off the ground by a few stone sarcophagi. If you squat down, you can see that there are exits on all four walls, north, west, east and south. But to get to them, you are going to have to crawl on your hands and knees. You also don't know what kind of trap the enemy has set here. You'll need to test it. The fluttering of the moss grows louder and the glow from their wings brighter. They are getting closer. Let's test. Determine. Detonation cipher. The beating of the moss wings is loud now. Their glow lights the tunnels. They are almost upon you. We cannot defuse it. You had to reload. I may have to do that, yeah. Okay, we are going to enter without disarming the cipher. Zap. Hugo's aggro hounds eat the cipher's energy, rendering... Oh, I didn't have to disarm the previous one. You and Hugo are unscathed. The cipher was detonated. The room is clear, though the ceiling is now sagging even lower. We can now go north, west, east and south. We'll go west. This room is hip deep in moss silk, 6 swamp of it, within which you hear things rustling and out of which skeletal human arms and hands protrude like branches of a dead hedge. Oh, ads are coming. Oh no, not now. Well, I will have to run the ad. In fact, maybe I'll take a short break actually. Yeah, this is a terrible moment as always, but I'm going to take a short break, 5 minutes or so, and we will continue after. It will be my last break before we finish the game, hopefully. And yeah, 3 minutes of ads if you're not a sub. I appreciate your patience with those. I shall be right back. That's it.